Hello, everyone. We are live from the Kitchener Memorial Auditorium, where 16 teams will face off with the lion's share of $150,000, as well as a chance to play on the CDL main stage come Sunday. Taking you through all the action is myself, Visions, alongside Seymour. Brother, it's great to see you. I'm amped up again. We just got out of some great action last weekend. Now we're jumping right into the biggest one of the year.
Oh yeah, biggest one of the year, and we couldn't have picked a better destination in terms of history for these future potential superstars in the CDL to come, because you look at a place like the Auditorium, and this is where history is born for a lot of players, especially young talent. When you look at Gabriel Landeskog, the youngest captain in NHL history to win a Stanley Cup. You look at some of the players in there, they're looking to make history as well.
All right, we'll see who else is going to be able to potentially join them, of course, as we got 16 of the best teams here in Challenger competing. That's a lot of ex-CDL talent that we have here in the mix, as well as a lot of new up-and-comers, as you just talked about, that are looking to make their name. And if there's ever a chance to try to do it, it really does feel like it is at this tournament that you make your mark, as well as really try to increase your stock going into that next year.
Oh, yeah.
It could be dependent on how you perform here today.
That and the grand qualification of EWC. That is what everybody's going to be looking at as well today. So top three from Challengers Champs will punch a ticket to Riyadh, and that is, I'm sure, on the mind of a lot of those players.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that is exactly what you're gunning for, right? A top three is fantastic, gets you to EWC, but coming away with, I think, getting onto that CDL main stage, you want to finish top two, you want to get yourself a chance to go into Sunday, and a lot of that's going to be determined by our group play. So let's take a look at our group play that we do have lined up for you guys, because we got 4 different groups, of course. We got Group A all the way to Group D, and there was a lot of great teams that we do have in the mix here, Colin. But starting off with Group A, we have Team Notorious, Royal Spartans, the Stallions, and Valor Esports here to kick it off.
Yeah, I like this one too. I mean, Notorious going into today after a very strong showing at the AMD Overclock, looking to be favorites, but at the same time for Group A, that is a sneaky one when you look at Royal Spartans and Stallions, both trying to find some, I'd say, stability going into this Challengers Championship, a little bit of revenge as well, and that is a sneaky Stallions team. And for Valor, I'm sure everybody's going to be looking at them, a recent roster change as well from the LCQ going into today.
That's right. Do have a sub coming in here, so it should be interesting to see how that's going to end up kind of playing out for them. Need to try to pick it up quick against, again, a very stacked group, I think, to be completely honest. But moving over to Group B, we have Orchid, Five Fears, P7 Black, and Chaos. Again, another LATAM team here in the mix, but one of EU's best, as well as one of NA's that has really been kind of picking it up quite a bit here, especially after what we had seen last weekend in the AMD Overclock tournament.
For sure. This is the Silver Surfers group. When you look at Orchid with Bance trying to look for his first ever Challengers Land Championship, he's had back-to-back, or 2 second places this year. Five Fears last week, a fantastic showcasing as well at the AMD Overclock. But when you look at P7 Black and Chaos as well, I mean, this is European and LATAM representatives that are looking to make some upsets as well in this one. I don't look at this at any point and say that it is a guaranteed group.
Group C, OMIT Brooklyn. Definitely looking like one of the favorites here, but then you got the P7 White teams in the mix in the same group, P7 White as well as P7 Red, so definitely going to be a huge brotherly battle that takes place between those two squads. And then you also have Unity that's looking to potentially play upset here, try to do some damage and see what they might be able to do against some pretty strong teams also in the mix for Group C.
Yeah, I mean, with OMIT Brooklyn in this group, and I like that you spring that kind of storyline between the P7s, because with White and Red going up against each other, I mean, you have to look at OMIT Brooklyn as clear favorites for Group C, and then there's a potential that you're going to get some backstabbing there from your sister squad in the P7 White or Red. Unity Visual, I'm a big fan of this team, especially in the APAC LCQ. They nest load almost everybody in that bracket to get to champs this year, and I'm hoping that they can bring the fire for Group C.
Well, we'll have to see. Moving over to Group D, things again get very interesting. OMIT Team War, 2 top dogs here at the top here. I think that's really where the starting point kind of takes place here for as far as what you expect, because this group does feel like it could be a battle for those two, but we'll see if there's a chance maybe to upset whatsoever here for our bottom 2 squads as well.
Yeah, I mean, for OMIT, defending DreamHack champions, already qualified for EWC. A lot of teams are going to look at this OMIT team as clear favorites for the entire Challengers Championships. But you look at this Team War squad as well. Turiel, he's looking for back-to-back champs. He won last year under Lore.
Yeah.
He's looking to go for this Team War roster and bring home a championship for them. And, you know, for MindFreak as well, I mean, you look at the Zach story from APAC. And this is a team that I'm sure a lot of people can root for.
Absolutely. So those are our 4 groups that we'll be jumping between throughout today. But now it's time to talk about our first matchup that we do have here for you guys. And, well, it's a banger to kick it off, isn't it, Colin? We have the Royal Spartans going up against the Stallions. So this is your North American LCQ team here. The Stallions looking to try to see if they can do some damage here in Group A. And this matchup very well could determine who actually makes it out in the qualification spot.
Yeah, it's a banger, but I'd say for all the wrong reasons. Neum looking for revenge against his previous roster in the Royal Spartans. Going into champs, you pick up Gunzi to auto-qualify, and Neum, he is left to fight through the LCQ with this Stallions roster, previous FC Draco, and this Stallions roster has a lot to prove this weekend because for a lot of these players, it hasn't been a good year of challengers, but all of that can be wiped off the slate with a good showcasing here at Champs.
I love that. It very well could be. So we'll see what they're going to be able to match up and potentially do. But now let's take a look at the maps and modes that we do have set up for you guys coming into the very first one. We got a rewind hardpoint to kick things off, a protocol search and destroy. We'll move over to a double dose of Hacienda control and hardpoint. And if need be, dealership will be waiting patiently for map number 5.
And if I'm looking at this one as FC Draco, now Stallions, you're licking your lips because you see the rewind hardpoint, the Hacienda control, and hardpoint in this that you won to qualify for champs over that Ligers team. And with those 3 respawns here in the best of 5, it's going to be a tough one for Royal Spartans to kind of battle against. I think you're really setting yourself up for a chance to upset inside of this Group A. And I like where Stallions are going for this. But for today in general, and for a lot of teams that we're going to be looking at, it's going to be that search and destroy performance on day 1 for so many of these North American teams, and we're going to keep our eyes out to see how they perform.
We absolutely will, Colin. Game just about ready to load in here for us, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are amped. Let us know who you are rooting for. And, man, I can't wait to get into the action. The stakes are high. The pressure starting to build. Let's kick it off here on Rewind Hardpoint.
Let's crown a champion this weekend, Austin. Hopefully a new one. So Stallions, Royal Spartans, rewind hardpoint, and it is one that we're looking at a little bit of a battle between Neum and Gunzi. Who's going to perform better out of this rivalry going into champs? It's going to be really fun to see.
Yeah, there is a lot of top-tier subs that are going to be getting into the mix, and if you could start off hot, you could really drive yourself into the driver's seat. So, already, P1 going to be Royal Spartans, able to get a good chunk of time here, looking to make sure they still hold on to the favorable side of the map to lock in the spawns, but they are still waiting for Stallions to try to answer back here, and now finally starting to pick up some kills.
Spartans out for a good start, a little bit of heat coming into this rewind. You look towards the rotation over towards New, and this is where Stallions are going to try to pressure this one out. Trakes has a good opening to flip this, and I like the call to push through.
So spawn's still going to be decently close here for a few of the players for Royal Spartans, but like you said, they're going to have to try to find Trakes in the back, who's looking to play spoiler. Neum trying to add some pressure from the front, and we'll be able to get some good tags. Trakes also able to play his life, and good kill's actually going to come through. Hill going to be open here, and now a chance to maybe get all the way to the back. Just one more to deal with. That's going to be Gunzi.
Yeah, Gunzi playing his life really well, but chance for the Stallions to flip this fully. Contest is in for Gunzi. How is he still alive?
Wow.
And he is buying so much time for the rest of the team, but Stallions finally recover.
Massive 2-piece comes through, but it is responded well coming in here for Neum, as well as Asim, all getting involved in the play, and the Stallions starting to bounce back here, and now looking for what will be a potential hit, but it is shut down. So these boys doing a decent job of already rotating the new, fighting for some of that old time, and this is exactly what you love to see from the squad.
It's back-to-back kills that Stallions are showing some initiative in this game, still getting the scrap time as well. So Neum's going to have some pressure in the back, a lot of work to do, but even the entire team, just 4 separate individuals looking to create some issues here for the Stallions.
Neum up to 4 in a row. We talked about him wanting to get revenge here versus his old squad as he's able to take down Gunzy, the man who replaces him for the qualification spot. Now Asim also able to get involved here through the back to make sure there's no flip through the courtyard. So far able to put the focus all onto the point here for the Stallions, and you're looking for a break as Gunzy's coming off the spawn and starting to find some entries.
This is really where you can lay down some hurt. If your Stallions already out to a lead, you're holding the better spawns, you have your AR set up. Not only Neom is performing well, but Trakes is as well. So both of your young guns for this roster are here to play from the NALCQ.
Gunzy, big pickup there onto 1. So still a lot of trades coming back and forth for the most part, but there's about 18 seconds to fight for. Gunzy trying to get involved on the hill, but Glowfrosty's been holding up until this point. Finally, Royal Spartans, after getting about 30 seconds off of P1, will get a touch, but are they going to be able to hold? That's really the big question, and they also need to find a way to start pushing through to new.
This is a rough start for Spartans, but still only the first set of hills on Rewind, so plenty of time to turn things around. Slow out of both Wiz and Dak, who have been those performers for this team, so hopefully they can pick it up on P4.
Gunzy, 10 kills already to his name, but wants to find some more for the break. Good shots in the back, able to find Trakes, so wants to open up the spawns and secure him for his squad. Neom, though, he's just been locking it down, finally taken out. Gunzy will get all the way to the back of the parking lot. Now there's a chance for Royal Spartans to start locking in some critical time to bring it back.
Yeah, but you have to get on the hill right now. Stallions are keeping you away. 30 seconds, so far uncontested. Dak's gonna slide in, pressure from the front, and Stallions are looking to keep this one in their favor.
Another hit here, and looks like the team shot's going to be fairly decent to stop anyone from making their way in. Scrap time should be secured, so all things said and done through the first set. Stallions doing an excellent job of controlling the last few hills, giving themselves just a slight edge going back into P1.
And this is where you can look at the subs for Stallions to really step up for Seam and Trakes. This is going to be a big hill. Neom and Glowfrosty have been fantastic, but inside of this time, how can Trakes perform? So far, it's off to a good start. 4 go down. That's going to put Royal Spartans in a little bit of a split spawn. You see how far away Cruz is from the rest of your team.
Yeah, looking for another big break here as Cruz is going to take a long route all the way around the back, looking for an angle in, but his position going to be known. Guns, Glowfrosty. That's the opening that you need. Now it's about finding the gunfights in the point itself, but you're going to be able to find a couple of decent trades here. Royal Spartans doing an excellent job. Now it's about trying to, again, get yourself in a position where you're going to be able to hold as Neom starts to threaten through the back.
Yeah, you're shopping for damage mitigation right now if you're the Royal Spartans. Lots of time to tie things up going into the second set of hills. Stallions, they were able to pull ahead, but I think for the Royal Spartans, you can really look back at this first rotation, losing all of those first initial rotates and still walking away with about a 20-point game, give or take, going into this first hill. But at the same time, if they're going to fully bring this one back, Austin, it has to be a better performance in terms of the slaying.
Well, just about 30 seconds separating the two, so you, again, feel great after how that P5 hill ends up going towards you. But, yeah, a couple players maybe just not off to a hot start as you're starting to see Trakes find that takeover mode. Goes up to 5 in a row, 17-9 here for himself. Need to match that pressure. Cruz does a good job of finding one here, but are you going to be able to try to lock in some time? This is where they got the majority of it last time around.
And Gunzy is soaking. You want to hold those back spawns. Big fight going on, and Asim is making the plays right now, so he's all the way through. That's going to cause some pressure towards the respawns of Royal Spartans, and Dak has to stay alive. There's no chance that he can go down right now, but in the 2-on-1, Dak finds nothing, and Stallions flip the map.
Oh, they're able to flip it. P1 time might go over to the Royal Spartans here, but if you can really come up with some critical time on P2, you're going to be feeling great about it as the Stallions. Trakes looking for some exits, realizes he needs to play his life, but he's going to be taken down here from the street side. That could be another chance to entry into the hill here for the Royal Spartans as Gunzy starts to fly to the back, but he's not ready for the gunfight on the Glowfrosty. Now we'll see if they can just try to hold inside the time and play a tight setup.
Quick flank coming out too from the Stallions, so nothing solidified for Royal Spartans. Everybody trying to get there, but the cutoff now, and Stallions put on again a show. 21-10 for Trakes on 3 in a row. He is showing up the champs.
He is lighting it up right now for game number 1, and the Royal Spartans are feeling it here on the scoreboard. 30 seconds to play for, really looking at what might be the last hit going into the point. Shots over the top. So far looking good. Neom's able to combine for a couple. Glowfrosty gets involved in the play, and it's beautiful once again for the Stallions.
You got to chalk this one up. It's still a good game for Royal Spartans, but you don't want to put all your eggs into the basket of potentially flipping these spawns, and they are going to pin them back there for now. All your eyes are going to be towards where does Asim go from here, and Royal Spartans need to start communicating on that.
Dak making his way to New will be the first one to touch, but he's starting to lose some of the airs around him. As you can see, Asim has taken a bit of a route, but getting reflanked maybe on that side from Gunzi. Trying to control the right side of the map. Both teams fighting for it, but P3 pressure also taking place, and now you'll see a couple more kills drop here for the Stallions. They're still getting themselves into time, bullying their way through the map, and they're looking solid for trying to keep this lead in their favor.
It's been a 20-point game for a couple hills now, and right there, Royal Spartans so focused on making sure that nobody slips by from the Stallions through courtyard. You get broken right from the front of the hill. The Stallions know exactly what they need to do right now, and that is just pressure this hill, keep it contested, and hold your lead.
Well, Gunzi's doing quite a great job himself, as he's now up to 29 and 17. 5 spree, chance to work for a potential streak. Wants to take that challenge versus Glow Frosty, as he's going to try to give this a hit, but it's more or less just playing for scrap.
And this is a good setup for the Spartans. I mean, you've been able to hold this P4 rotation. So many players say you hold P4, you win the map. And this is a critical moment for Rewind, where Gunzi has turned up for this squad 8 in a row, has the Hellstorms, you have the money hill. Certainly this has to be where Royal Spartans turn it around.
Finally a moment here where the Spartans might be able to take full control of the game, and it's going to come maybe near the end of the game. Niam's going to drop again. I mean, it is 10 kills in a row for Gunzi at the moment, and you can see Drakes, he doesn't want to push until his teammates are back with him. 30 seconds already secured right now for the Royal Spartans. Another 30 could just about seal the deal, but Drakes trying to make his way into the hill, able to find 2, almost puts together 3, looking for now the shots through the front, but Niam can't get in here just yet. It's been all Royal Spartans at P4.
The spawns flip in the back, so Stallions are going to lose this rotation to P5 as well, and this is the biggest lead that we've seen for the Royal Spartans. If this game gets prolonged to, let's say, a P2 or a P3 for Gunzi somehow in the third set of rotations, that Hellstorm could confirm the game for this team.
It could be huge. We'll keep an eye on it. But right now, all about P5. The submachine gun's all about ready to come out, as Wiz is off to a couple kills after a pretty slow start, but will be taken out. And now the entry starting to come through there for a moment for the Stallions. Cruz, big 1v1 on the hill, can't find it versus Niam. The Stallions still holding strong here on P5.
Yeah, all 4 players in. That is a clean hold from the Stallions. Glow Frosty is going to go down, but all the respawners for Royal Spartans coming in through P2. They're going to clear through the inside of the shops, but no, you lose out on Dak, and that is going to be a full flood through the front.
Yeah, 4 in a row. Make it 5 in a row. Bringing it back here after slowing down a tad bit over those last couple of hills. 210 to 223. Scrap time might just go the way of the Stallions. Royal Spartans, though, very well could look to push through it, start making their way to P1, and, well, the bullying going to continue here for Stallions close quarters. It is just about an even game. Back to P1 we go.
The Stallions are just so streaky when it comes down to those kills. 3 down over and over again. The Spartans just cannot get any ground to stand on going into this potential last hill, and Neom now, it's his turn on a streak with 8 in a row.
Oh, a lot of streaks starting to build up as we get closer and closer to the end. Things could very well end on the P1 hill. Asim got a lot to deal with in front of him. Will be dealt with. A chance now for the Royal Spartans to try to find the break, to try to find the entry. Gunzi can't find anyone and line them up. Cruz now try to cut through the middle of the map, but he loses all of his teammates. So it's a big moment for the Stallions. 10 seconds could very well steal it, but Wiz trying to fight back, can only come up with 2. One more hit. That's what you need for the Royal Spartans to come in and be successful. They get the touch, but are they going to be able to hold? Lots of time. Streaks falling from the sky. 5 seconds here for the Stallions, and they could very well do it, and the kill feed lights up white. They come back and they seal the deal in map number 1.
I mean, it is just smooth sailing into the end. 3-piece after 3-piece, and you had Neom and Drake going nuclear for the first game out of the Stallions. I know the Zoom Mafia is going to be loving that one to kick off champs well, and when you're looking at a team that you have to beat in order to qualify for the playoffs inside of your group, you do it on a respawn, you make it look comfortable, at least in the slaying, and that is the start that you're looking for.
Wow, so many killing sprees to kick that one off. 10 in a row there for Gunzi, who finishes with 38. but the consistency as well as the damage that you point out there too, Colin, for the side of the Stallions, I mean, it was consistent the whole way through. Everyone was dropping bombs, and that's what you need if you're going to win and beat a team like this. You need everybody to get involved, and it felt like everyone had their moment at some point in time there for the Stallions throughout that
It was
match.
a full team effort. Everybody on the Stallions dropping plus 3,000 damage. So many moments where you had Trakes getting breaks, triple kills, when you had Neum showing up towards the end on that 8 spree. And, you know, even through looking at the vets like Glowfrosty, like Asim to really play well on land. They're here, they're showing up, they're putting on really good stats for the team. And every single time that we looked at this, yes, Spartans were able to keep it close in terms of the objective, but it just seemed like they could never get that solid break towards the end, constantly fighting 3 members down or 2 members down and having to really go big as heroes for this roster. Just looking back at it in general, I feel like there wasn't a moment where Stallions weren't at an advantage for these fights.
Yeah, it felt like they were in a really good spot. The only real turning point was when we did see that P4 rotation, but this is where Gunzy, you know, started to completely heat up, going on that 10 spree, hitting some ridiculous shots, giving his team a chance. But when it comes to those close quarter engagements, that's where it felt like Stallions were really winning a lot of those battles, the breaks, the synergy, everything felt like it was completely in sync.
And it really felt like it was only Gunzy throughout that game that was putting up some numbers for this team.
Agreed.
Still, though, keeping it within 30 points, give or take, for this game, 250 to 226. That's something that you can look back as the Royal Spartans, say a few things get fixed, the performance is a little bit better, maybe it's first game jitters, and it could be a different story. But for the story that we do get to see through this game flow, I mean, as soon as the Stallions really took over towards P2, it was pretty steady on the climb. You saw that, you know, rotation into P4 where Gunzy did get that 8 spree and or 10 spree, I think it was all the way up to, and that's when you started to see a little bit of a comeback for the Royal Spartans. But every other hill, it just felt like it was comfortable to exist in that objective if you were the Stallions.
Most certainly. So all the players getting warm again, like you said, getting the jitters out early here for our very first matchup, as you know what's on the line. There is a heck of a lot on the line to come in here and know that you pretty much need this. It's going to be extremely important. So map number 2 now in the cards. We're jumping right into Protocol Search and Destroy.
This is something that,
No, we're not.
Don't really know what just went on for that one. In fact, I think that might have been on our side, not on their side. It looks like they're still playing and still in this game. But yeah, for Search and Destroy for both of these teams, it has been a point that we need to see improvement on from both the Stallions and the Royal Spartans. So we can see if the teams can get a comfortable win from either side on this one, and that's something to take home.
Absolutely. So both teams going to be down a single man here in round number 1. Finally going to make a call, and Dak is going to try to drop the rock.
In the post plant too, all 3 members. Inside A, you got Spiral covered, you got Elevator covered. It's going to be a full hit to the middle.
He's got a lot of pressure in front of him. Able to find a chance, though. Gets himself one, but won't be able to get the lineup onto the second, and those are clean trades the entire way through.
That's a tough one to break. I mean, you have the setup, you have the post plant that you were looking for, and it's not really easy to just walk through the big door and get all those kills, especially when you're losing on members climbing on through. So good on Royal Spartans to get that quick plant down at A. You solidify that opening round as well as the first blood for it too. So starting to stack up in terms of that bounce back off of that map 1 loss. And Cruz, he got 3 in that round. So
love to see it.
That's something that you love to see if you're a Spartans fan.
Good start. Now looking for a response here. Royal Spartans. Our thing's going to be flipped to the top for us. And all right, Neum. How about that? He's got an arm on him. Able to find himself a hell of a double up here to kick off round number 2, and that makes things a little bit easier to retake the side you're calling.
Something about set nades, Austin, that we love to see on Protocol Search. So that's going to get the opening of the round, and that should pretty much win you the round with an A setup. All 4 players up in the post plant there. No way that Gunzy's going to take a 1-on-4 for that site. Cruz, nowhere to be found, and he's not even going to be on a streak because he died back in round number 1. So he's going to take the challenge, go down, and Stallions with the immediate bounce back.
Yeah, great set, Nate, as you call, Colin. I mean, you find yourself a double, it's going to make S&D a hell of a lot easier, especially when you can get control of this site, of all the sites here in the game.
That had to be a throw towards the boat, too. I mean, that's straight off the rip. You toss that frag over towards the boat, and that early timing there, if you're not ready, no trophies, you're almost a sitting duck. You're hoping that they just forget about that nade right off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to. But that also puts Neum up to 4 in a row. And again, just have to kind of continue to hit it. Like, this is Neum's old team that he's looking to get revenge against. So having a strong performance here could really set the tone here for the tournament. Already down low. And not going to be down low anymore for the attackers. Stallions just going to, rather the Royal Spartans, going to look to back up, concede some of the positioning, and see what they're going to be able to get through the middle. And that's Wiz, who's able to grab first blood.
Yeah, it might open things up for potential rotation onto this B site. Already looking is going to be Cruz. Big battle in the back, and Neum gets caught. So surely that's going to be a quick plant and a 2v4 retake now for Stallions.
Oh, Drake doesn't see him on the bomb. Doesn't see him on the bomb. He could have stopped the bomb plant, could have changed everything, but now the round just feels sealed, and it is. Royal Spartans will be able to play that one out quite well after baiting the down low push.
And that's something you like to see from Dak, taking initiative, getting in towards that spawn, starting to feel the aggression as the sub. He gets the opening first blood in towards top triple, and then immediately looks to put pressure towards that back turret. Getting the kill on Neum makes it a little bit easier for him as well to find that position, but I like to see that from Dak, being involved, being in the mix, and starting to shut down some of the players from Stallions.
Back and forth we go, as we had anticipated, and how I'm sure a lot more maps might end up playing out here for us. Down low to the A site. Drake's gonna get a stun out. Doesn't get hit with one in return, but tries to go up, and no, he's not gonna make it. So Royal Spartan's able to find 2, make it 3 kills, and just like that, it is down to Glow Frosty for a 1v4.
And that's the defense that you like to see. Opening first blood, and they just steamroll right into that elevator. No trophies makes it pretty hard for Trace to get away. I think he tried to get up the zip line, but didn't work out. So Royal Spartans for the first chance for a defensive round, and a chance to buff their lead out by 2, barring Glow Frosty, who hasn't found a kill yet in the game, somehow clutches this 1v3 in 40 seconds.
And having the AR here as well, knowing the bomb is down, gonna make it pretty tough. Has to take a difficult gunfight, and Royal Spartans will not give him anything whatsoever for free. They now grab themselves a couple rounds here for advantage.
I see it even on the cameras for the venue too. As soon as the round's over, you like to see that Cruz. He is just conversating with the rest of his team, just making sure that the spirits are high, making sure that everybody is focused right now for the team. And Royal Spartans are getting locked right now for this game. And you look at these search and destroys, and with the performance for this Stallions roster just not looking great in this game mode, this is one of those must-win maps for the Royal Spartans.
Is it ever? Need a response, though, from the Stallions coming into round number 5 through the middle. Neum's going to be able to spot quite a bit of pressure.
B-site's open.
And it is open. There's a chance here to go for a quick plant, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
So much focus over towards A. A lot of focus at the top triple. Even the back turret, if Wiz does team so, it's open. But 5 in a row, he's going to play his life down onto the bomb. And this is a good spread over towards even top grandmas and helipad.
Team. Oh, he gets all the way through, and now that also isolates Wiz here on the site, but he's able to slip away for a second, looking for a peek over the top, doesn't know if he wants to chow or not, and well, Wiz running out of options. Not a whole lot you're going to be able to do. A beautiful retake coming through for the Stallions.
It just didn't seem like there was really any idea on how you wanted to play that retake. You had everybody in the positions, but you know, nobody was watching the sidewalk. You lose that first blood. There's no real change in the position. You know, Cruz really felt isolated towards that back helipad.
Yeah.
Some bad timing, misses the jump over the half wall, and that really breaks the whole chain, losing that first blood. And that's a great answer from Stallions to win a defensive round now. You really needed to win that one, and to do it in a retake at B, giving up the site 4-on-4, you do a fantastic job at just dissecting that. You don't lose a single member, and Neum back onto a 3 spree. He's 8-3 right now, having a hell of a game.
Yeah. It's like he might want some revenge here. Maybe. Just maybe. We'll see if he can keep it going. First blood, though, comes through for the Stallions, followed by a second. Drakes gets involved, and only one going to fall. So massive advantage. Bomb's going to go down. Retake now for Royal Spartans in a 2v3.
And it's going to be a quick one, too, through big door. Both ARs just hoping that someone sells. And they're not going to.
Oh, Gunzy not going to be with Cruz, who's hoping for someone to overpeak. And the nade, as well as the team shot's going to come through. No problem whatsoever. Stallions, they answer back. They tie us up 3 apiece.
I think that that's just one of those sites that if you're retaking with both ARs, you don't have any player with a Jackal in hand. It just seems impossible to retake unless somebody sells towards that top heady. You're hoping someone jumps up. You get the initial shots, and the headshot multiplier makes it a 2v2 immediately. But when you're not given that kill to break that setup, it is just so dang hard to get into that Protocol A site, a member down. And Stallions, hey, I mean, down 2 rounds, you climb back, you win a flawless defense, you get, 3 players left alive now on your offense. You've completely tied this game back up.
Shots up top. And again, looks like a B hit, so looking to try to make some adjustments from last time.
Hamza didn't see it. This is a free plant. The nade's going to give it away, but they're going to get it down. No, that's immediate reaction coming out from Stallions.
Yeah, the nades, they finally connect, so they are able to remove Wiz, not Dak. And that's also the bomb down here. You got great positioning, but you're going to have to retrieve the bomb, and it looks like it is going to be Dak that has to try to push forward for it.
Yeah, you just got to fight your way through this. And Dak's going to get the information, place his life. You need a kill. Gunsy now is going to try to get this bomb down, but you have to get a kill immediately.
A lot of desperation setting in. Gunsy looking for a battle on the side, wanted to throw the nade, and well, it's going to cost him. Doesn't just cost him, cost his teammate, and again, a 1v4, too much to ask. Flawless round coming through, and the retakes are just completely on point for the Stallions.
You obviously see for Stallions throughout their boot camp going into champs, search and destroy would be a focus point. And that's back-to-back flawless retakes at B. You get their first blood onto Wiz. Glowfrosty with the vet call that he might not have seen the cross, but as soon as those shots come out from Banana, you know that is going to be an immediate hit towards B. And Neom hits the nade of a lifetime. I think it landed onto more than one player for sure. And then getting Wiz down, putting that bomb in such a rough spot really sets up the Stallions there for a well-timed retake. Player advantage now with the lead on Protocol. It's a hit towards A again.
3 rounds in a row, looking to make it 4. Both teams going to lose 1. 3v3 we go, and well, looks like Royal Spartans finally able to come out of an early engagement with a man advantage.
And they shut the door at A immediately. That's going to force Stallions to pivot back towards their spawn. This is defensive now from Stallions. They don't want to push towards B right away. They want to see if they can enact a quick rotation from the Spartans to open up or just weaken this A site. It's down to an A plant for them to win this offense now.
Yeah, looking to sneak through blue. Surprise, surprise. He's able to find one. That's exactly what you needed, an isolated gunfight. And it looks like he's going to start doing some of the early prep work here at B, clearing out the space, see if they can maybe play for a plant.
Has a good read on the timing. Neom's getting so much information, and he is so far behind this play that they've just disappeared. So plant towards B, 2 versus 2. Neom gets the damage, the kill. Traded out in the 1 versus 1. Neom almost does the most dirty play, but to see him, he is fast on this rotation with the bomb down.
Yeah, and also on a 5 spree here, so able to, actually doesn't even need it. He's already on the streaks with the help of the plant. And he might have just played this perfect. Cruz clearing out the backside. You see him going to go for the check, and he finds it. Stallions, they'll take another despite losing the early life lead.
Neom's crazy. That's all I can say. That double chow over towards Zip, the fact that he's able to still get the 1 kill to finish it alone sets up a seam in that round, but the goal to make a play like that, the rotation over towards B just working perfectly. And it all kind of starts off with the eco shell into Armory with an aims into a Jackal. So Neom hard carrying right now for the Stallions, 11 and 5, making so many plays, teeing up a seam for an easy round win. Now map point for the Stallions. It's a hit towards A.
4 rounds in a row, looking to steal the deal with 5. RCXD used for information. They now know Royal Spartans are, of course, down low. They haven't dropped the bomb just yet, but Glowfrosty able to find a pick. Wiz is down. Dak is down. Looking to try to see if he can get something back, but no, he's got nowhere to go. It is all the Stallions here in map number 2 as they will take 5 straight.
The Stallions are on a heater right now, and everything that they've been adjusting going in towards champs is making them look like a powerhouse in this A group, and that's why we set up Group A to be one of the hardest groups that we do have in Champs.
Agreed.
And for this Royal Spartans team, I mean, nothing was ever guaranteed for them at all looking at it. I mean, you have Notorious, who are already land champions on the year. You have FC Stallions, who just have so much a history between Glowfrosty and Asim, but just power and what Traix has brought from the LATAM region into North America this time. And when you have Neum playing like how he has been towards the end of the game, he is hitting so many strides at the right time right now for FC Stallions. And it seemed like the entirety of that protocol search and destroy, Royal Spartans were playing a player down. I mean, it was constant first bloods coming out from the Stallions. And the Spartans just couldn't keep up for the most part. And really, when you also kind of add in the fact that they got Mike, Major Maniac, at the helm for this team, coaching them through the way. I mean, talk about a more clutch player to have in the S&Ds.
Absolutely. Well, you see a lot of smiles, of course, right now on all of the Stallions' faces as they are feeling great. We'll take a look at some of the replays. And, again, it started pretty well for the Royal Spartans, right? They had that early advantage. They were able to go up by a couple of rounds, and those adjustments that started coming in. More importantly, I thought the retakes were just completely on point. And when you can just retake and not even lose a man, like, you were just absolutely cooking. You're breaking down setups. The comms are just flowing, and you are in a really, really, really good mindset. So you got to feel great here for the Stallions to bounce back.
And even for that last round, just in general, when we get to it in the highlights, it's another sight that you give up A in the 4v4, you're playing your life. You get the smallest angle onto Wiz, open up that first blood. They wasted no time on some of these retakes, and I like those quick changes from the Stallions. They show patience on the retakes, especially that first flawless one that they had over towards B, but the second time they retake, it is just quick rotations, initiative, and just trying to look for those advantages. And as soon as they forced a little bit of blood from the Spartans, they just bled them right out. They didn't wait at all to put some of those rounds away. So I'm loving the Stallions, the pacing that they're setting here against the Royal Spartans, and there's just no mercy in our first round here in Group A.
And you take a look just at everything that took place throughout that map, and I mean, it really was just a flip of the switch halfway through the search, and everything started to go the other way, started to tip the way of the Stallions. Just diffuse after diffuse, first blood after first blood, the adjustments just completely locked in. And again, a situation now where the Royal Spartans, if they want to make it out of this group, beating this squad feels like it's going to be pretty necessary, because you talk about, trying to get one over a Team Notorious. That could be a very, very difficult job to try to complete fully. And trying to now pull off a reverse sweep is going to be extremely crucial. But the Stallions, man, with the way that they're playing, doesn't feel like they're going to give you anything for free. That is for sure.
But it has to be a reverse sweep right now from the Royal Spartans. And this is a tough spot because we saw them last week playing the AMD Overclock, and they got reverse sweeped by Team War back in round one. This isn't a team that, was able to really clutch up in those big moments in the setup, at least for this Champs tournament. And that has me a little bit worried for the Spartans. They got to dig deep here, show some new phase, show some teeth going into it, and some real grit, because this is kind of your moment for the entire group. You lose here, you have to beat Team Notorious then. And that alone just sounds like an impossible task with the way that Notorious are playing.
That's what I was saying, man. It's going to be difficult to try to do it. Need to find a way to try to bring this one back. Gunzy, again, played really well through that very first initial map, putting up some big numbers, big sprees, but outplayed by the team. Outplayed by the four members sitting across for them. So, heck of a lot to try and regain from. And, again, trying to do it quickly, I think, is also going to be another critical part.
Well, it's going to be a long day of action, I'd say, in general for the Challengers, Austin. And there are so many games going on. Even at this moment, we have more games going on, too, just across it to kind of talk about. And, for this Group A heat, obviously, you're looking for Royal Spartans to make this potential reverse sweep against the Stallions. What a moment it would be to kick off Champs, by the way, if that does happen. But there's a lot of big stories going on.
Yes, a lot of big stories indeed. And we have a lot of other matches, of course, going on at the exact same time here, too. So Not sure if we have maybe a chance to look in any of those, but it looks like that is not going to be the case, unfortunately. But we are seeing at least there's a control going on between Orchid and Chaos, and that one is basically all tied up here 1-1. So, again, there is so many great games going on at the same time here, Colin, that we're trying to stay very dialed in on to see how some of these groups are going to shape up with only 2 qualification spots, of course, for each one.
Yeah, if all you guys want to keep up with all the challengers action, across the weekend or especially across the day while we're in groups and so many are going on, big shout out to AMD, for making sure that all of the action is covered for the games that are being played right now. And you could go to the YouTube COD Challengers. You can see that there's an Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta stream playing all 4 matches at the same time. So if you want to follow along with us as well, don't forget to show some love to the other channels too. This year, Alpha is going to be the main matchup for each heat that we do have on the day. And it is calling for some major, say, temperature changes when it comes to the Royal Spartans to see if they can heat up.
Very least, it's cool in the venue, so be able to make sure you're not getting through without getting the temp too high. We were cooling down yesterday when we were in the CDL arena. It was a great time, but players.
That's great is that the AC works.
AC works, baby. We do love that here in our Canadian summers. But we've been blessed so far this weekend, or I guess these last 2 days going into the weekend. But now I think players starting to get right back into the same mindset. Dial in on what's important, which of course is going to be a closeout here for the Stallions. You do not want to give this squad any breathing room, but on the opposite end, you want to try to close this one out here, get it done in control.
Yeah, this Hacienda control, this is definitely something that you're still being favored in. If your Stallions, back in the North American LCQ, it wasn't even just Neum that played well on this map mode combo. Hamza dropped a 1.57 against Team Ligers. And it just looked like pure dominance coming out from the Stallions. So going into this Hacienda control, surely you're feeling good to put this one away in a 3-0 sweep. But, we can talk about for Royal Spartans, how do you bring this one back? And it has to be better performances coming out from Cruz and Dak.
Well, let's see who's going to be able to kick it off with a hot hand here. Wiz looking for a bounce back. And he's going to wait patiently, and he will be able to find himself a fairly easy pickup, but good response is going to come through for a second follow-up from Wiz as he makes his way to the point. Only going to get a touch for a second. Dak now trying to play forward.
So I like this call from Dak. See if you can bleed out a couple more of these respawns before dedicating your team to a hill, but everybody off the spawn for the Royal Spartans other than that, and you're still fighting for top halls control. Good break of kills. A is going to warrant a touch onto A, but you're going to have some pressure through you coming out from Trakes.
Certainly will. And now it's about trying to figure out how to clear out some of the members that have been able to set up around the A point here from the Royal Spartans. Gunzy going to get caught slipping. Trakes comes from behind, able to grab himself a couple of big kills. Could play forward, play for some spawners, but decides to throw the stun, just play his life, and wait for the regen.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Especially you have 0 progress at A or B, and you have to win these fights going through top spirals. So at some point, you have to figure out where you're going to dedicate your bodies. A seems like the target, but they still don't have control for a couple of these. It's 3 players down, and the stack on A.
It does feel a little forced, like they just got to make something happen and stop the clock, but Glow Frosty lights up too. That is going to relieve the pressure on A and might force your hand to start looking towards B. Have to play for a touch now. You have, looks like just the 1 tick secured. No, not fully secured, so not even 1 tick, but they do jump back on A, still trying to force it to see if they can get something done, but they're losing members left, right, and center.
Yeah, they just constantly find themselves 3 down again as soon as they get to these objectives. 3 seconds left, nobody's going to be there to touch, and the Stallions continue to beat down the Spartans in our round 1 match for Group A. A defensive shutdown. Only 1 segment, Austin.
Yeah.
That was given. And you had moments there too when you see Dak pushing towards office. He's getting the kills, almost finds himself a double kill. You're winning your fights towards those top halls, but you kind of brought up, it just feels forced when you're getting to those objectives. You're trying to force yourself onto the OBJ, secure those zones as quick as possible. You're almost forgetting to pick up the flanks, pick up any rotation that Stallions are throwing for you. And it felt really easy for the Stallions to retake those zones, find angles, Spartans, they just gotta pick it up in these categories to figure out a way to break down the Stallions fast.
Sometimes that just takes a moment. Someone having a big pop-off moment, getting loud. We know this is a team that can certainly play off the hype, but already the Stallions moving as a unit as they just run through the left hallway right onto the B point. They got a stack going, and this is going to go very quickly, and it's going to be a needed response. But Glow Frosty finds both players on the flank, and now they can just look forward.
And you look at Hamza to light the way for this team. And so far, so good. The triple stack, it goes so fast. B-zone's captured. The Stallions are on top, and they are racing to the finish line. The rotation over towards A, it's not going to be immediate. I like this call from Stallions to just slay out a little bit, cause some distress over towards the Spartans, and see if you can bleed out some of these kills. It doesn't work. Spartans are going to be able to stabilize, but at the same time, there's so much work to do still.
Man, what a start. Early life lead, early zone, lots of time to play with here. Good response though, and that's going to be a couple of key kills to slow things down just a tad bit here from the Stallions. In your spawn and in your face is going to be Wiz, as he's able to put himself up to 3 in a row. Almost gets 4. Glow Frosty will deny the streak.
And they're starting to push that line of scrimmage up a little bit more on this defense, so I like that they're looking towards taking down the Stallions, but we've actually lost Gunzy. So call right now is going to be tough because we're mid-round. He's going to join back midway through, but it does give Stallions a little bit of a buffer to go touch this A-zone, and it's unfortunate it happens midway through the game.
Yeah, it is very, very unfortunate here because it was at a moment where it felt like the Spartans were maybe stabilizing a little bit, but A now slowly going over. And Wiz will clean up a couple of kills, does stop that second tick of progression, so still trying to hold on defensively will be the Royal Spartans.
It was panic mode for a second, but now you can breathe a little bit. Back in towards that line of scrimmage. You do have a flank as well from Dak, but it still seems like Gunzy is having some issues. He is just not moving right now, and that is a tough one right now for the Spartans.
It is, without question. I mean, regardless of how the Stallions opened up the round, to lose a player there, it's going to hurt you. So 40 seconds left on the clock. I mean, how things have been going hasn't been terrible here for the fact that Royal Spartans are now playing a man down, but this feels like a moment where you're going to use the man advantage and be able to potentially bring it in. 8 lives, excuse me, now playing up against 9.
It is still winnable for the second, but they're even going to start bleeding some of these lives out by Gunzy. So the triple stack over towards A. Does anybody get into touch? If they do, can they even get the kills? No. So Stallions are going to take that second round off of the offense, and it does come through the segments too. And I mean, it was midway through the round, so it is going to probably count towards the Stallions as well, up to 0 in this map. But that is one of, if not the most frustrating thing to have happen.
Yeah, because it came at this moment here where you started to actually get some kills in the back, right? And you were able to get forward. You were starting to find the spawners, so it is a weird situation. Not sure if Gunzy is good to go here again, but can definitely see the frustration here on the side of the Royal Spartans. So big question here, is Gunzy moving? Gunzy's moving, so it looks like they're playing it. 0-2 down, you have to reverse sweep the control, reverse sweep the series, so it doesn't get any worse from this point. That is the only good news. Royal Spartans can only go up from here.
It is the mental lock-in time right now to see how resilient these Spartans are. It's an offensive round too, so can you bring this one back with a full offensive win, all captures, and then a defensive shutdown without giving up a single one over towards the Stallions to maybe give yourself a defensive round 5.
Gunzy back into the mix. Able to put together one. Wiz pre-firing and get some great help there. So able to put together a couple kills here, but responded well by the Stallions. They were able to clear out the hallways, get some map control, keep them off the zone. And now it's 5 in a row here for Racem.
It's going to be a triple stack over towards B. It looks like they want to extend over towards the zone. Outer fences, trophies down, Cruz. Big fight versus Trakes. He backs right down, plays his life, and that's going to allow for this double stack to get this first progress in.
All right, a good moment here. Royal Spartans can start stacking up some critical ticks and see if they can maybe get that extra minute. It's been a long battle here between Trakes and Cruz on the point. Finally, some kills starting to drop, though. 3 players going to drop down. Great moment. Royal Spartans should be good for the lock of the extra minute. Minute 35 to start working towards A.
And I'd like to see Austin, this team, just kind of hit the brakes, try to bleed a little bit of these lives away from the Stallions, play some TDM, see if you can get them on the respawn, stack that A zone, and get things going on the offense.
Oh, Stallions, though, find some key exits. Going to slow things down on the offense here a tad bit. Flank going to come through here as well. See if you can maybe get behind some of the defenders. That's going to open up some space. Need to find a trade, and they do. Cruz is good for it, but not able to get it further forward. 17 lives now playing up against 16, minute 10 on the clock.
This is good for the Stallions, too. I mean, these back and forth trades are going to keep the Spartans off of the hill, which you're now looking at only a minute left to capture A. You want to get all 3 segments right now. That is what your target is for the Royal Spartans, to get to that round 5 defense on this offensive win. But at the end of the day, you have to win this offense or you're done with the series.
Absolutely you do. Can they pull off the impossible and try to extend this one more? Dak trying to clear corners, make sure they're not leaving anybody unaccounted for here. And he does check a good corner to get himself one. Drops down to you, wants to maybe get all the way to the back, but is denied. And the control has been completely on point so far for the Stallions. Now, 30 seconds left.
You just haven't been able to get a player towards office. You haven't been able to get into the patio either, and the kills just do not follow up. The Stallions are picking you apart. They've set themselves up for a 3-0, and they are ready to rip this round, rip this series right out from the Royal Spartans.
They want to get it done. Stallions looking to make a statement. Neum looking to make a statement against his old squad. He had to go through the LCQ, make his way to champs, and well, the kills just keep on coming. Glow Frosty lines up a few more. Sure, there's a touch, but it's only for a second. It's all Stallions here in the first matchup of the day.
They run away with it in Group A. A must-win series for both teams in terms of this group. You have Notorious looming over your head, so you look at these two to be competitive, but it wasn't. The Stallions out of the LCQ. You talk about a resurgence in the challenger scene for a lot of these players, some misfits from the B06 year. You come together and you grind with the major at the helm, coaching you right through to champs. And they look reborn now.
It's a great way to kick off the tournament, a great way to kick off this group. And it is that much more likely now that you're going to have a chance, of course, at those 2 qualification spots for Group A. Still have a tough opponent of Team Notorious that you're going to have to match up against here. That could determine a lot, but it is going to be a tough road from here on out for the Royal Spartans to try to get something done. And obviously some frustration on how they should have played, what they should have done. Doesn't help losing Gunsy and trying to refocus, of course, right back in, lock back in. That's never an easy task to do.
That's going to be a frustrating one for sure. And that is really going to change the whole way you look at this tournament if you're Royal Spartans, because you have to forget about this 3-0, move right into the next series that you have for the day. You're fighting for your life now with Notorious and Valor. Sitting and waiting in the wings on what's going to happen there for the series. But you assume, you know, with how everything's looking in your group that, you know, for Spartans, you got to go through Valor. If Notorious do beat them, and you go back into possibly a matchup versus the Stallions or versus Notorious to get your way back into that qualification spot. And your road becomes so difficult. And even just looking throughout this entire series, I mean, Gunsy played extremely well throughout that map number 1 rewind. He was popping off in terms of the slaying. And for the objective sense in that hard point, it was neck and neck right to the very end. So you're doing a good job on that rewind to play it competitive, but you're just a step behind when it comes down to just the potential that the Stallions do have in terms of the slaying that they were bringing in that hard point. The search and destroy, you're just not able to fully get an offensive win towards that B zone. You get retaked on twice flawlessly from the Stallions, and it was just a rough series just in general. And you look at this one as the first series of the day. Hopefully that you're able to warm up going into the next ones, because you are on elimination life now if you're the Royal Spartans.
You absolutely are. Have to find all the wins you possibly can here on out. And yeah, going to need, again, hit the big regain. Just try to hit a reprieve. Grab yourself some water because it's not going to be tough to bounce back. But again, you get to talk of the Stallions, maybe an LCQ squad, being able to push through, going to bracket play. They do look great, man. I think they look great through every single game mode. Again, showed us some resilience as well in the S&D after going down 3-1, making some great adjustments, showing us their retakes were completely on point when it comes to protocol search and destroy, something that other teams are going to have to potentially look out for. But that's what you do love to see here from one of those squads.
And that was the biggest worry that we had for this team, was the search and destroy. I mean, even when we were watching them versus Team Ligers, you lose both of the Search and Destroys in that qualification match for champs, and it wasn't really close. So obviously you look at this team who's been making those adjustments going in towards champs this weekend, and it's working out perfectly. I mean, the protocol looks good. Still, I think we need some more sample size when we're looking at different maps, but I'm sure for a lot of the community who's excited to see the Stallions play here in Group A, they're going to be happy to see them 3-0 sweep their way into a potential qualification spot for playoffs.
Well, that's our first match done and dusted. Looking good for the Stallions here in Group A. We will take a short break, and we'll continue the action right after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Challenger Finals, where the action, of course, is going to continue. A lot of 3-0s to kick off some of our opening matchups, but now we're jumping into some of our second matchups. Taking you through the action here for our second match is myself, Visions, alongside Proper. How's it going, brother?
This feels good to be back, man. I mean, back in Canada for yet another year, over in Ontario this time around. Toronto Ultra always end up showing out as far as Challengers is concerned. We're very, very thankful for all that because the competition has been absolutely electric, and although the A and the B matchups may have ended in a 3-0, I have a distinct feeling here between the C and the D groups, going to be a lot closer.
I like that. And speaking of, let's take a look at the groups to see what we have currently lined up for as far as matchups, as well as what we've seen with the results. So Group A, we did just see the Stallions take their 1-0 game. That was in 3-0 fashion, very, very dominant. We take a look at Team Notorious as well. They come out 1-0. That's kind of what we were maybe expecting, somewhat outside of a potential flip-flop, but maybe a closer matchup here between the Royal Spartans and the Stallions. But overall, now we're starting to see those round 2s starting to take place.
Yeah, that's right. Again, keep in mind, everything was a 3-0. Things weren't exactly uber competitive. I believe that I saw somewhere near south of about like a 50, 60-point club for Team Notorious in their opening map 1 versus Valor Esports. A little bit of pushback, I would say, in the Search and Destroy coming out from that P7 Black versus 5 Fears, but nothing out of the ordinary per se. But yeah, that Group C versus Group D, that's where things are going to get a little bit more silly. Again, Group A, as far as the group as death is concerned, you saw with Stallions and the Royal Spartans and how that developed, but
right.
OMIT, Team War, you never know what you're going to expect with Decimate and MindFreak from the camps that they were able to have. You got 2 more P7 teams that are chomping at the bits in Group C. It's truly anybody's game to be able to make it to that championship bracket.
Yeah, man, I'm excited for that group because that one feels like it's going to be up in the air for as far as what we're going to get here. So
right.
Maybe a chance to look in on some of that depending on how the action goes here for Group D. So OMIT going up against MindFreak. That is the match that we're going to be jumping into next here in Group D. This is going to be an interesting one because, again, it feels like Team War, OMIT probably going to be the favorites, but this is now a interesting kind of year here for MindFreak because typically we talk about this APAC team as a squad that can, maybe they could pull off an upset. We'll see what they're going to be able to do. But there's been a lot of hype around Zach and his performance that he was able to bring coming into DreamHack. Now I'm excited to see how he's going to line up with these 3 other players here going up against one of NA's best.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an insane story if you think about it for MindFreak, right? Every single year that we cast Challengers Finals, we always talk about how long of a distance they have to travel. I think that the shortest distance they've ever had is probably at the Thomas & Mack Center a few years back for MW2 champs, but
sure.
Still they flew in the day prior, and what scrimmages you have while you're jet lag going in towards that group stage, it wasn't exactly the true showing that we know we can get from what is now the old guard of the APAC region, right? I mean, you go, you look throughout the entirety of all of this, right? I mean, you actually have Fida, not Manny, for this roster of MindFreak, and Fida's the longtime duo of Pret, playing with him back in Cold War Challengers for APAC before he got pulled all the way up for the what was known as the Seattle Surge at the time. Setsi has been around for such a long time, played a lot with Limax as well as Crimza. Limax wish he was here, but he's thriving in Warzone, and Crimza's always been one of the straighter shots that we have as far as APAC is concerned. But Zach, yeah, he's the new gun. We saw what he was able to produce, to your credit there, for the FC Stallions going back towards DreamHack. I mean, talk about a chance of a lifetime just to be able to represent that entire team where we see what that backing does mean. But now he's playing with his boys again. We get the MindFreak roster in full force, and the entirety of this, the moral of the story, they've been here for a week, playing against some of the best competitions. We saw in the 10K just last weekend.
Yep.
They've only been getting better.
That's right. Getting just the extra reps in, I feel like, is going to help build your confidence up here. And setting the tone going into this very first match is going to be everything to see if you can at least be competitive. So let's take a look at the map sets that we do have here for you, of course, because, again, OMIT, a team that you are going to have to come out strong on. And it's going to be a mixy one here, Andy. We're going to be jumping into a Skyline here to kick things off. We'll move over to a Protocol Search and Destroy, double dose of Vault for control and hardpoint, and then, if need be, the end will be a Hacienda Search and Destroy.
Does an absolute bang out of like a map set. An absolute bang out guaranteed for the first 3, especially with Skyline. We know what that always brings to the table. You want to talk about like just like a big old, tis the season, I guess, with Van's Warped Tour being back and towards the mix as well. But like you get like the wall of death of with P3 comes around for Skyline, should be an absolute banger. Protocol Search and Destroy, we've been able to see what those individual gunfights do mean for the bomb being planted down low. We've been seeing for the CDL, at least in day 1, being a lot more meticulous, a lot more first bloods coming across over by that B lane. So I'm interested interested to see, especially with these two teams, what they're able to bring to the table. And then the ball control. I mean, you cannot ask for more of a square up than anything. I mean, if you win those opening first few bloods, chances are you're probably going to be able to convert on towards a zone. But spawn traps galore in this game are absolutely bountiful, but it's an uphill battle coming through for MindFreak. They are going up against the #1 team overall at this tournament, and maybe not just because of seeding, but just the overall target, the value that you do get with the OMIT moniker, right? They are the #1 team from DreamHack. They are the only team here in the Challengers Pit that auto-qualifies for EWC because of such a championship feat. And they have two of the most recent CDL dropouts on this roster as well. So everybody wants to beat this team, especially the Hungary APAC players.
You would love to do it. It would be incredible. And I think over the years, we've always seen this APAC team come out here fighting, looking to try to do something special here for us. And we've always just been waiting to see when it's going to be. What year is it going to be? So this is really going to be the big question for us. And again, with the hype of Zach and just all of the help that he was able to get, talking with some of the pros, you know, going on the flank, whatever it might be, what will translate now going into this matchup, trying to teach your teammates the best you possibly can, get them prepped, get the extra practice, everything. Is it going to be enough to try to upset a potential huge juggernaut here in this Group D squad? So we'll have to see what's going to end up taking place here for us. But while we're waiting for that match to be set up, we currently have another banger that's going on here. Both P7 teams, Andy, they're going head-to-head here for their first matchup.
Yeah, it should be a very fun time. Again, when it comes down to P7 Red, P7 White, you got P7 Black in towards the mix. All three of these rosters are at the pinnacle as far as European Call of Duty is concerned, but a little bit more of a namesake, at least on one side of the screen for P7 White. You look at Denze, he's been a Land Reaper over the years, loves a good boot camp, not to mention what Steve Vortex has been able to produce through his very illustrious career. Quite the start out of the P7 White team.
Yeah, up by quite a bit here to kick off the Hacienda Hardpoint. Looking for a response from P7 Red, and you're going to get a couple of nice kills coming through for the subs. So able to keep everything clear for the most part through the outside of the Hardpoint, and now trying to fight for what would be some critical P1 time. And you could still very much end it here or on the next one if you're P7 White.
We'll have to see what they're able to do. Again, as far as P1 is concerned, you feel like at this late stage, you just got to try to generate as much time as possible if you are P7 Red. Lampy 21 and 19 previously will get gunned inside the time because it's fish in a barrel type mentality. For P7 White, they know that Red has to contest all of this time, and it should just be ending in a few moments' time. Speaking of that, Austin, because they already hold the rotation anew.
Yeah, they're looking pretty solid for it. Twisted would have to get something done here in the forward position. Found some timing, is able to eliminate Denza, so gives himself a chance here from the side door. And I think that also means that we are probably good to go with our opening match as we switch over here. You can take a look at all the players on main stage that will be playing here very, very shortly. Again, should be able to get maybe just a conclusion of that one with I think just 11 seconds needed for P7 White to close that one out. So seeing if they're going to be able to come through, and again, it's just a funny matchup here for P7, both fighting, you know, in the same group, looking to try to make their way out of it.
Yeah, sure. And as again, that is happening off screen. Of course, that is going to be on the Bravo stream. So make sure you have multiple tabs because we have multiple competitions that are happening throughout the entirety of the weekend. Again, that is the Bravo stream, P7 White versus P7 Red. Up on Charlie, we got OMIT Brooklyn versus the Unity Visual. And then on Delta, I know big ol' Kev wished that he was here, but Team War going up against Decimate. That is the newly acquired Decimate roster. That is the French team that is coming in off of the LCQ. But as you were saying there, we're just getting prepared. Jam's up there. Just make sure everybody's got all their bells and whistles all prepared. The maps and modes all basically ready to go for us in between, which should be a good one. Again, maybe not by points alone. NA is #1, but by modicum, I suppose, versus Apex #1.
Yeah, and P7 White did actually just finish that Hacienda Hardpoint off. So they do strike first, and that is probably the team that we are looking at for as far as a squad that could make it out. But could definitely see Red bounce back, and the 2-3-5s have it in them. And like you said, coming into this one here, Andy, just everyone getting prepped, everyone looking to try to lock in for this matchup. And I think everything just really kind of starts with this very first map. Again, just trying to keep it close.
I like that.
I think that is going to be the difference maker because we've actually seen in the past, Zach talked about this when we were talking to him last week. He's like, listen, in the past, we've actually started off hot, and we've actually been able to come through in that first map, and then it slowly slips away. So whether or not that's their opponents underestimating them or them being able to just get the hot hand, get that flow, find the momentum, those are the type of things you're going to need to do if we are going to talk about this upset upset story here against OMIT.
Now I'll go reveal some of the cards in my deck underneath my sleeve. But yeah, absolutely. Because of that best of 5 map set, you want to get that guy involved. You can see him closest to your screen right here. That's Zach. That's the young APAC phenom that we've come to put a lot of focus on as far as he is concerned. Again, what he's been able to produce not only in his region, but also on the international stage, even under so little practice, even with some of the issues he was having over at DreamHack, just was able to fight through it all and still drop a massive amount of numbers. So as we're slow rolling through in towards what is about to be a fantastic map number 1, I think that is the keys to success, if you will, for this MindFreak roster, is try to get Zach involved by any means necessary, whatever that may be, right? I mean, Fida, longtime SMG duo of Pred, he knows how to set up his SMGs for success. Crimza, he loves to be able to hold his iron. So I think that the team, as far as on the paper is concerned, very, very good. It's just about executing it versus a team of OMIT GG with Reese on a sub and Craze. They're going to start running you down.
That's the thing about that team is they are so good up close, and when you get some of these smaller maps like Skyline, for example, in the mix,
dude,
they could just start running rampant. You lose track of them. It feels like they're popping 2 or 3 pieces. They're getting multi-kills. And when that's happening, you are just constantly on the back foot, and you're having to just respond. And it is so difficult to ever play ahead, it feels like, versus a team like this when they can get into that kind of a mindset.
Right. Well, think about it even from, the scope out perspective, right? I mean, the Carolina Royal Ravens, Vivid was running mostly in AR the entire time. He was at AR Flex to Slasher's main. You come in towards this, Mac is almost the same boat. He's been in AR Flex, SMG Flex, a Swiss Army knife for whatever team he's been on, and now you have them both on the same exact team. So triple SMG, sometimes quad for this team, is very good. So if you're looking at it from the OMIT GG's perspective against MindFreak, this is a very good best of 5 map set for them, no matter who they are facing up against, because of the versatility that they do have within their camp.
Absolutely. That is a massive point to talk about. Having just that entire year as well, swapping back, looking this good at DreamHack, plays a massive difference. Not sure if we have a chance to take a look at that map number 2 with P7 Red and P7 White while we're still kind of getting through some of the main stage issues here between both of these squads, but I know that one has kicked off on the S&D, so that will be an exciting one. And looks like we do have the chance here, so we'll be jumping into Dealership for the map number 2, and again, it was P7 White that did strike first.
A lot of space being given up here over by the A-bomb side, but I guess whatever works, you're still able to find the first blood from Nile overextending, and again, no trophy systems as far as the early get-go is concerned, but the lay of the land trying to reintroduce themselves, but trades galore. P7 White now have the advantage.
Clean shots from Vortex. Able to find himself a great pickup and a lot of control over the site, as you say. Again, Vortex able to get the regen and basically do the exact same thing. So 1v3 now for Kez. Has a lot of information, but too many targets to shoot at, and he will fall quite quickly.
Yeah, so big first round coming through. Again, that first blood was unorthodox, but even down in numbers may not even matter. It's Dealership at the end of the day. You just don't want to be the first team there, which is surprising for the offensive team how I guess gung-ho they were just to try to be there. We saw what happened yesterday in the CDL. You get some good team nades going over top of that bomb site. A couple of the cars will absolutely explode. So very easy time for the first blood. That round was so fast, don't think that trophy systems would have been accrued. Not a whole lot to learn off of these two, but now it will be P7 White's attempt at offense. Will P7 Red overextend on this side of the bomb?
Vortex with 3 in the first round. Want to shut him down early. And again, P7 Red. Definitely seen a lot of favor in the S&D throughout the year. Stun's going to be traded out. Cobra going to start to cook the nade and basically just going to exchange nades back and forth. But that's a great connection, and Vortex is able to find the first blood.
Now you got a lot of space, and they're just going to completely leave it. As Denzo was clearing all over by A. Something spooked him, though. He backed all the way up towards the refuge of his teammates, and they're just going to take this as a 4v2. They know with their numbers they can win this round.
Wow, look how fast they are. Lampy's just not expecting that gunfight whatsoever, so he falls, and now Nile in a very difficult spot, of course. 1v4 over the top, trying to finesse. Not going to happen.
All right. P7 White starting off really strong. P7 Red overextend on the opening offensive round, but this time P7 White, they get a little bit of a bait and switch. They get some nades over the top, generate some more time, make sure that the trophy systems could have been accrued, but when you get the first blood plus the extra soon afterwards on the other side of the bomb, you just wrap back over towards Denza's incursion of clearing all of that bomb site. Pretty easy peasy lemon mix squeezy, if you ask me, out of P7 White, but P7 Red, now with all these trophy systems becoming online, might be able to fight back. Again, that's over on the Bravo stream, so you want to make sure that you get all all the tabs up because we got so many games happening here in Ontario, Canada for Challengers Finals. But our mainstream is ready to get underway. Let's get it on. MindFreak, #1 APAC team going up against OMIT.
Oh, and OMIT already striking hot as they're going to find 4 down right away. So welcome to North America here, MindFreak, as they are now going to be battling here out of their spawn, trying to also maintain some of those P2 spawns. Not going to work out here successfully off the bat, and already OMIT starting to rack up some P1 time.
And Vivid with an AR in his hand, too. I mean, this is not the orthodox bang out that we were almost expecting between these two teams, but it's working out quite wonderfully, at least so far. Spawns over towards the left side of the minimap, not necessarily being guarded by OMIT. You can see that Zach is toying with the idea, maybe pushing over by Kitchen, thinks twice of it, doesn't want to give up all the time, but gotta start thinking of these spawns over towards New Boys.
Vivid's already 5-0. Working to streaks, finally gets shut down, so a pretty critical kill. Setsi, though, not going to be prepared for the second one, and again, the OMIT feed just going to light up blue here for us, so a solid amount of time off of P1 and already looking beautiful in the transition to P2.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, so you can get backed up by a 6 spree coming through from Vivid, right? Getting very, very close now, up to 7 in a row. Player number 7 on the screen, looking for number 4, maybe to try to get some very early streaks, and the Hellstorm missile, I think, would be very close to being earned by now, as Vivid is 8-0, and the spawn still being guarded towards the back. This is untapped time. MindFreak gotta break this hill.
Love to see this so far. Already 30 seconds locked in here for OMIT. Zach trying to make something happen, but not going to be able to find more than one. Mac just beats down another, and it feels like it goes from bad to worse, and all of a sudden you start talking about the next rotation as this very well looks like a full 60 going over to OMIT.
This is going to start getting away from you very, very fast. MindFreak got to get their heels in towards the sand. A little bit of an overextension. Zach's trying to play for exits, but they have so much focus over towards the south side of the map, they're not really covering any part of their north. So Vivid's finding a little bit of an opportunity to get a little bit further forward through top bedroom. He might be able to find a certain angle, and Craze just waiting for the moment inside of Gym. This hill was broken before it even popped.
Oh, the patience just feels so good from OMIT, understanding where the gunfights are going to come, and they just wait and line them up. Looking for the entry. Not going to happen. Mac on just a little bit of HP. Comes together with a second. Make it a third. Mac now up to 8 in a row. And OMIT are just keeping them at 4 points going into this P3 hill.
4 and 10 out of Setsi. Dead even out of Zach. Gotta get some productivity coming out from these boys. Again, they were roaring as far as the opening scrims are concerned before getting up towards the main stage, and OMIT are just humming. 20-5 between Mac and Vivid, and we are just now getting towards the tail end of our first set of hills. Something's got to give. 2 for 2 goes to the trade as far as the kill feed is concerned. This time going gray isn't impeccable, but at least it's not going over towards OMIT. MindFreak are struggling just to keep their feet underneath them, but finally we'll have the spawns towards New. Trying to get more space in towards the front is Zach, but cannot afford to overextend.
No, definitely cannot. And a moment to try to lock down the back here and a chance to maybe get some time. But are you going to be able to even defend that first attempt on the break here from OMIT? Mamba from the side looking to try to pick off some of the players that are going to be lingering in the back, trying to hold the spawns. But now the entry's starting to look a little bit better. OMIT opened up with 2, and now they're getting closer to the hill looking for the break.
Full 60 here brings them within 30. Back spawn's going to be under threat, and it's a nice little angle of attack and timing to work out. The kills just flood all the way through, and now OMIT are in towards the back with 30 seconds left to fight for. Fight is the only one to find one within the kill feed, and again, MindFreak from the outside looking in. OMIT about to be eclipsing 120 points.
Yeah, this is just a massive lead, and again, if you just do not come out in this first map, try to shut down this squad, OMIT are just going to completely roll you. The sprees have just been out of control. Setsi going to give it a go, but it's just scrap time that you're fighting for, and now it's about trying to lock down some of the middle of the map here. Crimson, you can already see him trying to do a good job, but the bait and switch completely on point. OMIT still building up some more sprees as 2 more players hit 5 in a row.
I think that's what's most impressive for this OMIT team is, like, even with the score line of being 120 over their adversaries, they're still exemplifying their fundamentals. Vivid's up towards another 5 spree. He might, very much so, might lap his entire Hellstorm. Mamba's going to be joining him here sometime soon. The pistol shots won't get the better of Fida as he's able to take down both players on a spree. So small wins coming through from MindFreak going in towards the second set, and they are just reeling continuously. They got the P2 spawns, but this is not time you can give away freely.
Fida fighting for his life just to get an angle here to go for a reach out. The stuns, the nades, all bombarding him up top here. So we'll end up dropping. Zach finds a good play, and we'll be able to flank, but can't line up 2. So looking at P2 spawns and seeing what team's going to be able to lock them in. If it's going to be any chance of MindFreak starting to get some points on the board, they're going to need to fight for this in the back. Done.
We'll have to see if he's going to be able to do so. I mean, he's just holding on for dear life towards the back. It should anchor out the spawns, and assistance will be here. Just one more player. Red Dot gives it away. Craze will still go 1 for 1 in the incursion. I'm sorry, Mamba will, but it's a good look now for MindFreak. I mean, you're trailing by 120 points. You got the back spawns, but we got to hold the angles. These OMIT players keep getting by.
Oh, man, do we ever. Vivid looking to be a nuisance in the back. Great help from Mac again. The teamwork just shining through. Looking over the top here will be Crimza, trying to make sure they maintain some kind of control of the point, but all of it going neutral here for the time being. Crimza getting another good look at one, and again, doing a good job of just stopping anyone from being able to at least get to the hard point, but you still need time here. I think that's the critical part here if you're MindFreak.
It's kind of step one in the multi-step process of making the comeback happen. At least they diminished the lead to 110 points. Still 20 left here on P2 before they got to brute force their way away for the kitchen hard point. But being on this side of the map isn't a bad thing. They already found a kill over by the hot tub. Setsi finds 2 now, so you can get inside of bottom bed if you are a fighter. That's a lot of space forward, and they flip the spawns to boot. So that's split now for a moment. Can MindFreak dissect it?
All right, MindFreak, we're heating up there on the rotation, but immediately all drop as soon as the hill pops. So OMIT back in the driver's seat, back in control. Crazy over the top, getting a good read on the spawns, but Zach's able to find an entry. The trades, though, just not following. Zach, the only one up. 4 go down. OMIT back on the time.
Yeah. It's not a good look. Again, that transition, that small little spark is just not enough to emit a full-on flame. But OMIT, though, they've been hot since walking in the front doors yesterday. Mamba playing the head glitch over by the kitchen, up on a 4 spree, looking to lap himself yet again, getting incredibly close towards another Hellstorm, one of which Vivid still has in his back pocket.
Over 200 points looks to be the situation here now for OMIT. Very close to closing this one out, going into the next hill. Another killing spree will pop up at the top here. This one for Mamba, as he's responsible for getting the remaining 10 seconds. MindFreak all in rotation, need to win some battles in the back. They do a good job of finding the first, but Setsi doesn't want to stick around for the secondary challenge. Good help up top, does find Mac. Fighter's also been able to come through, so the spawns look to be good. Now it's about trying to sit in the time and hold it.
You're watching the very long cross if you are Zach. I wonder what his weapon is even looking like. Could be a 3AR setup now for MindFreak, which isn't going to be great as soon as Zach tries to cut all the way back to get involved. OMIT are waiting for the time to strike on in. I think that the Hellstorm missile from Vivid's going to get called in. That's the time for them to strike. They have the information, but Setsi's on a 6 spree. He would love a Hellstorm to match. Spawns in towards the back still for MindFreak.
Yeah, best moment so far here for MindFreak. Setsi to the pistol. Almost able to find another one for kill number 7, but still OMIT able to bully their way through the front. Crimson gets a good read on the player that's going to be playing around P1, so you have a chance here with numbers, but the spawn's in the back for OMIT, so going to have to still cut through quite a few members, and you need every single second you could possibly get if you're MindFreak.
Yeah, you sure can. I mean, they break back in for 14 seconds. They'll break the 100-point club at the very least, but still the uphill battle becomes extraneous. You have to break all the way past inside of P1, flip the spawns for P2, and somehow hold for P3. Being down by this deficit going in towards the third set, Austin, is not a good look.
No, it is not. One final attempt for MindFreak to try to do something special here, but P1 has actually been pretty well controlled from OMIT throughout the majority of this map, so you're going to be feeling pretty good about it. Shots over the top, very crisp here for Vivid. Crimza just trying to look for an angle down onto the P1 hill. He's not going to find a whole lot. Fighter quickly traded out. Another 10 seconds or so, and that will secure the win for OMIT in map number 1.
Yeah, nice text coming through from Craze. Unearths people top gym. You got people laying on staircases just waiting for the challenges. It is picture perfect. The spawns being read, 8 seconds required.
OMIT showing us why they are the #1 seed out of North America, why they have already qualified for EWC, and they come out swinging in map number 1. First MindFreak.
Yeah, no, big pump up event coming through for this team of OMIT. I mean, you come through, you face this APAC team, not really fully expecting what to get out of them, and truly, and candidly speaking, I had no idea either. But still, it's one of those things that we kept on talking about. They went up so big early that they were still able to showcase a tremendous amount of fundamentals. And throughout all the sprees, throughout the Hellstorm missile that was earned by Vivid way back in the first set, was still holding on to it until the moment that they knew that they needed it just to fully break inside of that one hard point was actually very, very tippable for the side of OMIT GG. So no surprises here. They will take a 1-0 lead up, but the real question is what will the rest of the series develop for us? Because MindFreak were starting to heat up towards the end. It almost felt like maybe some early jitters coming through from them. This will be a highlight reel of the majority of OMIT until MindFreak get close to about 50 points.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just one-sided. I mean, it was the early sprees more than anything. Like, Vivid starts off 8-0. Mac also has a similar spree, and that's a lot of what this replay package is going to consist of. It's really just going to be a lot of those sprees coming into play, and MindFreak obviously dig themselves into a bit of an early hole. But, you know, the teamwork here in a lot of these moments, as you had pointed out during the game, right, is despite being up by 120 points or so, they're still showing us the fundamentals, which is exactly what you want to see from a team that we rate very highly.
Well, it's especially a team that has two former CDL pros on there, one that is being extremely looked at of Craze, who's been up on that main stage a handful of times just last year for champs, keep in mind you. But yeah, I mean, you'll look back at this entire line graph. It was a lead at the start. It was a lead all the way at the end, but a nice little spree coming there at the end for MindFreak to at least combat and back towards what we got out from OMIT GG. But yeah, the fundamentals, all the comms I can only imagine are absolutely on point. They have a great coaching staff behind them too, just making sure that the boys are well prepped for this event.
Absolutely the case here. So, good start here for the OMIT squad, as well as the OMIT fans that are rooting here for them at home, as they now have a chance to go into this search and destroy and try to pull ahead in 2-0 fashion. And you are now going to have to hit the hard reset. But if you're ever going to give a team a chance versus, you know, one of your top dogs, one of your juggernaut teams here at Champs, you do tend to lean towards the search and destroys, where you can maybe do some wacky things. You can maybe surprise them, see if you might have a chance at being able to beat them. The map, of course, will be a protocol search and destroy here, but we'll be quickly loading into it, so have to hit the quick regain as well here if you're MindFreak.
Yeah, not a whole lot of unknown sequences that can happen here on protocol. A lot of the wallbang spots were actually patched in a lot of the different patches that we had over the past several months now. So I think that this one's going to be a really tough shake. What diversity could you possibly throw towards the side of OMIT that they haven't already seen? Like I was saying, some different breakoffs have been developing since the early get-go of the entirety of Protocol Search and Destroy. A lot of focus over towards nade spots, towards that B lane. So we'll have to see what MindFreak can develop for us, as they will be on defense first.
All right, looking for the response. And now already first blood here from Mamba, able to take out one of the ARs. Crimson no longer in the picture here, and Mac is just flying, no respect, takes out Zach. 4v2 we go.
Yeah, sorry, on offense first, and you would almost suspect otherwise, given that MindFreak have pushed all the way almost into the spawn of OMIT. They lost 2 players along the way. Mamba's all the way back over by the tree, and they had to somehow break out from trips and maybe try to plant the bomb over by B, but there's so many angles being watched.
Fight it. Just going to drop the bomb. Not going to do a whole lot of checking, and you're going to lose Setsi. So Fight It will go down as soon as the bomb gets planted, and an easy first round comes through for OMIT.
Yeah. Hey, Zach Kremzo was just getting caught on transition, trying to get really, really aggressive. They lost one along the way, just trying to brute force their way down through the tunnel side. And it's just an easy wrap coming through from OMIT. You know, they show a lot of focus over towards the opening lanes, no focus down low, but those sound cues that you get down bottom screens are very apparent, not to mention how it is an absolute sound shoot coming up towards that spiral staircase. Very easy read for OMIT in the early rounds. It's what you're able to develop. Later on Protocol is what we're mostly going to be looking at, but it's OMIT's turn for an offense. Might see something pretty cool. No trophy systems yet.
It's a fair point. Set nades have been pretty impactful, even in that very first match that we watched in the Protocol Search and Destroy there with the Stallions. And now we'll see what's going to be in the cards here for what could be another big opener or early spot onto Zach, who runs out and quickly runs back. But Setsi wants to try to take some space away. He's punished for the play. Mamba up to 3-0.
Yeah, you just can't expect to try to take that space that quickly, not without any clearance. Maybe someone top of the zip, and you can see what that means now. Mamba finds the first blood, plus is able to find a second. He's up to 4 in a row now. Craze is inside of trips, past lockers. Zach left alive in a 1v4, and he's just going to get hard red coming out from the spawn. That was gross coming through from OMIT, but it was kind of served up on a silver platter, right? I mean,
Agreed.
The opening rip, no nades were found. I think that Setsi's nade came up short over by the courtyard, and because of that, he didn't know that there was going to be a player over there. From there, Craze was already dropped down inside of screens instead of laying the rock. Mamba found the first blood, so they pivot off the play, and they just completely overtake all of top trips, and that just meant that you had nowhere to go for MindFreak. So brilliant deduction coming through from OMIT, all off of that first blood. But what have you learned now from MindFreak? Perhaps we don't sprint through bottom mid. That'd be the only lesson so far.
Feels that way. And watch for Max middle map push, where he just runs to your spawn 15 seconds in the round. This time, maybe it's going to be Craze. Cuts through mid, Mac alongside him. And, well, they're breaking glass. They're certainly letting them know that they are here. Will the flank be watched as the bomb's going down, and we are still going to be in a 4v4 post plan.
That damage down low with the nades was gross. Crimson still finds that first blood, 4v3.
3v2 we go. MindFreak, man advantage, chance to finally get themselves on the board. Patience coming through, though, for OMIT. Working through the outside of Big Door. Mamba able to get one. Setsi gets the response. Vivid, though, almost for a big 1v2. MindFreak, though, will shut it down and say no.
Yeah, Setsi's been having a really good search and destroy so far. I mean, in the 2v4 situation, put himself in a really good position to maybe try to clutch things up. This time around was the actual cause of the round being over. He almost died. And there was a lot of overextension off of the bomb being planted, and Crims is still finding that first blood that came through from MindFreak. Instead of just turtling up and waiting for the nades to be coming through, they had a trophy system to keep themselves safe. There's no reason to overextend, so almost got away from them. You don't want to give away isolated 1v1s, especially when Vivid, Mac, and Craze are especially alive on the map. No full sprinting, knowing that Mamba's probably going to be watching a long angle, but you took him off that spree, and you put yourself on the board.
Setzi's certainly been one of the clear standouts after that map number 1 spree, and a solid start to the map number 2. Zach caught on the cross, tries to turn back, punished. 3v3 though. Trades were coming through. Now you're going to lose one of your key players. Setsi taken out of this round as well. So man advantage for OMIT as they start making their way to B, and they're going to drop the rock.
Yeah, they took down Setsi. They know that there's no tree control now, so the map's going to be flipped 2v3. You got one all the way in an islands. Mombi's going to wrap back towards Grandma, see if he can catch 2 of these players in towards the back.
Easy pickup. Mamba just lets the play unfold in front of him. Fighter realizing that he's going to have to maybe play for the isolation in the back. Good snap, but tough gunfight to be sure. Mac's got someone looking over him as well, and well, Mac might not need the help.
Well played.
But does manage to still get it. Time becoming a problem now for Fighter.
He gets good timing on the second, runs out of bullets. That's going to take about 3 seconds. Can he isolate where Vivid's located? He's inside the chopper. I think he saw the nameplate.
Oh, he might have. But does he have the time to get the kill?
No
get
way.
the bomb? No, I don't think he does. And Vivid doesn't lose the battle. OMIT get a little dicey there, but in the end, they still hold on and make sure no 1v3 does come through.
Yeah, Mama's sitting there cheesing. Just now, he's like, I can't believe you just re-wrapped for the kill over by Pete, over by the courtyard. That's crazy. But yeah, Vivid, I mean, yeah, the time, even you saw right there the hesitation. Like, he didn't have time. Like, even if Vivid dies right there, it's just, yeah, the shoulder being thrown, confirmation. It would have taken, I want to say, about 15 seconds for that entire play to develop. I don't know. That's a Maven stat, but we outside. Back up towards a 2-round lead for OMIT. 7-2 for Mambo. He's having himself a great game so far. And MindFreak are really, really gung-ho about sprinting through the middle of the map. On offense, again, will they drop back down for another assault over by the A-bomb? OMIT are aware of it this time.
Zach's been cut down on a lot of these opening plays. We'll see if he decides to slow down and actually get involved in it. But Setsi, first one to drop. Mac, already pressure alongside his teammate as they just continue to sprint to the lighthouse. Looking for some info over the top. Fighter's going to drop, and that's also your bomb carrier.
How do you just try to get out of there? And the answer is you just die and you go into the next round. That's the only way you try to get out of there. Zach gets himself on the board, finally gets a kill in towards this map. A very uncharacteristic game so far out of the young Phenom, but so much to do. Mostly starts by recovering the bomb and maybe getting it laid, but that zipline caused a lot of distress.
Oh.
Gets the snap on towards Craze, but can't get the proper amount of bullets, so OMIT will win that round again. Again, privy towards the push that has been kind of faltering them for the bomb being planted over by A, especially in the previous round, the one that MindFreak were able to win. What the biggest difference is, just put 2 players to watch over by that courtyard drop, get some timings of the Suns and the Nades to deny that quick plan, and then you just swarm on top of them. Top trips control, a wonderful thing.
Yeah, they just find so many kills before Zach's play can actually develop.
Correct.
He's in a great spot. Just everyone drops around him. So, unfortunate round once again here for MindFreak. 4-1 now for OMIT. Couple rounds away from putting it away. And back on the attack they will go. So need a response here if you're MindFreak. Have to find a way to defend, shut it down. We've seen a lot of successful plays here with this bomb. Now it's all about this big door push that comes through. And Mac, well, he comes alive, able to get some help. And, well, that round's as quick as they come. OMIT with another one on the board as the smiles come out from the players.
I think they're starting to understand that they might be able to outgun them. And it's been a testament, it's been a strategy as old as COD 4 competitive, that if I can just gun you, I will run at you. And you had already highlighted protocol as far as Mac on the map is concerned. He will run down mid every single time until you tell him via nades that you are not going to be okay to do that. Mambo's going to watch the same angles over and over again. These boys are humming. They're having a good time that you cannot tell by Reese's face.
Locked in, ready to go. Mac gets on 4 in a row. Mamba up to 8-2. Nades over the top on what could be the last round here on Protocol Search and Destroy. And Mac, again, he's done this just about every single round. Finally, Crims is able to find him in the top window. We'll take him out. So 4v3, make it a 3v3. as trades do tend to go back and forth here. MindFreak trying to do what they can, but as soon as they find one, they're quickly traded all down to Crimson. And what would need to be a 1v2, not going to happen. OMIT just chow out, no problem, as they take a swift victory here in Map 2.
Yeah, tough scenes coming through from MindFreak again. I mean, you only get that one round, and it was from an offense where they just full-on sprint through the bottom of the map. OMIT became privy of that, and they said, hey, you want to sprint at us? That's cool. We will do the same, and we will sprint back at you. And turns out they just do it a little bit better. So down 0-2 from the team down under, and it's not going to be any easier going forward. Again, the crazy performance coming through from Mamba. He had 10 kills towards his name, and Zach had an uncharacteristic performance. He only found that one kill we saw with the dive inside of lockers, and yeah, tough scenes coming through from APAC. I mean, this isn't the lose and you're out of the entire tournament, but you would love to play the #1 team going to EWC a little bit closer.
You definitely would. Give yourself some confidence going into a Map 3, but at the moment, it has just been very one-sided. But again, what we had basically expected. This is not going to be an easy team to beat, as you already presented. You know, two players, excuse me, here on OMIT that were previously in the CDL for the majority of the year, coming down the challengers and going rampant here for the most part over the last couple months. But you take a look at all the first bloods that took place, and again, I mean, that is going to typically play into the results of your win, as OMIT was just running at you, finding first bloods, trading out, and doing what they needed to find the dub.
Yeah, pretty confident in saying that there were no first bloods that were found by MindFreak. No, the one, it was because they won the round. It's because Crimson found it inside of bottom screens, and it was in a post-plant situation. Yep. That was the only time the bomb was realistically planted, besides the 2v4. OMIT just gave them the bomb site. Yeah, I think what I mostly see coming out of this that's so typical from OMIT is that, like, they're sitting there, they're having fun, and you saw the rounds where it's like, okay, what if we just, like, hard hit something? But, like, that's good caught. That's good search and destroy. And even beyond that, too, it's just the good fundamentals that are being played. What are we learning from them? What nades do we know so that way we could try to bounce back against these routes that are being taken? Because, again, to be able to showcase all of that even against a team that you are absolutely whooping is still a good sight to have. Again, this team will be playing against the pros in about a month's time in EWC. So you want to make sure that you're at the top of your game, especially with all the backlash that came through from their top 8 last weekend.
Yeah, very valid, very valid. And whether or not you want to chalk that up to just online Call of Duty, and
I'll chalk it up to it.
That's how it feels, right? Because this is, again, a team I think that we expect to see potentially on Sunday on that CDL main stage, or at the very least being able to get themselves into a deep, deep run. But they are the squad to beat at the moment, and it's a tough look here for MindFreak, especially when it's your first warm-up match. You know, you never want to make excuses for a team per se, but you have some more reps coming into this year, it feels like, from previous ones. It's just trying to match up against, you know, the top dog coming out of the last LAN at DreamHack. It's just never going to be an easy challenge here. You're never really going to be able to find a comfort zone, so to speak, it feels like. It
doesn't matter how good you've been throughout the entirety of the year. It doesn't matter how hot that you have been on the other side of the stage, no matter the way that you spin it. Again, Reese, Vivid, 0.91 with the Carolina Royal Ravens overall. That includes LAN and online, dropped right before Major 3. Mac, 0.92 with the Cloud9 New York roster, dropped after Major 3.
Sure.
But the difference is every single time that they're on LAN, you feel like that both of those two players are going to pop off at a moment's notice. Constantly dropping 1.1s, constantly dropping 1.2s against the best teams in the world. Vivid at the beginning of the year, even online and on LAN with the Carolina Royal Ravens, was putting FaZe in the dirt. So I truly do believe that they have something special here. A LANable-based team. Same for that young man on the screen, Craze. A lot of chips on his shoulders. He feels like the amount of times that he's been to grand finals, even winning out Challengers Elite, the handful of times that he has. Last year coming up short there in the grand finals for Challengers. He wants it bad, man.
Well, they're looking to make the run, and they're looking good for their first matchup. Here we go. Map number 3. OMIT and MindFreak could all be done and dusted right now, and it is right back to how we typically see it. Mac off to a nice little start, able to get himself a couple of kills. On the zone, we will go for Mamba, as they're going to be able to lock themselves in that first tick, working on the second.
Yep. Just like that, again, you find those first opening few kills, and the round can start getting away from you so quickly, especially on Vault. That A zone being worked very, very quickly by OMIT. They don't really have all the space in the world, but they definitely still got the gunny from the previous map. Good snap, but even better trades. MindFreak are slowly stabilizing, but that third segment being worked.
Yeah, Crimson tries to send it one more time, and that will be the extra minute. So that is so much time to work with now. Coming over to B, and they already get an early touch on B. Setsi does a good job up front to win that first battle. Zach trying to do the same to the middle of the map. Not going to work out. Mamba under fire, under pressure, but he's got teammates coming to back him up, and they're working for that first tick, but the nade's going to clear him off for now.
How do you pivot off of this? You got top art control at the very least. Trying to at least watch the exits over by B, but I mean, there's always been one player cycling over here for OMIT, so they're already locked in that first segment, and now here comes the full-on flood. They're thinking maybe square peg, round hole type ordeal. If we could just brute force our way through the hard point, or through the zone, excuse me, find all the kills. Maybe we can get in towards the back, but it's just Vivid, last alive. Can he stay alive? Yeah, he sure can. Big 2, Mac finds the third. Here comes the push.
Disgusting second kill. Does take the battle with Crimza while his teammates are back on the B point. Nades over the top from Fida, looking to clear off just some of those members, but so far nothing connecting. And now Vivid comes off of spawn alongside Craze, and they're going to start cutting off the respawners here. I mean, you're only going to be able to funnel through Art. While this is happening, B is still slowly being captured. Fida, the closest one to the point, he's taken down. Zach comes off spawn, and it feels like they have done everything they've needed to. Offensive round secured.
With all Via's segments as well. Again, Vol control, you find a couple of eliminations, the amount of space you're able to proceed forward, it's always just by like amount of quarters. And well, if OMIT were ever put in a spawn trap, that's where like the 25-yard line would be introduced, but it always felt like they had a player past the 50-yard line. That 3 dead over by the B control zone was the first time it felt like that OMIT GG were down in numbers in a gunfight, and Vivid still found 2 somehow, and was still able to stay alive from a red dot chase that was coming through from a MindFreak member, but they didn't even have to get inside of the P4 building. They didn't have to get inside of top art. They just brute forced their way through the front because they gunned everybody. 6 and 3 from Mac through the opening start.
All right, OMIT, back to business. Opening gunfights need to go your way if you're MindFreak. Just need to try to find some success at the beginning of the round. Zach does a good job of coming up with the trades, and all right, 3 players going to drop down for OMIT, and at least some early stoppage of the clock going to happen here at the A point.
Trying to stall out the time early is going to be your best bet for MindFreak. Your keys to success, but having a trophy system would have been even better. Zach, nade at his feet, he's dead. Clock will be worked on ever so slightly. You lock in the first segment now if you're MindFreak, but it gets ripped away.
Mamba reach out, good shots onto Setsi, does back away for a moment. First tick, just about locked in here for MindFreak. The nade actually connects. I don't know if it was secured completely, and no, it wasn't. So denied the first tick after getting so ever close.
It's like the equivalent of you opening up a Christmas gift and you think it's going to be the new COD, and it turns out it's the one from 3 years ago. That sucks for MindFreak. They have to, again, try to do it the old-fashioned way, but every single time that there's a player finding the initial kill, there's never a second player nearby to immediately find the trade. Thus, MindFreak are rarely ever in a position to try to find an immense amount of space. Finally, they're able to do so, but of course it's Vivid to show back up in the kill feed for another 2-piece. First segment locked, but you're trailing by 2 lives.
18 playing up against 17. MindFreak going to have to do quite a bit of work to cut through the middle. And while this is happening, Vivid getting all the way in the back spawn here. 5 in a row for Vivid. Doesn't get a read on Setsi spawn, so he will be taken out. Craze now trying to replicate that on the other side of the map, but Fida able to eliminate him. So a bit of space, a little bit of your opponents cleared out. Now a chance to get back on the A point.
15 seconds remain. You really feel like this is going to have to be the last push. Tip of the spear, Fida cooking the nade. Bouncing off the wall, there's nobody over there, so where's the assistance? It's going to be through the upper halls, coming through for OMIT, just waiting for the timing. Not the greatest shots. Third segment getting close to completed now.
Craze thinking about the reach out, but 2 players going to chow him at once. Now the rest of OMIT going to have to find the collapse around the point, but A's going to be secured before they can get there, so that gives you a bit of breathing room now as MindFreak can start eyeing up B.
Yeah, here comes the transition, though. Nobody's going to read that. Max into a position to maybe try to get it over towards the top side of court. Yeah, completely 2 ships in a night underneath Zach. He actually gets the audio cue. Somebody had to have seen him. A 1-for-1 trade. Here comes the push now out from the side door. Fida needs to stay alive in the zone to keep the clock stalled.
Oh, hold on a second. MindFreak looking solid now in control. Starting to slowly get the progression here on that first tick, but the clearance almost too good. No follow-up kills come through, and now Crimza forced to play his life.
Yeah, just got to try to rip this player off of top art, but easier said than done, especially with the way that Vivid's been shooting up to 11 and 6 for crying out loud. But no space provided for MindFreak, down to 40 seconds, last lives as well.
Got to be perfect, and not going to be the opening kill that you would love to have here. If you are MindFreak, Fida thinking about just sending it forward, but Might have to worry about Vivid, who's just sitting top art. And yeah, gets double chowed. No problem whatsoever. All comes down to Zach. Gets a trade, but 1v5. Has to stop the clock here very shortly. And, well, the laundry list just a little bit too much to check off here all at once. Gets on the point. Can't win the 1v1. Mamba takes him down. There was some good looks there from MindFreak, but OMIT there to close.
Still able to capture the A zone, but it just came way too late, right? You felt like through the opening breakoff, when they found that 2 dead, the immediate trades that were coming through, there was never space being provided a little bit further forward. It's shades of the hard point for MindFreak. They get control of a small cubed area, and then they just can't get further forward. They can't get that upper hallway control while Fight is down low, just soaking up all of the zone segment time. But it's a real tough look. You know, you feel like that MindFreak are just a mere moment away from being able to fully get the pressure on their side. But then OMIT are right there to completely take it back away from them. So in towards what could potentially be the final round of this series, OMIT completely and utterly within the driver's seat.
Looking to close it. It's been a better break-off these last couple rounds here for MindFreak. They've been a little bit more competitive with the opening engagements. Setsi comes all the way around it. The car just blows up right in his face, so it doesn't get more unfortunate than that, but you do find some of the players that were pretty far pushed forward. Zach comes hot off of spawn, but is also going to be met with some close submachine gun action, so now it's back to trying to get focused on the point here for OMIT. Vivid thinking about touching, but they're also looking for some kills around the point.
Best opening breakoff to your credit, like you said, Austin, that we've seen from MindFreak. They're keeping lives at least marginal, but OMIT, you give them an inch, they're going to turn it into an Ontario-sized Walmart, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Second segment being worked on, Zach hitting routes, trying to stay alive. He needs to be the X factor for this team, Austin, as he pushes into OMIT spawn.
Gonna be pretty critical. Mamba gonna drop. Craze trying to look for the trade. Does manage to get it, but you're starting to see some of the trading patterns for MindFreak be a little bit more close quarters, a little bit more synced up with one another. Something we haven't really seen throughout the series. Mac gonna get a touch on B just to try to draw some defenders over. Setsy's gonna be traded out, and now Vivid's responsible for trying to get the job done himself.
Vivid, though, 16-9. He loves himself a good isolated 1v1, and he gets the timing on a Crimsa, rips his head clean off his shoulders. It's a force free for Reese as he locks in the first segment over at B.
Oh, both zones being attacked at once, and A might just actually end up going over. Max still got everything controlled in the catwalk, and there it is. Extra minute locked in, 15 lives remaining here on the defense for MindFreak.
Mamba now trying to push forward. Oh, he would love some good arc control.
Oh,
nobody's watching this. 3 dead. Last alive is the player top inside of Art. Setsi found the first, but now it's all Mambas.
Mamba's got arc control. Spawn's in the back. Vivid's going to fly forward. Sure, you get traded, but nobody's close to trying to defend this B point at the moment. 3 in a row now for Mamba. Only one that gets through is Zach. He has a chance to play spoiler as the second tick is locked in. Zach on the flank gets 1. Snaps for 2. One more player still playing close. Doesn't get a read on it, but he does give them a small reprieve.
14 plays up against that, and again, MindFreak would love Zach to find value here. A little bit more shots than he was wanted to. Caught with the knife out. Not good timing, young man. 13 plays 6. Minute left on the board. You just need 1 segment.
Vivid slips through again. Oh, doesn't have the gun up, so Zach comes hot off of spawn, able to take him out, but you have to now turn your focus to the point. Fido with a chow, and 4 players actually going to drop down here for OMIT. So again, getting a small reprieve, trying to push OMIT back.
How much space can you try to gain out of this? Again, you're just 2 lives away from losing it all. Just in this 1 round. Nobody can get on that B zone to deplete the segment either, because that could be death.
40 seconds remaining. OMIT trying to take their time. Never mind. Cray says, I'm going to send it. Second player in Vault should be traded from Mac. No problem, but probably not ready for the follow-up, but almost gets a nice little movement slide on him. Crimsa trying to play his life. The problem now, MindFreak down to 3 lives remaining. Need to play your life and value it more than anything. Mamba might have found an angle to come behind the play here at B, as it's 5 playing up against 3. OMIT will stop the clock. Mamba just made it that much easier, and the stack is good. Good final look for MindFreak, but it is not enough. OMIT able to grab themselves the hot 3-0.
Again, even when it was really down to the wire, they are able to showcase those fundamentals again. I mean, it was, what, 7 plays up against 5 at one point, and they were still able to isolate those handful of kills. Mamba this time around was really the X factor, just being able to find those long-distance trades. I mean, when you're shooting as straight as Mamba was, and he's able to get and isolate those 1v1s inside of Art, you feel like that's a key to success, but somehow MindFreak were able to break back in by sheer resilience. Again, Setsi was having himself a great series. Zach, late to almost arrive but still 42 engagements is what you expect out from them. Not the last that we will see of the MindFreak, but now their tournament lives are going to be in line.
Absolutely on the line here, down into the lower bracket for their group. Having to win from here on out if they want to try to claim that second qualification spot. But man, oh man, OMIT, it's a good warm-up for them. I mean, you see them just come out here absolutely swinging again. Feels like they had a lot of smiles, a lot of laughs, and that's kind of the vibes that you want to have coming into your very first matchup here. So everyone's got to be pretty happy with how that plays out. And now they get to look forward to their second matchup to make sure they do lock in their top 2 qualification here for the group.
Yeah, so again, not the last that we will see of either of these two teams. OMIT will now advance to face another team for the immediate qualification for Group D, which you would almost imagine will probably be Team War, who are currently up 2-0 versus Decimate Gaming. That is our French roster coming through from the EMEA region, but that's going on over on the Delta stream. Here is the replay, of course, from this last map, and honestly speaking, it just feels like within grasp for MindFreak is the story of this, but forever out of reach, because it felt like that when you had that space, they could never produce more forward space, and thus OMIT were always finding these opportunities, these flanks that were constantly coming through. Vivid, Mac, Craze, shoot, even Mamba at some point. That guy's the slowest guy on that team, and he was still finding times to hit routes.
Yeah, he definitely was. Just so many routes that were being taken to flip into the back, and yeah, we saw it just time and time again, and that's just going to constantly hurt you. But a couple of good looks here at the end, keeping it close. Life lead maybe not always in their favor, but at the very least, they do make OMIT work for it just a tad bit at the end. Just comes down to a lot of the fundamentals, and again, things that you're going to credit this OMIT team for being, and that is just a good, solid squad that knows how to play their life, that knows how to play the trades. They'll pick up the right things at the right times, and then you also have the ability to pop off, and you add that into the equation. Well, it's just going to mix for a very, very nice, I don't know what I'm looking for, but it's overall just going to come together quite well.
That's sublime, isn't it? I mean, like, it's nice to be able to see, like, from OMIT, again, when you talk about from last weekend of the AMD 10K going in towards this one, the biggest storyline for OMIT is, like, did they lose all bits of their sauce coming away from the DreamHack win? No, we're just talking about Lanimals at this point in time. So while one match may be off of our screens, we hop in towards another one. OMIT Brooklyn 2-0 up versus Unity, who are currently actually, backwards. Logos were backwards. Almost got me a little bit. I was like, okay, OMIT Brooklyn are down 0-2 in the controls? Surely not. It's the opposite. We're good.
That's right. Unity going to be on the left. OMIT Brooklyn here on the right. And OMIT up 2-0, I would imagine here without question. Teammate does come through there for a moment, so we'll slow things down maybe just a tad bit and give Imagine a chance to start to look for some of the kills here at the back of the map as you see all the attention start to turn over to A. Imagine going to clear off another one, and well, that's actually going to be 4 players down, and actually the colors here are the exact same, so we'll keep an eye on that. But again, overall, only 16 seconds left on the clock, trying to battle out of your spawn.
Yeah, look at the numbers. Don't worry about the arrow colors. Yeah. But Unity, of course, being that LCQ APAC team, APAC's number 2 going up against OMIT Brooklyn, technically number 2 seed from North America as well. So, yeah, tough scenes. They are 2-0 up in the series. They lost the dealership, Search and Destroy, looking like they might end up losing this round as well and the subsequent series. So, yeah, that'll be that. OMIT wins all across the board as far as the venue is concerned.
And again, expected here for Brooklyn, I think, to come out. This is probably one of the groups that you look at and think, all right, without question, one of the 2 teams that's going through here should be OMIT Brooklyn. But either way, Unity able to pop up on stream here for a quick moment. Able to get themselves at least on stream at the very least. But our second APAC team just trying to do whatever they possibly can. And now it's going to be a battle here in the lower bracket for both APAC teams here to stay alive.
Yeah, OMIT Brooklyn will continue on. They will go on to face P7 White, who also 3-0'd P7 Red. So a little bit of a team kill coming through. But now we go over towards the Decimate versus Timor. Again, logos backwards. But we know that Decimate representing the French Diamond Con may be from Canada, but not that side.
Yeah, maybe not that side. Yeah, a great EU team, though. Had to go through the LCQ in Europe to be able to get themselves to this point. And you're now looking to see if you could pull off a pretty big upset, but tough to do against a squad like Team War that are going to be in a prime position to potentially just get this done in 3. but already looking solid here for the very first one. Nadox on 4 in a row. Might have a chance to play for some spawners. Real caught in the back. He realizes that something's up as he tries to take his time with the gunfight, and Nadox might be forced back.
Yeah, Nadox, I mean, that's an old French player right there. He's been around for a real long time. You talk about the other side, Linz, of course, long-tailored French player. He had a stint for Los Angeles Gorilla Mates at the beginning of the year, got dropped, and down towards Challengers. He's really trying to come back in towards the zone. You remember his stint on a Wubba. That guy was a real freaking problem playing with a Booza,
sure.
Diamond trying to snap back up towards the second segment, being worked on over by B. So trying to flush out where some of these players are located at, but should be easy pickings for Team War. Just a handful of seconds left now.
Couple kills going to come through and make that 3 of the 4. So that should be decent clearance. And one more player going to be up close here. No problem for 2Real. No lives remaining here for the majority of this Decimate squad, or Team War squad, I should say. As you're going to see a couple more kills now on the point. So a chance to actually keep this play alive. Only 2 lives remaining. Make it 1. And you're going to have to pull off something absolutely incredible. But there is the time to worry about here. So if 2Real could try to win this battle on the time, maybe there was a chance. Not going to happen. And we do get ourselves a little bit of a tie-up in the control.
Yeah. Tied up in the control, big steps in the right direction for Decimate, who are having a couple players absolutely hum as far as the kill feed is concerned. When it comes down towards this team in the LCQ, probably biggest standout player would be Sykes. He's also one of the youngest players that we do have in the EMEA region, but realistically an up-and-comer player that is trying to make a namesake for himself. But going around the venue and talking to a lot of the different coaches, a lot of the different players, including Adam Assault actually representing Team War, he had a lot of praise to say for the European teams. Very, very much so in form coming in towards this tournament and throughout the entirety of the Black Ops 6 year. Well, let's not forget that we've had a European team in every single grand final as far as a Challengers event is concerned. So
sure,
we'll have to be able to see what the draw may end up being. Assault's also having a really tough go of things. Linz is double negative, but 2Real is 21-9. So you feel like you could probably cornerstone that and maybe rally it given that it's protocol.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to definitely give you a leg to stand on, as you will see a touch from Linz. And working towards that first tick of progress, going to start to come through down low. Trying to look for a flank at the back. 2Real shuts that down as he's already up to 23-9. Off to another hot start. Second tick on the way. Mighty trying to play for the spawn camper. And that's going to be Linz, who just plays his life beautifully. But a big win from Mighty, able to clear off some of the eliminations here on the point.
Well, Decimate, or Team War, excuse me, are looking real good as far as his opening breakoff is concerned. 27 plays up against 22. You couldn't have asked for a more steep life advantage. And Linz is going to slide back over towards that A zone, and he's going to work that capture. Yeah, Nadox, you don't have the white weapon for that gunfight, excuse me. Diamondcon's going to push forward. Now we got a spawn trap incurring, and well, Team War, they smell the blood in the water. They're trying to get inside of that lighthouse and maybe try to make it that much better, but get snuffed out. Couple trades do come through. Team War trying to still press a little bit further forward, but Decimate keeping them honest.
DC a problem. Oh my goodness. Gets the read on that. So that's number 7, as DC is still just going absolutely berserker in the back of the spawn. Salt might get caught off guard from the player climbing up the ladder, but no, dealt with. And now you got great coverage over the middle of the map. You got Linz, who's still going to be able to threaten and watch over you, but it is just kill after kill right now. I mean, it is 25 lives playing up against 12. Team War have turned up, and you're just forced to flood it to the point to try to stop the clock, get him off the zone. Not going to happen. That is Team War, not Decimate, that grabbed themselves a swift offensive round.
Yeah, it's almost crazy when you're sitting there talking about like the 25v12. There's too many lives for them just to throw it away because you would rather those segments not be captured for the round 5 defense that might end up being in a conversation. But now what is being beckoned for Decimate is that they have to win an offensive round. Team War have stepped up and they've been able to transition off of that A-zone capture quite wonderfully. I mean, I will say it was kind of silver spooned. Decimate did kind of overextend with SMGs inside of top grandmas. That's not exactly a favoring gunfight and just way too much damage. And when you give this Team War roster any sort of opportunity to sprint on forward, especially for Brandon 2Real, he will gun you where you stand. 25-10.
Casually putting up 25 here in Protocol. And Linz now, who did start off a little bit slow when we joined in. He was a 6-12, so getting himself back into the mix just a tad bit. 2Real now, looking to try to press forward here on the defense. The goal was always to get to the back, just like Assault has been able to do through the right side. Well, that's unfortunate. Linz throws too good of a grenade at the spawn, takes out his teammate, tries to make up for it, but can only come up with one.
Yeah, at least finds the trade off of the forced error. 2Real now trying to get involved He's isolated himself here, Austin, but it seems like so far in this map number 3, he's quite content with that. 27 in 12 now. Turo trying to get closer towards the spawn trap, got scouted out. Nadog's trying to do the thing on the opposite side, but it's 2 in the feed. Timor have all of the land to play.
Yeah, this is going to hurt you. You have one player forward that is stopping the clock, but Mighty trying to actually work his way out of the blue building. Comes up with a couple of kills. Connor, though, able to clear off the point. DC comes up with 3 massive kills. And now that second tick also going to be mainly depleted. Time becoming a factor here for Decimate, as they're now down to just about 45 seconds.
Yeah, you got players all up in your spawn, too. I mean, Assault, he did find one before being gunned. 2 reels back inside of lockers. He's looking for kill number 30 in the game. Almost had a really good look at that, but Mighty did not miss a bullet, luckily. But 34 seconds remain. First second is being worked on by Decimate. And, well, they don't have realistically the lives to try to manifest this, and they're running out of time to do it as well.
Oh, Diamond Con, another spree. He's up to 30 kills. I mean, he's picked up like 12, 13 kills in the last couple of minutes. And with the sub, Diamond Con finds another big one. 2 real responds with 2 of his own. And time, of course, the biggest factor. 10 seconds on the clock here for Decimate to try to get through. And DC still keeping them at bay, able to grab himself just 1. But it's enough to set up some easy trades for his teammates. A touch on to B, a chance to try to keep it alive, but there's only 3 seconds to work with. So we'll see if they can try to get it done. There is 2 players here on the B point.
Oh, no, Mighty. Just the overextension. Diamondcon doesn't have enough HP for this. Still goes for the challenge. 1 second, trade comes through, and it's a 3-1 to the control. Timor send Decimate down packing as far as the lower stage of their group play is concerned. Losing the round the way they did is whatever, but the way that they set up that spawn trap was emphatic, to say the least. 2 real was barely missing. Diamond Con with the SMG on home soil. He looking 18 and cracked again, man. I tell you, he's been having a great season so far, and it encapsulated all of that in the Grandma's push.
Yeah, it's been a great year here for them, despite maybe not winning that event back in Miami. Certainly still having a good look at it, being up 3-1 in that grand final, almost having the chance to do it. But it's been a great look here so far for them, as well as 2 real. 2 real was looking absolutely just on fire, man. He was cooking. He was cooking. And when you have players that are heating up like that day number 1, well, that's going to be a good sign here going into that group and winning those matches.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to see 2 real again. I mean, you talk about a guy that has such a long history in and out of the league. Same thing for DC as well. Multiple-time Challengers champion, by the way, playing with a lot of different rosters. His longtime duo of Yuli is not on this roster as well. So there's so much cool stuff just developing as far as this Challengers phase is concerned. Everybody has its own narrative and story, and it's all just being accumulated into a fantastic group stage. But there can only be 8 towards that final bracket, and we still have so many more matches to get through.
So many matches to get through, but that is going to do it here for now. We are going to throw things to a short break. Call of Duty fans, don't go far. We come back. More Call of Duty coming your way.
Welcome back from the break, everybody, as we are into the third series now for our Challengers Championship. I'll be taking the reins over Visions. My name is Seymour, again, jumping in alongside Andy Proper. How you feeling after that match? It's been a quiet day so far in the Challengers pit.
Yeah, I mean, everything pretty much expected as far as the 3-0s are concerned. We haven't had a single map 4 all day long thus far, but I imagine things will probably get a little bit more spicier as we're slowly getting in towards this elimination and the qualification matchups as well. I'm pretty surprised that a couple of the teams did not take a few of the maps away. Maybe the adrenaline getting a little bit too high. The venue is electric at the end of the day, but I imagine as the day continues on, we might get some closer series.
I'm hoping so, because now we're going to be going deep into the qualification for our Saturday matches as we're jumping into the winners side of things, with a couple of these teams looking to skip the next couple of matches for the Challengers pit at this point in groups, looking to proceed into the playoff bracket now, as we're going to be looking back into groups A and B, with Orchid taking on 5 Fears for our main look, and our B look is going to be Team Notorious and Stallions also there, Andy. And I'd say for just the start, as we can look towards this group A, and, you know, the big thing is this Stallions team right now, because out of the LCQ, they're looking good.
Yeah, no, they really are. Neum, I mean, dropped to almost like a 1.3 in that opening series versus the team that dropped him of the Royal Spartans in a 3-0 fashion. Absolutely insane scenes. Truly a race for that third spot. Wonder if they're going to end up matching up against each other, but that qualification match will be on the Bravo stream between Team Notorious and the Stallions. If you want to keep a close eye on that, Team Notorious, again, one of our Miami champions for a Challengers LAN event throughout the entirety of the year. They are the #1 European team, #2, depending on which one you ask. The other one is, well, on the other side of the qualification, Team Orchid versus 5 Fears. This is 2 different teams that we've seen in a handful of different times and in a lot of different facets. Most recently for 5 Fears was that grand finals loss to Team Notorious just last weekend.
Yeah, and, you know, proceed to that one or beyond that one, it was the Orchid team that actually took 5 Fears out of DreamHack for a top 4 finish. So this is a little bit of a rematch to see if they can get some confidence going into that playoff, as we look at both teams in the top 5 Fears taking the stage for the first time. Abe, Hixie, Fire, Exceed. And at the same time, Orchid also going to be joining in. It's Harry, Henry, Mythics, and Bance. And, you know, Andy, I say for this one, I mean, these are 2 teams that we look at to make deep runs this week in the Challengers pit.
Especially Team Orchid. I mean, how many grand finals have they been in, both in the Elite Stage 3 as well as Challengers finals, both on LAN? So, I mean, they are probably one of the most, if not consistent teams when it comes to performing in a LAN environment, especially when you do have players like Benjamin Bance and Harry as well. They've been doing it for such a long time, and to be completely honest, casting Henry and Mythic's entire career thus far, this is the best that they have looked, surrounded by both Harry and Bance. You get an SMG to run alongside Henry and his cracked out SMG play. Mythics is the AR flex to Harry's main AR, and it works out really well. On the opposite side for 5 Fears, I'll keep it a $150. I still think this is a motley group of individuals. I mean, Exceed playing with Fire, I never would have saw that, especially for Hixie. You go back to when they were actually playing against each other, or when they were playing against each other, and even when Exceed was still in the pit, Iron Blood Gaming back in, what was that, almost Vanguard champs against Ultra Academy North America was literally standing up and telling Hixie he was nothing without Scrap, and now they're teammates. Again, pick him where you could find him. Abe is probably the one that you're going to watch more than anybody for this team. He is the youngest player out of all 4 of them. He's been making a lot of heads turn as the year has gone on.
And we've been saying for Abe, too, I mean, this is a guy who, come BO7, very much might be in the spotlight for starting position in the CDL. With the performance that he's been putting on, he looks like one of the best submachine gun players we have in the pit right now, and it's bolstered by the roster that he has with the skill set that we're bringing. And, you know, it's great that you bring up Exceed as well, because this guy looks like he's playing on a chip in a shoulder every single time. I mean, even for the match prior to this one versus P7 Black, dropping a 1.8 against that team for the 3-0. So 5 Fears playing great, Orchid playing great as well. We can look towards the best of 5 map set now for both of these 2 teams to where this series is going to take us. We got the Skyline, Red Card, Protocol, Rewind, and then a Protocol map 5. And I assume we will be going to map 5.
It's very possible we will end up going to map 5 again. As far as the day-to-day esport that is Call of Duty, even over on the CDL stream, if you're not having multiple tabs open, you know that we are not shy of any upsets as well. LA Thieves going home at top 8, very much so could be the case for either of these teams as well, to be knocked down to the elimination and not even see the playoff bracket again. 2 teams that are highly decorated going in towards this series column. They played each other previously, and a couple of these maps will be reprised, most importantly in that Skyline Hardpoint. That is really going to set the pace for the entirety of the team. How strong is Henry going to be on this day? Can someone silence Exceed? And is anybody going to keep Abe in check for Team Orchid? So many questions need so many answers.
Well, I mean, one answer that I think we're all wondering after what we saw in our first round, and a team that we can take a look at before we get into this. We are looking towards the Royal Spartans. Looks like they're playing Valor Esports, and we can take a look into this match as well, where, you know, Cruz & Co., they're looking at a little bit of a regain off of their first series just not being all that well, and it looks like they're playing well against Valor right now.
Yeah, this is going to be a bounce-back series coming in from Royal Spartans, right, going up against Valor Esports. This is a roster that, candidly speaking, are not playing with their full-fledged, right?
Yeah.
Obviously having some visa issues, but still very much so happy to be here. This is going to be your LCQ team from the LATAM region, but can they try to rally behind anything whatsoever? Not too sure. This is a great start for Wiz. He's double positive, 14-7, on a 3 spree, gets info inside a lobby, just guns where he previously stands. It's going to be some good generated time once the break comes through on P1.
Yeah, and this team, honestly, with that regain, are looking so far so good in that matchup. We can look towards our main match as they are beginning this Skyline, where Team Orchid want to get their get back versus Five Fears on this hard point and try to see if they can kick things off looking for a qualification spot. It is going to be Orchid versus Five Fears looking to P1 Skyline.
Both these teams have 3-0 wins. Again, the Five Fears being able to 3-0 P7 Black, the 3-0 for Team Orchid over Chaos Esports. Both of them played a Hacienda hardpoint. So Skyline, again, was played previously, and honestly speaking, as far as way as it goes, it depends on who's shooting straight on the day, and it's Charlie Hixie inside the hardpoint to go on to 3 spree. He gets bumped out before the regen comes through because Team Orchid are trying to break the spawns towards new.
And that's a great break that they do have. They flip the map. Five Fears fighting from the wrong side, losing their opening battles. Orchid, this is some good time to get off the start. Still 15 seconds before this rotation, and I'm sure that for Five Fears, they're going to be looking to see if they can pick up the pace now.
Trying to get inside of security is Lucifer, a.k.a. Harry, end of the year battle tags. And we'll end up at least picking up one, but you lost one more player. It's going to be Bance all the way towards the back. Here comes the push through Cobble.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one. Henry, he's going to snuff out the first, but it's 2 down, 4 or 5 Fears. Orchid standing tall in the back spawns. They still could be spawning up for that time. Lots of time to get off this P2.
Yeah. Bance spawns right back up, right back towards the kitchen push. Will get snuffed out by fire, but players trying to slip the net, trying to pinch on all the different sides. It's just straight gunfights, but finally Five Fears are able to work their way in. You still got a player bottom Jim, and that's going to be your biggest concern. It is Bance. He pops up, goes 1 for 1, but there's still 25 seconds remain. Both teams would like this time.
It is a concern, but it's not a concern for Abe right now. Orchid still holding those spawns, still getting back into it. Not a lot of time off of this P2, and I'm looking towards Bance working over that P3 rotation as he's going to tuck himself in a corner, wait for his teammates to get there. Good wave of kills. Henry on 3 in a row. That's an initial setup for Orchid.
So no real lead being surmounted thus far as we're going to rotate over inside of the kitchen hill. Harry's going to be the first one here. He's got his eyes set forward, but it's just Henry. He's just flying all the way forward. Off on a 5 spree. Will finally be Gun. Mythic soon to follow is a good kill feed for Five Fears, but a tough hard point to break from the front.
Five Fears, they need a quick break, and losing Hixie, that's not going to help out at all. Abe goes down. Exceed just trying to hide while Lou looks over his shoulder, but it's been all Orchid in the kill feed. And you need to start finding some value soon, or Orchid are just going to start running away with the Skylon nade to take out Mythics, but still Orchid holding strong. Exceed ends up going down, and they just finally get the break in.
Yep, finally going to come through. Good time now for Five Fears if you're able to attain it, but still the trade department really, really good for Team Orchid. And 10-8 out of Mythics, up to 23 engagements now for Bance. Exceed is able to find a couple of 2, but it's moments like that. It's the straight 2 pieces that come through for the scrap time, which is why Orchid are able to build such a massive lead. Fire's able to find his own trade from the death, but as the push comes through into the back of P4 spawns, it is Five Fears holding strong.
We'll see if they can get some good time off this. 40 seconds down, 3 down in the feed. Henry looking for some space, and he's got it. It's a top bed getting fight for. Good help. Orchid all grouped up, ready to go. Spawn out for 1 as well, but it's going to be numbers even for the fight inside the hill. Abe soaking up this time, and the rest of the team slaying out. They lose the spawns in the back. It will be splits. Bance with the double kill, but is it going to be the break-in? Abe trying to hold as long as he can for this time, but he ends up going down. Still Orchid with the lead.
Spawns towards the back are sticky. This lead's going to start growing closer towards 40 points if Five Fierce cannot find the break from the front. But just as difficult as it is from the kitchen, you got to get some good timing from the shower push as well up from bottom bedroom, and it's just not great at all for Five Fierce. They get gunned where they previously stood, and now we go back over towards the second set of hard points with about a 40, almost 50 full point lead over their heads.
Bance up top, he's just working all the information for the rest of the team, looking towards those back spawns. They flip it, Fire ends up going down, so now you've lost everything on this rotation, and Orchid are simply going to walk right open through those front doors. Bance on 4 in a row, looking to play for those streaks, snuffs out Exceed in the corner. And this is a lot of time off of P1 for Orchid. Five Fierce have yet to even see the hill.
Hixie's really going to start locking in here. He's playing up against his old mates on the opposite side, sometimes old teammates, sometimes older enemies as well. The time that he spent in European Challengers Elite, but another 4 dead for Team Orchid. Hixie was frying in that early series just a few, almost about an hour ago, but still need somebody to step up and maybe start slaying out because Five Fierce need anything to rally behind. Harry is 16-9. That is your main AR, and he's moving around so swiftly that Five Fierce simply have no answer.
It's like butter right now for Harry. As Henry's going to look towards this rotation, see if he can cut off a couple of the players. Bottom Couch, easy kill him to Exceed, and fights inside the hill being won. Henry, what a shot there. Lou gonna lose his head 4 in a row, and you got the setup on the inside. Five Fierce need to rally for this break, and they need to crack it open very fast. There's still lots of time to get off it, and you want to work into a setup, but unfortunately for you, you're walking into Mythics. He's just not letting you even pass Piano.
Yeah, dude, Ben looks great. Both of them, Bance and Mythics. I mean, they combined 42 kills. There's number 22 for Bance. It's up to 35 seconds. The time still able to find that second, and then almost able to get the full-on turn to find a 3 in the feed. I'm sorry, is it Bance's 18th birthday? How long has this guy been doing stuff like this? 23 and 16 now for the kid. Team Orchid racking up the points, but Five Fierce are able to break on in, albeit for about 5 seconds. They have a good spread across the map for now.
This is a great setup. And you're looking towards Abe, see if you can disrupt it over the top. He's found out. So you hold strong towards Grass. Inside the hill, Mythics looking to work some kills in. And he's just going to tuck on down. Lucifer, it's Mythics for 3 in the row inside the hill. Across you, Five Fierce trying to find their way in. Hixie in the slide in, but he's lost his teammate. He's lost himself, and Orchid just continue to rack up these points. This is clinical, sir, or hard point.
There's just no entry damage at all for Orchid, or for Five Fierce, excuse me. All of it is for Team Orchid. You're finding a lot of good early damage from Lucifer, from Mythics, and then Henry is just pinching you inside of the hardpoint, hitting a lot of different routes, and then Bance is following it up. Fire for 2. Exceed there for the 3rd. Try to get a little bit of space forward for Five Fierce. This last little bit of scrap time could be good, but breaking the spawns early in a setup for P4 is how you get back into the game.
That's what you want to see for the break. Looking towards Harry inside closet. Easy kill. In the backline, Mythics wins the fight for the rotations. You have the spawns, but there's still one that you have to deal with, and that is going to be Fire inside this hill. Waiting for his teammate to get there in time. Fire with a crucial kill towards this one. Exceed trying to watch over to the cross in the back. They have the spawns and the setup.
Ample time to soak here on P4. Nobody was watching over towards the back, so Fire dies. Someone needs a bump inside the time. Still spawns a little bit in. Abe gets a nice spawn to help out the push over by Bedroom, and now Eyes set forward again.
That's a good pickup for the Furt. Orchid all grouped up here. Winner's advantage. They don't necessarily have to break this, but they might want to contain it. And they're going to call in the streak right away. It's Henry from above. See if he can win anything with this Hellstorm. But no, it's not going to hit. Instead, in the back line, you have grown some space for Bance to see if you can break in for the last 15 seconds. Exceed for the fight. He loses it, but Abe alongside him. Abe on 4 in a row, trying to dig his team out of this grave.
That's why I said watch out for this young kid. Abe was a part of that come up when it comes down to lurks. Mercules, he was a part of that young crew. Make sure you watch out for Abe, now up to 23 and 27. Five Fierce are starting to rally behind a forced error from Orchid. Would have loved to see them maybe hold on towards that streak a little while longer, but we go to P1 again. Orchid are in towards the time. Exceed rips 2, all from the up top of Bedroom, and then you get a top bridge push. Five Fierce are striking when the iron is absolute hot. Orchid still have the spawns towards P2, but they cannot afford to give all 30 seconds away on P1.
Five Fierce are in, but there's a flank. Mythics Inside bridge, he's going to rip them out of the hill, hop in himself, see if he can put them even deeper into this hole with the pistol shell out. Mythics is a lunatic right now. But it's even still 5 Fears needing this time, so they have to reach out for the 20 seconds. All will looking to break these spawns in the back, and Mythics is just not losing any battles.
Yeah, he just wants to try to hold on. Just try to hold on for the spawns. I mean, you could generate time, that'd be great, but most importantly, it was that moment that you did not want to have happen. The 3 dead, the 4th student to follow. Now Team Orchid are spawning all the way out. They're still trailing by about 70 points, but this is doable for 5 Fears. Should they hold this rotation over towards New Hixie? Overextending past you, this could threaten the spawns if nobody's anchoring. Luckily enough, Exceed is reading the situation, but nobody's all the way towards the back. This is going to get strange where these spawns are going to start occurring, depending on where they are. You can see trying to rush back to anchor the spawns. They're able to do it and hold from the front. Again, doable for 5 Fears.
Looking for highway robbery in map 1. When Skyline has treated them so well, can 5 Fears pull them back from this deficit? Into the money hill. It's going to be a hit through Kitchen. Exceed there for 1 alongside him. Should be able to deal with the rest, but Bounce has found a way on through, and the spawns are there for Orchid. Now for the break-in towards the last couple of times, Abe on 5 in a row. Just can't do it himself. But fortunately, his team is here trying to keep this one at least close.
Gotta be careful not to overextend. Lucifer with an SMG in his hand had a good look for another multi-feed, but it's 8 for 2 on the back end of things. Trying to hold it from the front. Spawns are good on the rotation towards New. 4-5 Fears. They got the setup inside a Kitchen, and Fire is anchoring all the way in towards the back. You got Abe to worry about over by the patio. The push is coming from the front side over by Hot Tub.
This is what you want. But Abe's going to go down early. Exceed for the trade. He's got the Jackal out, and he is looking to pick up the pace. Double chow in through you, but it's still 5 Fears walking away with majority of these kills. Now the time in Hixie. He's going to make it so. The setup is in for 5 Fears, and there is still lots of time to bring this one back. It's just, can you deal with the next wave? Fire with a team kill, but it's still going to be 5 Fears winning all their battles, and Bance goes down.
Another 4 dead for 5 Fears. Now what was about an 80-point deficit, just trailing by 15. Team Orchid are reeling. You got a split spawn coming through. Lucifer's about to get shot in towards the back, but he's at least able to turn that into another 3 in the feed. It's all Harry right now. He's got Vance's assistance inside the time. Not enough time to close out here, but look at the spawns. 5 Fears completely aware. They're set up for New.
5 Fears have it. And Orchid are going to look for this early break. You got 2 players working into the closet. Fire just tucked away inside the hot tub, and he's going to have to deal with a couple fights into the front. It's going to be a double chow in, and Orchid only 10 points away from ripping this one away yet again, stealing the hard points, stealing the respawn of the team that has won it 19 times straight. Orchid, they don't care. They'll take you to Skyline. They will take you down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot closer than what you wanted there, especially with such a lead that they surmounted for themselves through the first and second set of hard points. But a map win is a map win. You can see Vance sitting there starting to have the conversations, not looking all too happy, given that Lucifer had to drop 41 kills just to try to get the job done. And honestly speaking, for it to be as close as it was is extremely typical for 5 Fears, but just as excruciating needs to be talked about for Team Orchid. But still, go up in a 1-0 series as far as these two are concerned, a step in the right direction for Team Orchid on their virtues to try to get their get back versus OMIT GG.
And that is going to shake things up for the series indeed. And you see for 5 Fears, it's a little bit silent for them, not expecting to lose a map like that. You have to give them their flowers. You started to see them building back into that series, bringing things back slowly. A couple moments for Abe to get into the scrap time, fighting for those hills, going on sprees, but even still towards the end, it's just one good break into a P4 for Orchid, and that lead that they built up just, it seems so hard to bring yourself back.
Yeah, you saw through these highlights, right? Hixie had a 6-3 start, and you felt like that could be something that we were going to get from the earlier series, off-stream, or off-screen that was happening in the early block, that Hixie was frying, his team was able to rally behind it, and then the rest of them were slowly dropping 1.3s throughout the rest of the series, but not versus Team Orchid. Hixie had to make the adjustment, go back towards a little bit more of a support-based SMG player to enable his team to get a little bit more productivity throughout the entirety of it, and towards the tail end of the third set of hard points, that's where you start to see the scrappiness start to come through. 4-5 Fears on that P4. They broke in towards the back, and then they were able to marginalize the lead once again. It's just the constant ability in between both Abe, Exceed, Fire was finding multi-feed, setting up Hixie to be able to bump through the time to get set up around it. But when you get about an 80-point lead on Skyline, it just feels impossible to be able to fight your way back. Try as they might, they brought it in a really, really close scoreline, but just simply was not enough there at the end for the side of 5 Fears. You're not really feeling too bad about it, given the stature of this team. You're quite happy about the Search and Destroy coming up.
Yeah, I mean, you're feeling good going into the red card right now, especially considering, I mean, looking back at the way that the history has gone between both of these two. It has been Orchid who's been feeling pretty good in the S&Ds, but we do know that this 5 Fears team has been putting some work in heading into champs to see if they can deal with situations just like this. And for us, I mean, we don't have to wait anytime at all. These teams are ready to go. Red card loaded up, and it is going to be an offensive round for Team Orchid to see if they can keep going with their winning ways.
Yeah, offense very difficult to open things up on red card, especially given no trophy systems, and yeah, you're just going to have to brute force your way forward, and it's going to help things out with Hixie. Second AR on the map as well. Just watching that crossover by the bleachers, the numbers advantage early for 5 Fears.
Look, Exceed actually might get some timing off this too. Harry's going to be in a position though to spot him, and the stun's going to give it away. Big fight here for Exceed. He wins it, plays his life, and that's going to pull Orchid back to try to deal with this play. Mythics makes it a 2 versus 2, and that A site does not seem like an option anymore.
No, it doesn't. Kind of trapped now if you are Mythics, being watched like a hawk by Hixie. Abe also has an AR as well. Wonder if he has a double weapon setup. So you're kind of forced to play this pretty slow. And I think Henry Mythics, they're reading the situation. Hixie killed me with an AR. Abe also is shooting Aim's bullets. So get it close proximity. Get it over towards that B bomb site. Got 27 seconds, and 5 Fears are slow to read this. They're going to wrap the entire map, clear it, and try for the 2v2 retake.
21 seconds to get this bomb down. Playing for the defensive spawn as well for the plant. Bomb goes down. Henry's going to recognize that. He rotates back. It doesn't look like Hixie's going to get there in time to see if you can kill the bomb planter. So no re-wrap on the flank. It is face value. Retake. Abe tagged down to 31. Hixie's going to get shut down as well, so it's all down to Abe for the regen. He's going to be there for the 2v1. Reads the first, but not able to win the fight. Orchid with the repo over to B, takes round 1.
I had the player cams on my screen the entire time. Henry was moving his motor mouth over there. Him and Henry there, or Harry in the 2v2. I like those odds. Very well played. Even though Hixie found that first blood and then the subsequent second came through for 5 Fears to be able to have the 3v2. Be able to find the trade. What was that? Mythics over by stage and then immediately pivot all the way over. Mythics for the entire ace. It was Mythics and Henry, excuse me, sitting there calming with each other. Wonderfully executed. Now Mythics is up to 4 in a row. I think he didn't get the bomb plant. But 4 kills towards a Hellstorm missile, let alone an RC car on red card. That's a good first round.
So see if 5 Fears can answer back with an offense of their own. Fire's going to be watching the flank through B. Everybody else starting to work their way up towards this A site. You see XCA's going to have a little battle versus Bance. Don't think he knows that he's down here. I don't think anybody knows. So Bance with the element of surprise. This could be the wrench in the plans for 5 Fears. As Abe's going to get stun checked, they know this is a position towards H1. Bance is going to turn around. He turns it into a double kill. Plays his life. Makes it 3 for Bance from out and under the stage. Silencing 5 Fears.
Y'all might not have been able to hear it, but I definitely felt it. Big old Benjamin Bance with the 3 dead. Chow him down the stairs 1 by 1 again. I dare you. I double dog dare you. Harry was there the entire time watching the entirety of it. I'm sorry, Mythics was, excuse me, from top stage. And what was almost a back-to-back ace is now 2 players from Team Orchid just putting you in the dirt back-to-back rounds. That push was definitely not it for 5 Fears. Back to the drawing board indefinitely.
How do you beat Orchid on a map like Red Card Search?
You just don't isolate. You can't individually chow them. This is the point in time, especially versus this AR duo, sometimes trio, that you have to double chow. It needs to be picture perfect.
So see if they can put that one together, because it is going to be a lot more aggressive, at least over towards the hedges from Hixie. See if he can catch some timings out there, but they've given up full mid control, and Mythics, he is happy to take this one. Abe on the backup. He's in trouble there. Early trade into this B site. Mythics ends up going down, back and forth. 6-0 start. As the B site is open. Hixie might have to win this fight. If the timing pays off.
Mythics has full utility. He would love to get that Hellstorm missile, but unbeknownst to Orchid, both the 5 Fierce members are isolated.
On 2 separate fights.
Uyghur.
Joixy with the bad timing, or it works out for the kill onto Mythics. Streak shut down. And a chance for 5 Fierce to put themselves on the board in the 2v1. Harry in the reposition, and this is great. Is the bomb planted for you, though?
No signal! Uh-oh.
Where'd they go?
Everything is gone. Everything is coming up all rainbows. It seems that there was actually an issue there on the main stage. I'm watching them in the lower feed that things ended up kind of cutting out there for a second. So it looks like nobody gets the conclusion of as far as that game is concerned. But that was about to be a real nutty moment. I don't want to talk too discreet or too indefinitely about it because I see players taking their headsets off, and whether we're live to it or not, I just don't want to speak too loudly because that was about to be an insane conclusion in that round.
It might have been, you know, especially if the bomb was planted out for P5. But who knows what's going on with that one right now, as it seems like this is a great time for us to figure out what's going on inside the venue and to head to a little bit of a break to deal with all the tech that's going on. So we'll see you soon with some more challengers up very shortly, hopefully. We're back here with Challengers Champs after a little bit of a delay. It seemed like the power went out across the venue, so we had to do some fixing behind the scenes. The team worked tirelessly to get it back up for everybody, but it does seem like all the matches are starting to stabilize, get back into the lobbies, and start back up.
Yeah, big shout out to the team here in Ontario, making sure that we get right back into the internet right as rain as far as the power is concerned, so that we can continue on here with Champs. For Challengers, we have a multitude of matches that are happening throughout this one block, and as we are continuing to get back in towards our map number 2 between our featured match of both Five Fears versus Team Orchid, which is now taking place on the Search and Destroy. Should be very, very interesting. We do have Team Notorious going up against Stallions. That's a qualification match from Group B, of which Team Notorious are up 250 to 220 and a 1-0 in that series. Royal Spartans are up 1-0 versus Valor Esports. That is on the C stream. That's a very unfortunate scoreline, to say the least. But as far as Delta is concerned, P7 Black versus Chaos. We're still waiting for the ruling as far as what that map 1 is going to be done for. But with all that said, there's so many different matches, so many different streams, have all the tabs open, not to mention CDL has been nutty so far.
Everything is cooking inside Challengers, inside the stadium for CDL Champs, and I think that when you're looking at everybody trying to bounce back right now, especially for Royal Spartans and Valor Esports in that lower bracket for Group A, everything is starting to get right as rain. So looking back into the series that we do have at our hands, and you kind of mentioned it a little bit, Orchid is leading after stealing away the hard point on Skyline from this Five Fears team, something that not a lot of people would have seen coming, but this Orchid team has been doing some work, and you can see it there, 250 to 218 in that map 1. We're going into the red card again for the Search and Destroy, and just to preface, it is 2-0 still for Team Orchid after winning the 2 initial rounds. So we're going to go back into it at that similar score line, and that's where we have to look at Five Fears now to kind of see if they can pick something up after this elongated break.
Yeah, there's the update. I mean, almost like a quick little TLDR if you were not with us before we went in towards that little bit of a tech pause. 250 to 218 was the Skyline Hardpoint map number 1. Up very quickly was Team Orchid, and an insurmountable lead, but a 130-point continuation towards the end of the third set of hardpoints for Five Fears. They were almost able to take that map number 1. It's the same map 1 that they actually played against each other back at DreamHack, of which Five Fears were able to win. So that's why we're putting a lot of pressure on them to bounce back in this red card Search and Destroy, of which they are already down 0-2, because in this moment at DreamHack, the red card Search and Destroy was the map number 2. They lost it, and then they were able to battle all the way through map 5, which, again, inevitably they lost. So there's a lot riding off of this map 2, especially off of the very long break. I can see Hixie just watching the CDL, just making sure he's in the right mindset to be able to see who's going to be able to come back in towards this Search and Destroy, like, as hot as possible, because that was a pretty extended break, and the hot hand from Team Orchid, what we saw from that map 1, might not be there anymore in these later rounds.
No, and that's something interesting. I mean, like, this whole team was cooking in that map 1 hard points, and I think you can really look at the performance that we saw from Harry and Bance together. I mean, they look like they're really finding form across that hard point, and we can even look back and just get a little bit of a refresh of what we did see. I mean, it was the Orchid show out the gates. They started hot, and Five Fears just couldn't get anything going. I think for Five Fears, though, you can really look back at this map number 1 and really look at what you come away with from that hard point. And they almost made the comeback. It didn't work. They didn't get it done, but they were starting to pick things up as the game went on.
I just came out so flat, right? And during that tech pause, I actually went out there and I talked to Exceed, I talked to Hixie, and I was trying to get like just an understanding of like what happened through the opening set of hard points, because it was just so uncharacteristic to see all that, especially off of what happened in their opening round matchup versus a P7 roster. But this Team Orchid team, they took advantage of that. They have really good fundamentals, and again, when it comes down to it here at this level of challenges at the end of the year rather than the elites, your overall gun skill and mechanics are not just going to carry you through. Your fundies are realistically going to be there, and to be able to capitalize on such a forced error of just being down so early and just coming out so flat as far as kills are concerned, Team Orchid find themselves up 1-0 very, very quickly here. So I think that for, again, the layman's terms, Team Orchid are rightfully in the driver's seat off of that map 1 win to take this series, at least in 4.
But I'm not really worried about this Five Fears team. I mean, like, the little bit of a break, too, it's a vibe check. You get to step away from all of the issues that were happening before, get into the mindset back into this regain now for this red card. And I do expect it to just be a clean slate for this team. Although you are down 0-2, it is something to kind of think about, that you're going into this one with a new mindset, a new will to walk through the series. And if you can steal away this Search and Destroy, That is just going to completely shake up what everybody thought this was going to be.
All right, well, here we go. Again, down 0-2, so just continue to do the quick math. We will continue to give the updates as each round does progress. Team Orchid will be back on the offense here for round number 3. Can 5 years get on the board?
It's a big question. And we are going to be off to the offensive round. It's going to be bang out through mid. Hixie with 2. It's a 1 versus 2 now. 4 bands of the bomb heading over to be quick. He's going to have a free plant. They were not ready for this.
Wonder what late util is still in the back pocket, both for Lou and Charlie. They can get a Semtex in this. Would actually really hurt Bance's position, but we go back to almost where we were when the break happened. It's planted for P5, and Bance does have the AR to rewrap the entirety of this. This is bold. Just calling the bluff that Fire and Hixie won't be on the bomb, and he's got the check too.
Same state. Bance instead of Harry for the clutch. Can they go up 3-0 as he is waiting it out? No check on towards the bomb. The defuse is going to be procced by Hixie. Fire above him, goes back in, and Bance for the clutch 1 versus 2. Right where his teammate left off.
Go back towards this replay because that was just about a hair lengths away from being completed. I'm watching it in the replay, and it was just about 97% away from full-on defuse. That was close. Again, the same situation, unbeknownst to the rest of the crowd. If you missed it, instead of Vance, it was Harry, and the bomb being planted on that side. He got the lineup, he got the site. It was just the time became an immediate issue, but a big post-plant situation for Team Orchid, as now they lead by 3.
Vance has been such a treat to watch for Team Orchid this year, and he continues to surprise. So going into this next round, 5 Fears desperately need to get something going. First blood their way instantly traded, but it is going to be numbers for 5 Fears, as it does look like they are going to hit the brakes.
No information is still a lot of information. And off of this 3v2, you do have the lay of the land for 5 Fears. The problem is Lucifer and Bance, they are in a tradable distance of one another, and Bance is in a great position to watch this crossover by stage.
Harry for the slow peek. He's going to get caught, 2v2. And is that the go button for Bance to start to progress? It is. 2 separate sides. 5 Fears are trapped.
Yeah, that's that angle. Bance gets activated. It's a double AR pinch. 35 seconds now remaining on the clock for Fire to try to clutch a 1v2.
And Fire has seen 1, but Bance is lost again for the reposition. Back to his teammate. Fire's going to get the good timing. 1v1. He knows Harry's up top. But there's 23 seconds. The bomb isn't planted. So you have to look for a way to dig your team out of this one. Harry's going to be spotted again, but with those shots, he knows all he has to do is play his life and wait for a mistake. Fire has to get the bomb down.
He's going to rewrap around back P2. Fire should be more than aware of this. Yeah, post-plant situation, AR versus AR. Lou has a late stun plus a Semtex to get a lot of coverage.
Can you put your team on the board? Clutch scenario. Harry's going to be spotted. Fire backs off.
He's got a Semtex.
Stun check out, slide back, Fire with the initial tag. Harry in trouble, but still wins it out. What is that?
It's still a round 2 as far as the replay is concerned. Now it's 4-0. Harry's able to clutch the 1v1. Had a trophy system. Maybe that was the play. I mean, but still, it's free damage. Needs to be communicated from his teammates that Semtex would have been scot-free damage to at least guarantee a rewrap, a reposition, let alone a flushing out of the current position to maybe try to get themselves on the board. But now down 0-4. This Team Orchid team, break be darned. They are still coming in with the heat.
But have 5 Fears. I mean, you think about last week at the AMD Overclock, Search and Destroy just was not kind to them. They still got to round 11s, but for this to be down 4-0, this is a different issue entirely. They just have no clutch behind them.
Offense for Orchid. Very forward and aggressive approach out of Henry. He needs to wait for his ARs to find a little bit more forward progress, but they're waiting on Bance. He's getting a lot of progress over by the B-bomb. He's behind a lot of players.
Yeah, Bance behind. First blood for Orchid. Trying to distract them, maybe for a plant towards A, and you can see that Abe is trying to deliver at least an equalizer in terms of kills, but no mistakes being shown, no kills coming back their way.
I mean, from the route that Bance took and the first blood that he found, they're going to rewrap this all the way back behind. That leaves Harry in a lurk, and a second kill does come through off of the trade. So 2v3. This bomb's still moving its way over towards B, but Exceed and Fire have now joined forces.
There's going to be a late lurk from Harry. Still going to try to stop this bomb from going down. Bounce on the Hattie. Nice kill onto Fire, and they cannot get past. 5-0 for Orchid in the search.
Now, the right idea, 2v3, trying to isolate the kills inside of the bomb site itself, but it's Bance. Like you said, he's been such a treat to watch. This guy's been competing at the highest level of Call of Duty. It's probably before you can even put on pants, Colin. This guy has been absolutely electric. He's been downloading everything he's been watching, playing up against Team Notorious all year in these Challengers Elites. He's as wily as a veteran as they could possibly come. He's been around the block. He's now up to 6-1.
For the record, I could put pants on.
Yeah.
Watching this guy play.
Yeah, you're young.
But right now, it seems like everything is on the ground right now for Five Fierce, and they got nothing in their hands. So, RCXD is going to be out, see if they can get some information over towards a couple team tags there from Hixie. Still first blood out of Fire. This is something where you got to start building this one up, but Mythic's on the timing. Nobody's going to be watching up top. And he has seen absolutely nothing.
Yeah, you can see Henry's arrow. He's staying on a swivel because they're mostly worried about the push that could come through from Ticket. The player that would do it would be Fire, but the bomb's going to be planted here today. They're just going to brute force their way from the front.
3v4, the retake for the 6-0 sweep. Exceed is going to make this a 4v2, now a 4v1, and it's all down to Mythics for the clutch. The dagger it would be, but not just yet.
Yo, full sale? Just kidding. Let's not call it too early. But still, one round at a time. Good nades coming over the top. Again, they immediately got hedge control. They got that top center control and that first blood as well. Once you got that trophy system, that information, you know that there's at least one of two players that has been a really big issue for you in towards the back, and that, of course, would be Harry. Once they isolated Bance, you know everybody's mostly coming from the front again. It is like shooting fish in a barrel at that point for an offensive team. The bomb gets planted for free. Almost felt like that teamwork were trying to go for the heavy read, and maybe the aggressive mid-push was going to be the Five Fierce call. Nope, it's just the tried and true. Let's just slowly work over by A. But still so much more work to be done.
One round at a time, one kill at a time for Five Fierce. See if they can do the unthinkable on red card. And that's not going to help you whatsoever. Harry's going to draw first blood. Down over towards A. That's going to put a lot of pressure on a Hixie.
Sure is. Fire's going to start taking more space away from Ticket, and the more space he takes away, the more he should know that it's going over towards the streets. Hixie's going to be watching that cross, but he's more or less alone until Abe comes to join him fully.
Chats the shot. Oh, there he is. But he's not going to be able to get away with his life. So still numbers for Orchid. Now the bomb is down. Abe shouldn't have seen this one. But he just has to live. He's not able to. All down to one. Fire, 1v3. Does he have the clutch?
Oh, he's got the read, though. The biggest question, did Mythic see him leave? Oh, Fire might think that it's going to be a double pump fake. He could clear the A-bomb, and then retake through Ticket. 25 seconds remain, and Bance is going to lay the rock down. The hardest part behind this, again, Fire does have a Semtex. He's got to use it this time, Colin, because there's going to be so many corners he needs to clear.
Nothing left on the table for this clutch. Fire, he's going to spot the first one. But there's only 35 seconds to get this. Shots out, Mythics just throwing shoulders.
One headshot away from getting that kill, and now you know exactly where Fire's coming from. Still has a Semtex, but you like to think that Bance and Mythics got this wrapped up.
He's got to get it done. He's got to go fast, but Mythics for the shots. Fire down to 6 HP, and they just fly at him. What a showing from Orchid so far. 6-1 in the search, up 2-0 over Five Fierce, showing that nothing has changed since DreamHack.
Yeah, no, nothing has changed at all. They took the red card then. They'll take it here as well, just in a lot more of a dominant fashion. 6-1 is crazy, even minus the break. Benjamin Bance was making plays, and they might have been at least like stalled out from the power outage, but still, knowing what was seen previously, knowing all the different holes that he could try to plot his way forward to be able to get so much information for his team. Wonderfully done out from Team Orchid as a 4-player unit to now take a 2-0 lead over Five Fierce.
Yeah, who would have saw this one coming? I mean, Five Fierce, they've been so good in the respawns too, and as soon as you lose that skyline, you start to worry a little bit for this team. You go into the search and destroy, expecting things to change after what we saw at AMD last week, but against this Orchid team, you just cannot get it done in the searches and continue to show some issues in those map number 2s. And that's going to put some pressure now onto this team to have to reverse sweep if they want to get that auto qualification into playoffs through the winner's side of this Group B. But looking back at this search and destroy, which was a pretty long search and destroy.
Well, yeah, all things considered, but yeah, I think
Longest 6-1 ever.
Yeah, it really was. And the way that red card is just played out can be very methodical, or it could be just a very hard hit through the middle of the map or one of these lanes. You actually got all three of those from Team Orchid and both sides of the bomb as well, where they're able to get really, really aggressive with Henry, with Bance getting activated, isolating himself. And the biggest problem with it is that 5 Fears, whether they recognize it or not, was just too late. There was so much space that was being found on the map for Team Orchid, and 5 Fears were just either unaware with, they weren't getting the audio cues from the nades, or the way that Orchid were just playing it was just way too methodical, and they were baiting out a lot of the different positional advantages that they were able to soon define. But good utility overall coming through from Team Orchid. You can see a lot of the late utility still in the back pockets for 5 Fears through these opening engagements, and it's all Orchid coming through this. The one round that was there for 5 Fears came by way of a very aggressive hit, but that was the only time they were able to walk away with a round. 6-1 search and destroy for top 2 out of Europe's Team Orchid. Looking pretty darn good.
Team Orchid looking fantastic after the search and the hard points. 5 Fears are in trouble on the winner side of Group B, but we can take a look in Group A now to go see Royal Spartans versus Valor Esports, and heading into the control, Royal Spartans feeling good.
Yeah, it has not been close. 250-34, map 1 of Hacienda, same venue for map 262. For the Royal Spartans that lost to FC Stallions, and it's looking like a victory lap here. Last 12 seconds, last live coming through for Valor Esports, and they're sent packing. It was an uphill battle for them throughout the entirety of the weekend. They had a last-second fill-in, but the LATAM LCQ champions are sent.
That is going to be the end of the road. Royal Spartans, they got a beating by the Stallions at the start of the day, but a little bit of a break, a little bit of a regain, and the team is looking a lot better now against Valor Esports, so they get their chances at revenge now potentially on the cards, depending the outcome of Team Notorious versus Stallions and what we're going to be seeing from that one in the winners bracket for Group A. But that is a much needed game from Cruzy God and co.
Still so many more competitors in front of them, right? I mean, they're still going to be waiting for the winner of Team Notorious versus Stallions, which they're still working their way through their dealership search and destroy. That's on the Bravo stream here for COD Challengers if you want to, and I implore you to open up a multitude of tabs, because Stallions, your LCQ champions, former FC Draco, Kason, formerly lead of this team, now going over towards the for Zuma.
The Zuma side.
Yeah, I think that the Stallions team definitely could make a deep ring. I was talking to Neum during that tech issue as well, and I had to congratulate him not only just on making it for top 1 of NA, beating Gunless's team and all the other teams that he had to fight along the way, but a 1.32 KD is nuts. And then the way he came into that first series versus the team that actually dropped him to make sure that they auto-qualified for champs is just insane scene. So you like to think that it's going to be against Team Notorious or Stallions, because that's just the way that the bracket works for GSL, and that match will be sometime later today, but that's going on Bravo. Back towards our main focus, though, Colin, there's a potential for us to continuously have 3-0s, because P7 Black, 250-135 versus Chaos. Team Orchid up 2-0 versus 5 Fears here.
You thought we'd get at least one game 4 at some point.
I'd like to at least see a game 4. That'd be nice.
I'd like to see it go back to a hard point now for this 5 Fears team. It has to go to another hard point.
They'd go to a rewind, too. That'd be really good for them.
And they've looked fantastic at rewind. I'd like to see Hixie spawn into a rewind after what we saw last week out of him, but first, they got to get through the hard part, and that is going to be the controls, because you even think about this Orchid team back at DreamHack. It was the 2-3-5s that won them so many series.
You almost feel like it's a guarantee. That's what I'm saying. Like, it'd either be a 3-0 or a 4-1. It could either be the protocol control cure or the protocol search and destroy. Again, Henry on this map mode combination throughout the entirety of Challengers Elite for Europe has been an absolute menace, not to mention on all of the runs that he had throughout the opens. But it's a great start through 4 or 5 years on the defense. They win the opening break. They get inside of top trips.
That's good help from Abe, too, but Harry's still going to make his way over towards this A zone, stop the time, and start the progress. The rest of the team trying to work off the spawns, and Harry still getting kills, still getting value before going down to that nade. So he's allowed his team out of the spawn trap, and now Bance looking to work a flank onto the rest of it. As you can see, that 5 Fears at the same time, they're trying to work a flank through the spawn of Orchid, and Abe going to secure at least the shutdown on that A zone.
Oh, Harry and Henry are going to spawn. It's just so weird, but Hixie still gives away his life instead of a very favorable position. Allows Bance to, again, the wily veteran. He somehow finds an angle to get all the way over by top of the lighthouse, and that opens up an opportunity to get over towards B, though Abe, right place, right time, fire, is able to line up too, and now he's up to 6-2.
Yeah, he's had a great start to the game. Watching over the rest of the team. With that aims in hand, Henry's turn to get over towards this B zone, see if he can distract, but Five Fierce, they are running amok into the side of Orchid. Double progress for a second before Henry does end up going down, so at least Orchid are doing a good job at ping-ponging the time. Still 35 seconds to keep this round going. They are slowly burning away Five Fierce.
Yeah, it's always one player inside of triple building, right? At that time it was Hixie. You need a heroic play to come through from one of the Team Orchid players, and it's just not happening. 22 seconds remain, and they're down by 3 lives.
Spawn trap, not going to work. Another 3 go down. Hey, is the opportunity that you're going to be looking for. And you do have Henry still in the spawn of Five Fierce, seeing if he can bleed out a couple of these lives. Going to jump right in towards Abe. 17.5 seconds, but what you're worried about is the flank on the other side. So Five Fierce are trying to shut this one down before that A zone does get captured. The second progress is already in. Kills coming through. Fire inside for another kill. He's up to 9 and 6, and he is taking over.
Still got Hixie to worry about inside your spawn. Five Fierce are just doing a bang-up job of just making sure they're cycling players out. Wherever the pressure is coming from, they're cycling it on the opposite front. Last second desperation attempt to maybe try to get that segment worked on over by A, and time will be depleted. Second segment is all they will earn, but Five Fierce played that like a fiddle. Opening break-off, 3-for-1 trade, getting top trips control, and albeit some overextensions came through, unnecessary when it needed to. Every trade was that much better for Five Fierce to be able to get back inside of the spawn trap and be able to relentlessly play the trade game.
You even think about this team, though, on a protocol for the map 3. This inherently should play towards Five Fierce. In the history of these guys, I mean, you look at all 4 of these players. Well, yeah, maybe not right now in what we've been seeing, but I mean, this is traditionally, like, you got 3 solid subs on a protocol defense. You even look at Exceed swapping over to the Jackal at times. He is not afraid to follow up Abe or Hixie in these plays.
Oh, yeah, totally. It'll be interesting to be able to see if they can keep up with that continuation. Again, defense on protocol, you always expect for things to go that way, especially if you start on that side. No trophy systems, 2 for 2 goes the kill feed early in this round, and will at least deny any sort of shenanigans over towards the A zone. So Exceed's got to concede the space, and he goes over towards the B zone instead, has a trophy system to boot.
The rest of the team trying to catch up, but it is full top control for Orchid. First segment getting worked on here. They come. Exceed's going to catch a car bomb onto somebody, but it is going to immediately get rid of that B zone over towards A. Mythic's up top is going to stop that, and off the respawn are Five Fierce.
I don't even know who that was, but that body stack was a little bit strange. Clearing all of trips. Good job from Five Fierce, doing it in quadrants, making sure that they clear their spawn first, and then they can produce a little bit further forward. Though Pants finds the first, plus the melee of the butt of the gun onto Exceed. So 2 kills go for Bance. He's up to 9 and 8. Still trying to hold this space to the middle of the map, and it's Henry for 2, over by the A zone, denying any pressure again.
Orchid on top right now for the pressure. As it is another look over towards B here for Abe for a second. He's going to transition underneath, see if he can get towards top Grandma's, but it's being watched, and Abe's going to be sent back down the zip. Middle map 1 by Hixie. He's going to hop over towards B. They got the stack on, 3 players there, and Abe is trying to at least cut down some of these players towards the top side, so if your teammates can win the fights inside the hill, you're going to be solid for the capture, but Henry in for the contest, 3 in a row. Mythic's there to assist, and that clock is way too low.
Oh, hold on a second here. Abe's now up to 3 in a row. Felt like that he needed to touch the zone. That gives away his life. 21 seconds is where the clock's going to be stalled. Desperation setting in here for Five Fierce as they're solo pulling their way in towards the zone. Exceed finds a route. Top Grandma's traded, but you still got one on the zone.
1. That's going to be 1. Abe now looking to be the hero for this team. Clock is stopped, and everybody is racing to help out Abe on this solo capture, but another wave of kills coming up for Orchid. Hixie is just not there to assist, and he's trying to play his life, but it is hide and seek, and Orchid are all over it. So 10 seconds left, back over towards the respawns. Fights being won by Orchid, and it is clean on the defense for Protocol.
Yep, just a handful of more kills, a handful of more seconds. Hixie doesn't want to give away any more of the lives. He knows that he can do the quick maths. It's 2 segments per each team on their offensive attempt, so we're all square there. The biggest difference is that Team Orchid blew them out of the waters there towards the end. A steep life advantage, and, well, if you're unaware as far as control is concerned, if it goes to round 5, defense is settled off a segment progression first, but if we're tied there, it goes over towards kills. And so far, Team Orchid leading in that department, and if you can tell by the counter in my voice, this is a defensive-sided game mode. So, yeah, Team Orchid definitely looking good so far. Again, the bounce back off of what was a lovely transition out of Exceed with the trophy system. It was just a weird body stack to come through. Both players watching the same angle. They could have produced almost 2 segments, almost a third, to buy some time for their respawns, but not going to be the case. We're all even Stevens for Orchid's second attack.
So see if Orchid can maybe crack this case on offense and tee themselves up for a potential 3-0 in this series. Bance is going to open up with the first kill. Fire in trouble as 2 of his teammates has gone down. Abe sneaks through the sidewalk, a quick double kill, and suddenly all that pressure is wiped away for a second. 3 go down, and Orchid, they got a chance over towards B.
Sure do. You would love a couple segments over on this side of the map if you are Orchid to be able to gain a steeper advantage within this round. Really cement your round 5 defense, if not maybe the round win here. And the kills are pretty good for you. They got a 3-life lead. They're going to give up B for now, and transition is over towards A.
Still, though, it's only Henry here. He's going to finally get a little bit of assistance from Bance in the stack, but he is wondering, should I push or do I just stack this out with the teammate? And he is going to extend a little bit further on down the line, though. Pants goes down, and suddenly you are worried. Henry just not all there. You're disconnected, and 5 fears pick you apart.
45 seconds on the clock. No segments of progression has been worked past that first. And what was a beautiful start coming out from Orchid, now we're back to square one of what we saw in the opening offense. And that's going to be 5 fears just right in your spawn waiting to kill you again.
Yeah, all 4 players here exceeds the timing. 3 in a row. Can he make a 5-0? Bance to the turn on. And he reads him like a book. 2 down. Orchid, another chance for the offensive take over towards A. Hixie here trying to defend, and he at least finds the 1. Hixie dancing around, shuts down the push to A. 17 seconds.
Got A backing towards your spawn over by the zip line. Great send, great jump shot, headshot, bang. 10 seconds now left on the game clock. That's a 4-life lead. And Orchid, again, firmly in the driver's seat from that opening breakoff, had an attempt over at B. They thought they could rotate back over towards A, but unbeknownst to them, by doing so, by having so much pressure over at B, they actually forced all of 5 fears to spawn parallel on that side of Grandma's, thus giving them the free angle on said transition, and completely blew the play up and the round soon after. So only a single segment was captured through a beautiful opening breakoff. That stings.
It does sting. I feel like both teams just haven't really been able to figure out the, at least, offensive spawn manipulation that we've been looking for on a control like Protocol. I mean, even over towards those beat takes for 5 fears.
Yeah.
You had somebody inside Grandma's every single time spawning out the defenders over towards Lighthouse. You just could never get the stack that you truly wanted to. And, you know, same can be said there for Orchid, like you beautifully broke down for us, Andy. And, I mean, it has been a scrappy one, to say the least. The defensive teams are just constantly in the driver's seat.
Great opening breakoff again. Henry's now up to 3 in a row. He's inside of lockers, and he's made a muck of this position in Elite's pass. Still showing up in the kill feed. Exceed's getting spacing over towards Helicopter, and he's shooting the Beamerson, but it's a base race on the opposite side. 26 plays up against 25, but the biggest problem, 5 fears on that zone, stalling out the clock.
A little bit of progress, but that's okay. Orchid put together a triple kill as a team. It's right back into the spawn trap for Protocol. Couple kills back for Hixie. Push over towards A. That's going to be interrupted by Mythics. And he's got the heads up right towards the front door. Still Exceed with the slide out. Back and forth from both teams. And nobody is able to get to the point for 5 fears just yet. 41 seconds left on that clock, and you are starting to worry a little bit.
And just a wee bit here. Again, it's just the one segment that they need. But they're down by so many lives, so you would like to guarantee the round 5 defense, which this is inevitably about to go to by getting 2 segments at the very least. But to Colin's point, these guys have not figured out an offense on Protocol through 3.5 rounds so far, and we're down to 23 seconds. It's a 2-life lead, 2-for-1 trade. 5 fears got to convert this into a push.
Hey, nobody in your spawn right now. You got to think that this one's it. Contest is in. Harry trying to dance enough to buy some time for the rest of the team, and he does. Help arrives, the snap from Harry.
What a read.
And it is down to the wire now. Only one player is up, and that's going to be Abe over towards the B zone, but he is in trouble as he is traded out. And 5 Fierce, they're reeling to get to these zones.
Abe would have had to at least find 3. And Charlie trying to get the stun forward to get himself a little bit more of a play towards that B zone. Exceed back off the spawn block. He's not here alone. The first dies. It's going to be a slide in for Harry, who finds 3. Bance on the opposite side for the 4 dead. Any progress simply denied. Round 5 defense for Team Orchid.
Harry might be unlocked right now. He is frying in this series. He truly may be the reincarnate of Lucifer right now.
That's end of the year Harry, man. It's the same thing with Denza, Sleeve. These guys for European old heads, I guess as they may be now, always turn up at the end of the year. Bance is right there with them. Mythics may not be having the sexiest map 3 of his life, but when you got Bance and Harry dropping numbers like they are, Mythics and Henry can continue to roam free, get any damage they could possibly find, and it's going to be followed up. 23 and 19 for Henry, 28 and 16 out of Harry, and 24 and 21 out of Bance for this round 5 defense. Very much so could be the series.
Yeah, that's A-okay for Mythics. Harry with the quick tap up, knowing, you know what, you've been him. Take a back seat, kick your feet up. Just do whatever you need to do. But offense for 5 Fears. Over towards B off the break off. It's immediately going to be 2 down. Fire's going to jump out the window, see if you can get over towards B to assist Hixie as much as possible, but they are on red alert for Bance. Finally, Hixie's going to get him a couple kills, and this is the best chance we've seen so far, and that is immediately wiped away by Henry.
It just, again, so many different times throughout so many different respawn maps. I mean, he's up to 46 engagements. He is everywhere on protocol right now, and it's a real issue for 5 Fears, who are trying to convert this segment into a whole one over by B. Big 1v1 out from Hixie, but immediately gets traded from the top of the map. Exceed is still here, working on that progress. First segment's locked.
Yeah, first segment's in, almost the second one with the double stack. It's going to go considerably quick, and it looks like Orchid going to retake this one to the middle of the map where Fire is waiting. Good shots on the first one. Can he buy some time? Mythics looking to get some eyes on towards Exceed for the 1v1. Exceed wins it, and that might be the cap. There's only one more player, Henry, and he's not going to get there in time. B zone gets secured. First zone of the series, or the game, gets secured.
Yeah, I don't like that push out of Henry right there. Gave his life a little bit too scot-free, but 5 Fears did not take advantage of that. They're just going for the full-on transition through the middle of the map, and now they're starting to push through the old converted hill. Our Team Orchid, it is so brilliant. Not the best map 3 out of Mythics, but what a brilliant push there.
That might be the difference. With Mythics, big brain play. And Abe is wondering, what do I do? Looking to get busy, but that is another shutdown from Mythics. So they clear their spawn and now working to at least get back on this defense.
Just under 90 seconds now for 5 Fears to try to convert this offense, stay alive in the series on the upper side of their grouped bracket, but it is slowly falling away from them. 13 plays up against 9. Orchid have played this so wonderfully, but they only have so many more lives to play with, Colin. They cannot afford to lose out on the trades.
AV12. Hixie lurking. Shark in the water, and he is smelling blood. Nice snap out from Hixie, 3 in a row, and suddenly that's going to ignite some flames in these 5 Fears. Looking at a 6th one onto this protocol control, and they are frying right now. Another wave of kills, 3 lives up. 5 Fears say, you know what? So what? With map 1 and 2. We are not done with the series.
Not done with the series, not even one bit. In the most Call of Duty control fashion, we go 4 straight defensive rounds where not a whole zone was even being captured, and then we go to round 5, where 5 Fears are backs against the wall. They have to start the reverse sweep on the control, and they're able to answer it with a round 5 offense, where we were really hounding both teams to really struggle to be able to find a foot forward. It was mostly off of the initial breakoff, through screens, coming through 4-5 Fears to put themselves in a position to get over towards B in that last isolated play from Hixie to be able to win that 1v1 outside of Lighthouse. But the transition was a scary one.
Yeah.
In that moment, if the lives were any closer to being even, I would hate to say that 5 Fears probably lose out on that trade game, but because you had about a 5-life lead off of an impeccable opening break-off, you were able to then convert your way over towards the A zone, through the middle of the map, and then in those final few moments, with 60 seconds, you could play TDM. Great call coming through for the roster of 5 Fears to be able to recognize that quick mats and to be able to isolate these plays, bait and switch their way to victory, and stay alive in the series.
I mean, Exceed with a big 1v1 too at that B zone.
Yep.
And then Henry oversells it. You get the whole team just falling apart when you need it most. And when we see this Five Fears team play on protocol control, just think about last week what we saw from them too. Fire just plays so well on this map. 33 kills for the team. Going toe-to-toe with Harry, who dropped 32 for Orchid. And it seems like Five Fears, they just know how to clutch up on these protocols. It is so fun to watch. And even just looking past it, the defense was, or offense was such an issue until you just get those clutch moments from one of those players who's just looking to contest that zone last second, and you just go big at the right times.
This one's going to sting especially. I mean, you almost feel like if you had just the slightest bit more impact from Mythics, this was a non-contest for Team Orchid to be able to win 3-0, but Five Fears, wily as ever, they continue to showcase their grit to be able to fight their way back. Again, Fire had a very impressive opening start towards the entirety of the game, but it came through for a lot of those heroics that were required on offense that we were missing, that all just came crashing down in that round number 5, mostly from a Hixie and Xc, just trying to keep themselves gassed up for the rest of the series. See Coach Bruno right there, big old Exotic fan of the EG days, coaching this roster, and then Marky B on the opposite side, meeting of the minds here. That could be the beginning of a reverse sweep, but this hard point, again, rewind, we talked about it for 5 years, man. It's pretty good for them.
Yeah, John Exotic, the self-proclaimed best coach in Challengers. He said it
Such a small sample size.
So
it only goes so far, can you, John?
He's looking to see if he can reignite something in this team going into the reverse sweep now for the rewind hardpoint up next for this squad. And that's been a touching point for this team even, last week going into this week is you let this team go to rewind, they continue to cook on this map. And, for Orchid, yes, you stole away the skyline, which is inherently Five Fears' best hardpoint map, but now you're going into their second best hardpoint map, and you still need to be a little bit cautious because of that.
I think respawns in general, when it comes down to this Team Orchid matchup, were always going to be the biggest question. It was the utmost surprise that they were able to take the Skyline map number 1 just from the opening that they had, but that was map number 1. Now we're on even playing ground. Both teams are equally as warm. The difference is that Five Fears are absolutely gassed coming in towards this one. You know that they're humming. I'm still looking on their screens. They're sitting there chatting about their opening break-off. What's going to be happening starting off on this side of the map. Should be very, very interesting to say the least. But Team Orchid, we've seen this a handful of times in a lot of different grand finals through the elite stage and a lot of different matches that when it goes map 5, map 4, they can struggle to try to close things out. You cannot afford to do that here. Not at Champs. No, sir.
Better late than never to the party, and Five Fears might have taken them a couple maps, but going into this hard point, you can see that everybody is dialed in and locked. So here we go, rewind hard point locked in. Five Fears looking to push a map 5 in this qualification match for playoffs. Orchid looking to steal away another respawn from the Five Fears team.
Yep, starting off on that side of the map. For 5 years, you know that they got the instant look at over by the streets, but Orchid just didn't even care. They just immediately hit all the way through the P2 side, all the way through the middle of the map. 5 years a little bit late, but they break on back for the P1 time, and send all 5 years back in.
And if there's anybody for 5 Fears that we're going to be looking at, it is going to be this guy, Exceed, as he's going to be consistently the AR looking for these rotations for 5 Fears, and then soaking up that objective time, and the rest of the team wants to just lay it around them, so Orchid not out to a great start, but they are going to get 3 down to get back into P1.
Yep, sure will. Got to make sure that you maintain that side of the map, though, if you are 5 Fears. They lose out on such a cause, but nobody was watching Burger. Well, Abe's going to find an opportunity to try to get all the way through that Burger Street past Dumpster. He's already past Blue and inside a DVD. He's in your face and in your spawn. It's a big kill coming through from Team Orchid to try to maintain those spawns, but 5 Fears, they got the numbers and the trades. They break right in 5 seconds time.
Right from the front, Mythics trying to play his life in the back, but good trade from Exceed, and all eyes forward now for 5 Fears. They flip the script for Hill 2. And Orchid are going to have to see what they can put together to try and re-break this. Still pressure in from Elephants, coming away with a lot of those kills, though, and it's all down to Hixie to see if he can dig his team back out from this, which they do. 5 Fears, they weather the storm.
Still that 30-point lead, 5 Fears can make that even more so. They can get a lot of good streak control as well. Able to at least find themselves combined 6 between Hixie, now 7 as Abe is able to find himself now up to 4 in a row. They can start pushing all the way through the middle of DVDs, get through the middle of the map. They got the red dot over by Mythics. Great team shot to at least clear their way forward, but even better trades for Team Orchid. They cannot lose this hold.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be pressured out for the spawn flip as well. So 3 go down, and 3 spawn up back over towards Burger. 5 Fears. They're going to recognize this and fire with the information. He's going to be communicating this, and you see those white arrows. They are turning around so many battles to win, but they walk away with all of them and the time.
Big moment now for Team Orchid. You got to break this hard point. The problem is you're mostly got to rely on Harry to make this push a little bit further forward. You would love a submachine gun in that position, and you hope that your teammates are able to win from the front, of which they're able to do on both fronts equally. 30 seconds left to fight for, and Orchid would love all of it.
So now see if you can win a couple of these battles and start to push that line of scrimmage forward. Fire is snapping. Another wave of kills, and you are sent back to square one here if you're Orchid. So to see what they can do. They got a lot of work to do to get across this map.
Yeah, and they got to get all the way over towards the general store, right? I mean, that is the longest rotation possible spawning in for P2 when you got to rotate past P4 and you have everything being watched besides the route that's being taken by Harry. But it's such an easy read. Can 5 Fierce pick it up as they have an 80-point lead, Colin?
Well, Hill 4 on Rewind tends to win you games. And 5 Fierce, they know that. They got themselves cemented in this position. But a big win in the pack. That's going to be Henry looking to get an early break. He's the first one, though, and it's Dominoes lining up. Fire alone. He's got some work to do, but the players, the teammates, they respawn right beside you. And Orchid just not able to break just yet.
No, not at all. 30 seconds left to fight over, and Team Orchid are just a bit of a whimper coming through this first set of hills. I mean, even Ego Chow's coming through at the end for Exceed. He's up to 12-7, definitely feeling the main stage now. 5 Fierce should be soaking up the last bit of this 20 seconds. Team Orchid just mostly setting up for exits.
This is clinical on the Rewind, and we knew 5 Fierce cook on this map, but I wasn't expecting to be like this.
Your usual suspects are not showing up. I mean, you got a combined 10 and 21 between Henry and Mythics. Those have been your cornerstones of success for the highest bit of slaying all season long. We need them to step up here at Gens.
So let's see if they can get it done for P5. Mythics on the inside, looking to soak up some hill time. But he needs the kills to go behind it. Hixie gonna throw some shoulders back in. Mythics for the Chow. He's got the Jackal, and now he's got to look to win a couple more battles. But 5 Fierce holding on to the hill for another break.
I'm so excited to be able to see the assist column coming through from 5 Fierce. Their team shots have been impeccable, but the heroics finally come through from Team Orchid at a moment where it is required. But there was no trophy system, so Hixie might find an avenue to re-break this for 5 Fierce, but they got so many numbers swarming around Gens, and there's only 20 seconds left to fight for it.
Advance to the inside, almost snaps to another as he is cut down before that streak gets prolonged. Good time off this from Orchid, but so much more to bring yourself back in off this first set. 5 Fierce puts you in the blenders. Let's see if they can get themselves out of it proper.
Yeah, Fire, he's able to find 2. These multi-kills have really been carrying 5 Fierce throughout the entirety of this, but it's not by way of team, or not lack of team shots, I should say, excuse me. And Team Orchid might need to take a piece out of that puzzle, but they keep getting isolated. And throughout all of these isolated 1v1s, Mythics Henry just continue to lose. Routes can be run by Bance, but when his teammates are losing out on the gunfights, these routes are nothing.
Trades out. 5 Fierce, they're going to be on top of it all. Finally a break for Orchid, but that is going to force those spawns from 5 Fierce over towards that P2. And with this extended lead that they do have, they are happy to just reach out this from all different angles. Hixie for the slide in, plays his life, and look at that help coming out from the rest of the team. Exceed winning the fights, allowing Hixie to just survive in this position, almost finding his 4th in the row, but this is just damage keeping the opposite side away.
It had no bullets in the Jackal, trying to spot back over to the pistol, thought that he had time for the reload, but it's the teamwork, it is the cohesion, it's the team shots, and then the trades that continuously come through for 5 Fierce. Fire is 14, now in 10. 17 and 13 from Exceed. Everybody going positive, and Team Orchid are still struggling to find their feet beneath them. 128-point lead. In 5 Fierce, they have the spawns for P2. Team Orchid are holding it from the front, though.
Well, a couple players getting spawned out. As you can see, the spawn in the back for Henry is going to be the break for Orchid and Lucifer. 4 in a row for Harry. As this is the moment now for Orchid. Can they turn this one around? But 5 Fierce, of course they got it. Fire's going to drop the Hellstorm from above, force everybody on the inside for these early battles. And that is going to be 5 Fierce actually getting their way back into this one. Abe cut down to the back. Bance is going to keep it going. And Orchid, they are holding on.
Not the Hellstorm that maybe you were looking for. Maybe try to assist a further break from the front. But so long as 5 Fears can play proper exits and they can keep them spawn trapped here for at least the next 30 seconds, they'll have a free rotation over towards Burger. Harry's starting to look over towards that street. He saw Fire cross. It's going to be a big 1v1 for the rotation over towards New and Orchid needed, but still happening in the kill feed. It's Exceed this time around. 21-16 now for Caden up on 3.
21-16,
Make it 4.
22, minute 52. Minute 26 in that hill from Exceed. Caden just looking to deadlift his team into this 5th map. As 5 Fears are in. And Orchid, you're in the hot seat to see if you can break this one. Harry with some shots, good damage. Finds a kill on towards Fire as well. That's going to lead in for the break in the front side. Orchid needs to maintain this. And needs to keep 5 Fears as far away as possible. Harry again with the lineup, but not able to get the second one. Exceed finds his way in. 24 seconds. You can't win here, but this is time that is going to keep Orchid so far away.
It'll put them within 8 seconds, and you're still trailing by a solid 100 if you are Team Orchid. So you know they have to fight for this time, and then hit through the time, and then get over towards P4, but it is just too much to ask for as 5 Fears. They meet them at the gates, find the kills, and Hixie's getting more space inside of blue.
Hixie wants it all. Exceed, another spree, 10 seconds away from sending us to a map 5, and look how far away Orchid is. It is a trek to get back there, and I don't think anybody can touch. 5 Fears deliver us one hell of a hard point on the rewind, and we not only get a game 4 inside this winner's qualification match, we get a map 5.
We got good stuff happening all over the venue right now as far as your series are concerned, but it is quick business, quick little drop of the headsets because they got a map 5 to maybe try to fight back and win. Big moments coming through from 5 Fears. Fire had a great start from the past 2 maps. 27 and 17 here, had that Hellstorm. Maybe it wasn't the greatest call in the world when he did use it, but it was so much space being provided, and everybody was constantly finding so many different sprees, so many different team shots being found continuously. And yeah, the assist column is just absolutely hectic beyond belief. 4-5 Fears. They were team shotting everything. A lot of good damage being found by Exceed, and then he was finalizing a lot of those kills there towards the end, Colin. But I will say an absolute lackluster performance for Team Orchid, especially on a map like Rewind. You would think that Henry would be right at home, the same thing that Hixie was doing.
Yeah.
Nowhere to be found.
No, not at all. And nobody. I don't want to put it on to just one player because nobody was getting involved there for Orchid. A couple good moments from Vance and Harry, but just as a whole, it just seemed like it was off kilter the entire game. And hey, this 5 Fierce team says don't challenge on Skyline. I feel like Rewind has started to become their best map for this mode. And it's not even close when we see this team go to this Rewind hardpoint.
Yeah, for sure. Something that you're going to have to keep in mind if you're going up against 5 Fears within the future, within that, whether that's the playoff bracket or if they lose this game 5, one of the teams that they could potentially end up facing later on down the line. We'll give you a quick little update on what that's all happening. Because this line graph is absolutely nutty, to say the least, because that lead was insurmountable. You know, the same thing that we were talking about for Team Orchid back in that Skyline Hardpoint map. Number one, the biggest difference is that this team, 4-5 Fears, once they get hot, they do not relent. They close out this game very, very swiftly. Versus that map number one, Team Orchid almost let that slip away from them. This is just 5 Fears at their best, shooting their best, calming their best, and continuously showcasing why they are highly regarded here in the NA region.
I'm going to be honest, Andy. I don't think I've ever seen a rewind, or it's been a while since I've seen a rewind that only goes 2 rotations. You know, usually everybody's scrapping for that 3rd rotation, getting into Hill 3. It's usually a race over towards who can get those P2 spawns, and
you just never see like P2s and P4s go towards the same team over and over again, because like P2, that side of the map, again, that is the longest rotation that we do have in the game of Call of Duty, Black Ops 6, and to be able to seamlessly make that rotation happen time and time again from the front, the breaks were coming through from 5 Fears on both sides, was absolutely Herculean to say the least. But here's another one of those matchups that we were talking about, a potential coming up of a challenge for one of these 2 teams in the future is the Stallions roster. They are 2-0 up versus Team Notorious. Colin, they beat them 3-0 on the Hacienda Control and 6-4 on the Dealership Search and Destroy, and only lost the Skyline Hardpoint by 30 points. And this one's looking like a banger.
And this is something that we talked about for the Stallions team because, yes, it's the North American LCQ champs. Yes, this is a team that has struggled to find placings and, you know, elites and cups and, you know, just in the general year, find rosters to play on. But you bring them together, you put Major Maniac at the helm as a coach for the squad as well, and they are leveling up at just the right time. And, you know behind them, when you got the Zoom Mafia cheering for you too, that is going to gas you to the high heavens to perform now at Champs. And you know, at the same time, when you get Trakes and Neum playing some of the best COD that we've seen them play all year, it is a team that you just love to watch.
So far in this series, again, we continuously talk about Stallions being that top 1 team from the LCQ. Listen to this real quick. Throughout the entirety of the series, Neum and Trakes, the 2 players that were dropped going in towards the LCQ, are currently leading in the series. A 1.31 from Neum thus far and a 1.52 out from Trakes. These guys are shooting pretty darn straight, but it's Team Notorious in the driver's seat thus far. Again, this is your Miami Challengers champion at the end of the day. So you really do expect them to do quite well at this event, leading by 40.
Well, Notorious for a second, yeah, they're going to have this lead, but you look towards those P5 rotations, Stallion's going to chalk up that scrap time and see if they can get a hold on this rotation. As you can see, all 4 members there. It's going to be a pinch out. Afro's going for the long flank right now, and you know, Stallions, yes, you're going to get this initial time, but you are trapped in this position. F-Dot, he's going to make himself known quickly, but it's 2 going down for the Stallions. Nobody's in this time, but Stallions, soon enough, they're going to hop it after the kills go their way.
Eric Boom just has to give up space for now, just play inside the ticket, saw the nameplate, pre-fire, would love this kill, and is able to get the headshot. That combines quite well. Now up on a 2 spree. Dive on in for this last 30 seconds. Is going to put them over double sentries.
200 points in. And you are in the hot seat right now for Stallions, seeing if they can get a break on this penalty kill. They do have life advantage, so now they can see if they can break this one in through ticket. Seam on 3 in a row right there is Neum with the Semtex. So back into the hard point for at least 10 seconds, and that's going to take us into another set of hills here on Red Card with a 40-point lead for Notorious.
It's 90 seconds left in the game clock. Could become a factor given that Stallions are down by 40 seconds and they're looking really good on this transition back towards the middle of the map. We will go. Trakes playing inside a corner. Easy reads for Eric Boom. Going to be able to at least take that one down. He's right back towards the top window side with an AR, and he is just absolutely humming in this angle of the map. Team Notorious back in towards the hill time. This time, Colin, they're making sure the game clock might not become a back to fact.
Yeah, Stallions need a little pep in their step because this is good time for Notorious, and you want to take it away. Asim, who is cooking in this hard point, he's got the outside position, so he is just feeding the rest of the communication to the team on where this re-break for Notorious is going to come from, and it is all players outside right now for Notorious. Trying to work back into it. It's 17 seconds. That is going to get you pretty close to a map 5.
Really nobody getting a leg up in the entirety of this game. Asim is leading the entirety of the lobby at 33 and 22. Trake's going to get isolated. It's going to be Afro and F-Dot, a combined 6 free, 225 to 173. Transition over towards New, currently being held by the Stallions, and now they have a read on where Notorious are coming from.
Everybody forward, but Stallions, nobody's in the hill. You need this time. Somebody's got to soak, and because of that, Notorious are giving a little bit of time for this break. Finally, you're going to have that set up, but the spawn's in the back. So you need to start to recognize this one on the inside. It's Trakes alone. Contest is out. Rafty for the win, and he walks away from it, and Notorious, now they can put it away.
T19, Rafi's still shooting straight laser beams, and Stallions, they got to try to contest from the front, and well, we won't be able to see the end of that. So if you want to see the conclusion of that one, again, that is currently happening over on the Bravo stream, and well, Team Notorious versus Stallions looking like it's probably going to go a game 5 as we have that underway currently for our mainstream.
Looking to see if Notorious can get that one done and put it away, and they were in a good spot to do it. But for this game 5, 5 Fears are looking for the reverse sweep. Team Orchid trying to deny and get that early qualification for the Saturday. Mythic's going to kick things off with the first blood on towards Abe, and that is going to open things up for a B plant now that 5 Fears have traded it out.
Got a lot of space forward. Not a whole lot of presence. They feel comfortable now to finally lay the rock down. It's just Hixie and Exceed. In this 2v3, can they clutch it out?
Big kill there. It's going to give him a chance. 1v2 for Exceed in the back alley, and he at least knows where one of these players are, so as long as he can get this regen and stabilize, he still has 30 seconds to unweave this. Stun check, though. They know he's back here, and it looks like they're trying to collapse this one together, trade each other out. It doesn't come to that. Bance beats him out in the fight, and there is plenty of time for the defuse.
Oh, yeah. It's just going to be tough no matter the way you swing it, right? 2v4, you're trying to at least get the bomb planted, and albeit you're able to do so, one getting picked amidst the bomb being planted, and then forcing out the 1v odd is never a good situation to find yourself in. Just wonderful stuff coming through from Team Orchid, playing their numbers, and let's keep in mind you here, 5 years trying to wipe the slate clean, just try to remember what happened back over towards that map, too. At least we are over here on the commentary desk. They should forget it. They got 6-1 on that red card, search and destroy, just Billy bopped up and out of there in that map number 2. So it's a great start out from Orchid. And a lot of the reasoning behind that map 2, Colin, on red card was Benjamin Bance. That boy loves a good route.
He does. And he has been that player for the search and destroys all year long. So see if you can do it one more time in a Game 5 setting for Team Orchid. Now it's their chance to see if they can get an attack going, but a nade from Fire is going to land for first blood and still going to give up this A plant to Orchid.
Bomb being planted down here, very tough situation, even when you have a numbers advantage. They're trying to set up for Abe to drop down over by the Zips to get the pinch over by Zig.
You got to be worried about Mythics here, so Abe's going to get caught on that flank. It brings it into a 3 versus 3, and you have no way back in towards this site for the retake. 24 seconds, see if you can win every single battle. And worry about Mythics in the back. Exceed for the slide with the AR out. Traded out. Hixie gets 2. He's going to instantly hop it because he knows his teammate is outside, and he's got his back.
Yeah, it sure does. Beautiful stuff coming through there from Hixie. Again, having the numbers this time around were 5 fears. They were really relying on Abe to be able to get that drop down over towards the zip line and then pinch that along with the spiral drop. But you know, even Abe dropping pulled about 2.5 heads over towards that side of the map for Team Orchid in that post plant, who were still able to get the bomb down, just could not execute on where the push was mostly coming from.
That's an important moment, too, because you get caught in a 3v3 for a post plant retake at A. That is not an easy thing for 5 fears to get through, but they do it. And they tie us up. We go defense for defense, both on retakes, both separate sites. We can see if this 5 fears team is going to give a go at this A site, and it looks like, for the most part, they are, as Hixie's actually going to avoid these stuns. It's not going to stop Bance from taking this space, and to make matters worse, you lose that first blood, but you got Exceed on the flank. See if he can equalize. The shot's just not all there, but he's got Hixie on his back, and Henry gets fried.
I don't understand how you miss all of those bullets and then proceed to fly and fry on the secondary chow, but sure. Just Exceed things. Bomb planted here at A. Mythics, Harry trying to retake this on 2 different fronts, and Mythics is already in towards the site. Had a good look towards the second, but Harry's late for the trade, although he will find it. Did not have enough time to be able to move on over towards the next 1v1, and it's all laughs going over towards 5 fears side of the map, mostly probably because Exceed also agreeing with what I'm saying. I don't understand how he was still able to find that kill, albeit just it's a wonderfully timed flank. And I felt like that Bance was going to be able to get that kill onto Hixie, the bomb carrier of all things. But Hixie got back up the zip very, very quickly off of Abe being first blooded. And then that pinch comes through from Exceed. Well timed. It allows 5 fears to take a 1-round lead.
That's a fast flank, too. You're wondering, how does he get the spiral so fast? And then we're wondering, how does it take 7 shots to kill one player and 4 to kill the next? But that's just Exceed things right now. Hixie goes big in that round for 3 kills. And 5 fears take their lead.
Oh, they're trying to set him up for like maybe an easy spree here, maybe get it past the RC card, but no. It's grandma's favorite grandchild. It is Henry. You do not enter in towards billiards for free. Get out.
And that's going to give Orchid a good chance for this round. After what was a very aggressive break-off in the defense for 5 fears, looking for that grandma's control. Now it's an A retake and a player disadvantage. Nade's going to be out. Nice 34 seconds to see if you can win yet another A-site post plant. Henry's going to get early shots on. Easy kill over towards A with the free fire onto Fire, but it's not going to come down to that. Orchid just win their trades and bring things back.
Tip your cap over towards Henry, second in from the screen right now. So you have Bance sitting there making sure you get your fist bumps out towards that young man. There ain't no way he was going to be able to walk away with those 2 kills over inside of billiards. It could have been improperly timed, didn't get to see it fully in the moment, but a big turning of the map number 5 for Henry, who again has been pretty I wouldn't say lackluster as much as Mythics in the past 2 maps, but he hasn't been as impactful. And in Search and Destroy, that's exactly where you expect him to meet pace with Bance. We'll have to see if he can continue on with that as we are all tied up once again.
This is a lot better from 5 years than what we saw on the red card, so suddenly some hope into Game 5 that the momentum is keeping them in this series for the S&Ds, but first blood from Harry. That slows things down for the most part. It looks like it's actually backed 5 years completely up to Grandma's. Abe's going to make the play, though. Can he play his life now? Just tucks away in the corner.
So free. Could be a post plant here already set up if they can get this kill in towards the back, but they were both weak. And somehow Mythics, he's able to line up too, and he's still throwing shoulders. Easy bait for Harry to drop down to be able to find that kill, and it is just back-to-back rounds of just really well played out, shoulders being thrown, information being gathered, and pinches being well delivered. Team Orchid are just absolutely playing this super well. They're reacting accordingly. They're being able to find where these nades are coming from. First red dots being scouted out, and albeit being traded, they're very quick to hop back into a position of where the last player died from to be able to find those immediate trades and get their numbers back.
Yeah, you got to give your respect to Mythics on that flank. Abe almost spoon-fed his team that round. Well, there's still some work to be done here for 5 years as they are battling against one of the best search teams that we have in the Challengers pit. So back over towards Ada for the bang out, and it's 5 years winning everything so far. All 3 kills go their way. Harry's backed up into the elevator shaft, and it is just full send from 5 years to keep us tied.
Yeah, kind of reminiscent to the one round that they were able to win on red card, right? Just 5-man, just hit something super quick, play for the trades. It's what you expect for this team so often when things are not going their way. It's the same things that we were absolutely praising them for in that rewind map number 4 is their team shots, their capability to be able to play and shoot at the same targets at the same time. So able to tie things back up for round number 7. We're going back over towards offense for 5 Fears. Will they continue to up the ante on this side of the bomb?
It's the big question. So where's the attack going to take us? We've seen lots of hits towards A, lots of hits towards B, but you got trophies out, so let's go back into the dungeon. As Hixie on his 2 spree, he's looking for that first blood, but it's going to be completely given up for the plan.
Sure will. 4v4 post plant. Any late utility would be great. It's going to start with Mythics in this nade.
No
Try
trophies.
to opening out, weaken out this trophy. That's a great nade and a great entry.
Abe's going to full send it. 3 versus 3, and now you're just getting traded out. Numbers for 5 Fears in the post plan. You got to be careful for Orchid. You need something to swing your way on the pendulum, but the nade's going to cut off Mythics, and Harry gets isolated. What a round from 5 Fears.
The nade finding damage, but then the no follow-up of 2 players for the bait and switch soon after is just such a miss for Team Orchid. Not exactly something that you would expect for them, but hey, it's a big, beautiful moment coming through for 5 Fears. And the biggest question is how long they can keep up with this aggression, because we got that on the defensive side. This time they just bull rush their way in towards screens. They get the 4v4 post plan. It was mostly either off of Team Orchid being okay with playing the 4v4 post or just trying to go for broken, expecting them for a full-on heli push. That's what they did on defense last time around. Did 5 Fears. Are Orchid going to be privy towards it this time?
Well, pendulum swings back towards 5 Fears. And now they're looking for map points, something they just could not put away against Notorious. It's the full send out towards P2. First blood from Hixie. And the A site is open for Orchid.
Yeah, so instead of pushing over towards Helicopter, they push over towards P2 and the Plat. They give up all of the A bomb, but they got numbers for the post.
That's going to be re-cleared as well. They don't want to let them live here for free, so everything is settling down for 5 Fears as bombs getting planted towards A. Bance in the late flank. He's going to be found out, and he just needs to play his life. The rest of the team tries to work anything over towards the site, but the hunt is on for Bance, and they're trying to get him done. 3 players just looking for this one player while the time dwindles down.
Run, little rabbit, run. He's just trying to get away. Even in a 3v4, he can maybe turn. That's a nasty head glitch to fight against. 17 HP, and they're still trying to find where Ben is.
Dude, how is he still alive? You got to turn your attention over towards the site now, and Bance is still going to win that fight, so numbers continue on. For the moment, Exceed's going to hop it. And he's just going to hang tight for this one. Bance gets a slide in. He is the hero for the round. The rabbit runs away, and he comes back to save the day.
Oh, man, that is a full full-grown Jackrabbit. That man kicks like a mule, and he just runs so fast. Ain't no way he got out of dodge. Had 3 players chasing him at one point, and then he turns back around, drops down from the zip, and then is able to pinch to be able to clutch up the round 2. Benjamin Bance is playing unreal today.
2 and 6 going into that round as well, so that is a big moment for Bance to just come back alive in this game 5 when the team needs it most. 3 in a row now, so see if that full-grown Jackrabbit still has some more in him.
Have to see if they can continue to be privy towards 5 Fear's antics. They've been getting aggressive for the past 2 rounds, even getting first blood. Gonna have Henry right there to immediately trade it, but on to Abe.
Stun's not gonna check anything over towards P2. Hexy's on the long flank, and he's got the bomb in his hand.
No.
He gets the timing towards Bance, but they check him. Henry turns around. That's bomb down, Andy.
Yeah, no, that's a great check. I don't even know what spider senses would be tingling, but bomb being dropped into the defender spawn. Not a good situation for 5 Fears here in this 2v3. This very much so could be series point for 5 Fears. And they have eyes not only on the bomb. Bance is playing so far back. Fire and Exceed got to go huge.
He's in trouble. How do you get away with that? 2v2, 38 seconds. 5 Fears in trouble. And Orchid know the bomb's down. And you can see the separation between Bance and Mythix. Mythix is just taking shoulders towards this bomb to see where it is, but they don't know it's outside. So they got to go a little bit further to get this one. Bance, does he get the information? He looks away. Oh my goodness. And Mythix is going to go for the reach out. He's chasing this one all the way down Spiral. He knows. Does he get the full challenge though? Into 7 seconds. Fire's going to get caught, disconnected. The plans is in for Exceed, but it is too much to deal with.
Hey, you had to stick the plan if you are Exceed. It was your only win condition. Bance going to hop on the defuse. That's going to be series point now for Team Orchid. And 5 Fears just simply cannot get themselves in a post-plan situation. Putting themselves in situations time and time again. Our Team Orchid to be able to play for the trades and then continue to rewrap the pinch over and over and over again. Team Orchid, man, they can continue to play like this. Who knows how high their ceiling can go, but this is the moment that we continuously talk about Team Orchid. They have to close out the series.
It is now or never, it seems, for this team, as that is twice now that Mythix has just got the god timing to A for that defensive retake. So everything is now looking over towards 5 Fears to see if they can go big when the moment calls for it. And it looks like they're just going to give up this A-bomb for free.
Gonna play in the 4v4 post, but this time it's Orchid for the offense for the match. Can 5 Fears retake?
It's the big question. Does he need some early kills? Bance is going to get lost yet again. First blood, Abe on the chase, but he has no idea where he's gone. They know 5 Fears is separated. The damage is keeping Abe humble for the moment. 25 seconds, they gotta go. So Abe for the challenge out. He is shooting shadows right now. Hixie finally gonna bring this one back. 2 kills go the way of 5 Fears, make it 3. The defuse is hopped and it's down to Bance. 6 in a row, looking for 7, but no! It is a round 11, game 5. And 5 Fears are not done yet.
One headshot away, and Bance might be able to get that kill with the Jackal in hand. Just so close, but good coverage coming through for 5 Fears off of that retake. Again, 4v4 in the post plan, all relying on the overextension to come through over inside the zipline. It's Abe and Exceed to make the play forward. They isolate the first player, get out of dodge, and then Abe is causing so much just hallucinations as far as the top side of that zipline is controlled. He's breaking glass, he's hitting doors, he's shooting gunshots, and then he picks up a secondary weapon to then complete the pinch that comes through over on the spiral side and through the big door as well to the front side of screens. Hixie is now up to 11-6 for a round 11. It is Orchid on offense.
Ring the bell. Let's get it on. Orchid going right down. Hixie's going to be here, but no early challenge, and that is going to cause some at least doubt in the play. Orchid back right on up, and Bance is getting so much info into this B site.
He's just going to back all the way up. They're calling it. They know it's coming over towards B, so they're just playing for the helicopter Exceed. He's going to play a little bit outside the lines, going to climb up the ladder, play the long game.
Do they read this?
Team Orchid are completely covering this. They have gotten no information on this side of the map. In 5 Fears, they're seeing everything happen over by the courtyard, which doesn't seem like much. And here comes Exceed, top of the ladder, finds that first blood, and he's out of dodge.
Well, how do you do? First blood for 5 Fears in the round 11, and this is something that was so elusive last weekend. They just couldn't get it done versus Notorious. Can they retake with numbers?
3v4 in the post. You're hoping to be able to play the correct angles. Mythics gets a lot of information. Henry's also here. RCXD to clear the space. It hits Henry. He's down to 20 HP. He's got to get back towards the site.
Nobody's going to fly just yet. Nade cooked to give him time. Mythics for the trade. 3v3, 25 seconds. Can 5 Fierce do it again? Right through the front door. It's Mythics the trade. 2v2. Exceed and Spiral. And Henry just looking to play his life. Time is low. 8 breaks into the 1v1. Harry has to do it all for the team to qualify for Saturday. Harry is there. And Harry gets it done.
There's no way that Harry was that snappy to be able to find the immediate trade and then had the wherewithal. I believe he was maybe 80 HP. We'll see it right here. No, he was full HP. Exceed, not expecting the immediate challenge, but red screened, one shot, no stimmy. Harry takes the challenge and puts them to rest. When push comes to shove, Team Orchid have struggled to close things out. This time around, no struggles whatsoever in round 11. A little bit of sweat across the brow, but I tell you this much, Team Orchid going to be feeling pretty darn comfortable knowing that they are immediately in that playoff bracket.
Round 11s and 5 Fierce. Just name a worst duo. They just cannot clutch up in these search and destroys. And that is for Orchid just something that they got away with all throughout DreamHack, all throughout their Challengers Open tenure, and they continue to do towards championships as well. Another Game 5 for them to qualify for the Saturday, and Harry just had one of the best series I've seen from him in a while.
Harry, a chance, is always a real force to be reckoned with in playoff brackets. He is absolutely birthed as Lucifer. Here's the overall highlights throughout the entirety of this series. It was an absolute doozy, I'll tell you that much. Started off on the Skyline hard point where Orchid had themselves a 100-plus point lead. 5 Fierce almost make the comeback of death. Throughout the entirety of the series, we had so many different players. Any one of these 8 players inside this lobby had stepped up in a massive way throughout all 5 of these maps being played. But to accumulate throughout the entirety of the series, we saw maps 3, maps 4, Mythics, Henry not having the good go of things. It was mostly all Harry and Vance, and then you go in towards that map 5 where Henry was just having a lot of good plays. Harry was the consistency factor throughout the entirety of it. I gotta tell you, man, this Team Orchid team is something special. They put themselves that much closer to what they missed out on at DreamHack, and that's Esports World Cup.
Yeah, just looking for that top 3, looking for a championship win, and for some of these players too, looking for their first LAN win in terms of the Challengers circuit. And this is something for them that I'm sure will mean a lot if they can get it done towards the end of Black Ops 6. But even looking back at this battle that we saw in this Game 5 from both sides, you got to tip it for 5 Fierce. I mean, the resilience to push to a Game 5 to get another chance at a round 11, but it is going to be a little bit harder for them from here on out.
Yeah, it just mostly came down to a game of clutches. I mean, where the defuse were was probably like the most teamwork cohesion that we got out of the lot of it. But I got to say this much is that 5 Fierce, they going to be hungry going down towards that lower side because they got themselves a very tough matchup going forward as far as this group is concerned, Colin. We got matches happening all the way across the board. We got elimination matches still to come. And honestly speaking, when it comes down to just top 8 out of the 16 we have invited for this entirety of the tournament, still anybody's game.
Still anybody's game throughout the entirety for this one. So as we get ready for our next batch of matches, we're going to cut things to a break here, switch things up, and let these players cool off before what we got up next. You're watching the Challengers Championship here in Kitchener, Ontario. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Challenger Finals. We're getting into some of the later matches of day number 1. I'm Visions, that's Seymour. We just had an absolute banger that took place and it went all the way to a round 11 map number 5. And now we'll see if the action's going to hype up to that going into our next one. Starting off with a side match is going to be coming up here with Unity going up against P7 Red.
Look, we were asking for a little bit of Game 4. We get a Game 5 banger. But like the big question, I'd say for that squad, you know, that we saw out of 5 Fears, round 11s, man. What is going on with that team in round 11s?
It's a problem
They gotta figure that out really fast, especially if they want to be champions here at Kitchener.
Yeah,
like, that's going to be kind of what it comes down to for this team. It's every single time down to those round 11s. But we're getting blessed with a couple of matches. We're continuing to get blessed with some matches out of these qualification spots or potential elimination spots, as we're still on board on the elimination side with P7 Red and Unity Visual, one of our APAC representatives out of the LCQs. This team has been fantastic in their 2-3-5, so let's see if they can bring the heat versus P7 Red.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question here, and it would be astonishing, I think, for Unity to come out here and potentially take down one of EU's top squads coming into the tournament. But so far here in the control, both teams going to lose a couple of their lives, and Raptor's going to have some great control as he starts off with 2 of those kills himself.
And for Vault, it's been a little bit since we've actually seen one on stream here for Champs, or at least I have, and this is something we're looking at. A way to see if P7 can work this defense and set up this spawn trap, because Unity, they get that first initial segment over towards A, but that is all they get so far.
Lampy, good pickup here. He's got great assistance. Duradev trying to battle out of his spawn as well. Nade might connect, just falls short, but the cleanup is there from Kez, and so far the control's starting to look a lot better here. P7 Red also continuing to press forward as Rain's just trying to battle through for another one, but he's going to pick it up. Now finally some kills going their way.
That's a good couple of kills. You have Catwalk as well picked up, and I like this call from Rain to see if he can, you know, maybe cut off a couple of these respawning players, make it a little easier for the stack on A to actually work, and the stack is going to get the second segment, but to get the third one, you're going to have to find a couple more kills.
All right. Live's going to even up, but A just about captured. Rain from the top ropes, looking for something over the top, and he will be good for that first one. Stun's going to connect, so the regen's going to be delayed, but he might have a chance now to hit a route, maybe come behind this play, but he's going to still just be guarding this catwalk area.
Nile on the flank's going to be picked up. 3 go down, and surely that A zone's captured. It will be, and it's going to be a lot of work for Twisted over towards those outer palms. He has to go big for the team.
Duradev trying to get some kind of a look here on what this push is going to entail. Up top is going to be Kez taken out. Rain on 5, looking for another potential cleanup, but Lampy will be there for the finisher. Second tick about halfway through. Lampy trying to finish off the clearance, but now has to back down. The rest of the defense starting to make their way in.
And that is really good on Unity to just back their way up. Still looking to reaggress off these kills. Lampy turning things around for P7 Red, holding his ground through mid. And that is going to be a chance for now P7 to get some space here on the map.
Big 1v1, Rain takes it, huge. And now there's a chance to actually get right back over to the zone. Twisted does make it a little bit more difficult with the double, but they'll slow it down here for a moment. Grab themselves just a quick breath. And that's going to be a nice patient play from Imagine, who will pick up one. Still trying to bust their way through the map, though. That's going to be the tough thing, but you just lost Rain on B. Now it's about waiting for the respawner, but you also got to worry about Lampy in the back. He could spoil everything.
Lampy is looking for that top goal position. Duradev, though, he's going to win that fight. All eyes forward for Unity Visual, but I like this call. You got 45 seconds. There's no need to rush this, so waiting for the regens to see if they can work any more kills.
Toes being shot there from Nile. Couple kills going to drop here, and now the defense starting to feel the pressure. Chance to get on the zone. That will be the stop of the clock at 38 seconds. 9 lives playing up against 8. Twisted starting to rip heads, starting to look good with the clean shots, and Lampy is there for the clearance again, and that will be 4 down here for Unity.
This is good from P7 Red. I mean, you had a real big chance for Unity to win this offensive round on a snowball from A to B, but continuing to draw out these lives, draw down the clock, and with 20 seconds down and no respawns for Unity, P7 have completely turned this back their way for defense. And this is one that you're going to be looking back at if it is going to be down to around 5.
Rain's able to even it up, though. Nile Gets one back. 3 lives playing up against 4. Have to stay on the zone more or less here, but Duradev making it interesting. Won't find the double up onto Kez. Life lead here for P7 Red. Kez over the top. Has help from the front. Here comes Niall with the slide. Lampy also on the pinch. Sets it up beautifully, and the collapse is beautiful.
That is really good from P7 Red. And I mean, you look towards Lampy and the plays that he was making through mid, constantly just cutting down those lives, looking for that top gold position to flank those players, looking for that B zone. I like the call from Unity on their attack, just to constantly look for the kills, see if they can get 3, 4 down, and then jump over towards the B zone. But because they weren't really on the objective for too much, I mean, you get to those later lives and you're struggling to play the kills and the time at that point. And P7 just so good at hunting down some positioning on the map, and that is a shutdown. I'm sure P7 Red are going to be wiping some sweat off their brows for that round. So now shoes on the other foot for Unity. Let's see if they can win a defense and maybe even a little bit cleaner this time.
We'll see what they can do. Rain's been off to a pretty fiery start, though. 12 kills for him. Kez will grab the first kill here in the second round. Got a good look at the second, but won't be able to finish it off. However, Niall is now left alone on the point. Good to get the first tick here alongside his teammate, and it might even be good for a second tick as they don't have any incoming fire just yet.
The Raptor on the flank, and A-Zone's already captured.
Wow,
So
that's
P7,
quick.
that's a quick stack in, and there's still 2 minutes and 20 seconds now to get this A-B zone. So much time for P7 just to wait and play some TDM.
Life lead here for Unity early on, despite giving up the very early zone. Raptor in a good forward position. Might be able to catch Kez off guard. No, Kez just obliterates them.
Wow.
Clean shots over the top. Now you can start pressing forward here through the palm side and might even be able to play for a touch.
Imagine from down under. And he's going to look to see if he can save the day over towards B, but he is surrounded. 3 go down, and that's going to be an instant stack. This should be curtains.
This is looking like a good moment here for P7 Red. First tick will be good. The defense going to have to battle back. You also don't have any arc control. Twisted is just holding them back. A big double, and now you're forced to come up big. Who's going to be the hero here in round number 2? Or will there be a hero? Niall wins his one-on-one, and he actually comes up with a second. It is as clean as it gets for Control. Almost 2 minutes still on the clock, Colin.
You blink, you miss it. And P7 Red, not only do they shut down the offensive round that Unity Visual could have won, but then they go and they win an offense of their own in record time. I mean, what was Unity doing during that round? A-Zone gets captured with 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and it really seemed like you weren't even contesting that early break off that P7 were going for. So many fights, so many routes looking to be run, and just the decision-making from Unity, it almost seems like nobody is knowing what role they're trying to play on the map right now. So this Unity team, they got to look into this next round for the offense, and their job is so difficult now to win this map. You got to lock in.
You have to. Absolutely going to need something maybe early on rather than later just to kind of get the tempo back in your favor. Kez 3 in a row coming off that last round. It's actually going to be a B call here, so if you can win some battles up front, you might be looking good for it, but there's a lot of players pinching it, and Kez also able to win a pretty big battle. Duradev unable to double up, and now it's a 5 spree here for Niall.
That's so well executed for the break. Just a triple hit from 3 different angles. And Unity didn't know what to look at. They don't even get a tick off of that B execute. So you're working out of your spawn. You get 3 down, looking for Twisted on this A attempt. And if you can win this fight, then the stack's going to be good. But Twisted with 2 major kills is going to immediately slow it down.
Niall here from the side has a lot to deal with in front of him. Player up in Catwalk will hold on to his life, and the timing not going to favor Niall here. So that means that Unity might be looking pretty solid around the A point. You also have Rain that can play from the side and just be annoying here. The thorn in their side at the moment, and that's a chance to wrap back around with the second tick slowly coming through.
There's no full stack on this one, so P7 have another chance at the break. When they're trading kills, Twisted gonna put Rain all alone.
Oh.
What is that? Oh my goodness, Twisted, he is going crazy for the squad right now at 17-9, but the issue for Unity is you're back into the spawn trap with only 37 seconds.
Yeah, that is certainly the problem. One good push is all it takes, but Lampy's keeping you pinned to the back of the map at the moment. Imagine now trying to get through. Huge win to buy his team a little bit of space here, but you mentioned the time. 20 seconds now left on the clock. Kez is also on a spree, ready to go rampant. And now you need to win battles, and you need to go if you're Unity.
Last chance effort, but P7 just continuing to win their battles. Durdev goes down, and surely that's it, Austin. Everybody's going to be racing, but you're racing to your death right now. P7 Red, albeit it's a tie series, but it just does not look like they're falling behind.
P7 Red looking good in the respawns. They grabbed the map number 1 on Hacienda, and they're here to grab the map number 3. And that does give them the series lead, so they're going to be sitting pretty. And overall, Unity, it felt like there was a couple of good looks, but the slaying just a little bit too much at times. You saw a lot of the sprees building up, coming through, and ultimately not going to be able to match that. So, after everything's said and done, Lampy puts up some pretty solid numbers here, 21 kills. It felt like he was almost always in a good position every time he went on his POV, so that's going to play a pretty important factor. And again, this is our side match, so P7 Red looking to stay alive here against Unity.
We got some crazy stuff to talk about as well for this, because for Group A in the standings that we're going to be looking at, Team Notorious get cut down. Out of that winner's qualification spot, Stallions from the North American LCQ beat both Royal Spartans and Team Notorious to solidify a Saturday showcasing for the Zoo Mafia. And they're not going to be the only ones so far. We saw Orchid qualify against Five Fears, but that is an upset for sure.
And I think it's the group that we talked about at the top of the show saying, listen, this is going to be the one group that feels like it could be very competitive depending on how the Stallions come out here. And I think it's important to remind everyone, like, listen, this is North American's LCQ team coming out here 2-0, making it to bracket play. So that's certainly something you got to take away. And Team Notorious now, after I had a chance to kind of watch over a lot of that match, it felt like they were looking pretty solid in the respawns. They kind of got the red card hard point, which was something they could fall back on, but the S&Ds maybe not really coming together like they usually do. So have to look at trying to bounce back in that game mode, get some of that ice back from what we saw, I think, from the last weekend in the tournament.
This Stallions team just continues to be on an upward trend. Neum and Trakes are both playing out of their minds this weekend, and I am loving the storylines that are brewing here in the Challengers pits. But for C and D, we're still working on these ones. Obviously, we're looking at P7 Red versus Unity in this match. They're trying to fight for their lives in the tournament. And for Unity now, you are on elimination life going into the Skyline hardpoint, Austin. It needs to be better than that Vault, because it just didn't look like you were communicating. It didn't look like you were slaying. And for P7 Red, they were getting away with a lot in that map.
Well, that one will be delayed a little bit further here. But again, like you had just, really brilliantly put, it's going to be very interesting to see how that matchup here for main match really comes together, because Team Notorious need to bounce back. And I kind of had a chance to talk with Cruz, so he did confirm that, listen, this is probably the last dance 100%. So he wants to make it out of group play. I don't know if it's a fact. This could be like a Maven one, but I don't know if Cruz has ever made it out of groups in previous years. It feels like he's always fell short, maybe last year, but I want to say that's always been something that's plagued him here. He has a chance to do it against a Team Notorious that just got beat. He said, listen, they're going through a map 5 grueler here. Like, this is a long series, so to lose that is pretty defeating. You're going to be feeling a lot of emotion.
Yeah.
Could be your chance to maybe get the best of them here, and they need a bounce back, and they did get a bounce back in their first one.
And I'm trying to go through the database of my mind right now to see if I can think about if that's true. I don't remember seeing him make it out of groups for the champs, and it's always been tough, I'd say, for the Cruz storyline, because think about how many times, he's made it to, the Saturday towards the end, the last couple of matches to lose in that loser's bracket. For the elites, the Sundays, you make it there, you get 0-3 out of the tournaments, and it's just been that last hurdle for Cruz in his career here for Challengers.
Absolutely.
It's hard to kind of break through that ceiling. And, for this Royal Spartans team, there was high hopes. You qualify through points, picking up Gunsy. And, for Cruz and Gunsy, they've had a lot of history across MW3, and it felt like it was going to be a good mix. But on the day, if you just show up a little bit cold, that's usually what kills some of these teams. At the end of the day is a day-to-day game.
It very much is. And, have to try to find some momentum at times, and sometimes it just takes one player being able to do it for you. But we will jump on that main match once it is ready. For now, we'll tune into map number 4 here between Unity and P7 Red. Again, elimination matchup here in their group. So looking to get it done here if you're P7 Red, and so far so good off the break.
How do you bounce back here for Unity? Visual on a Skyline. It's going to be mixy for sure, but there's a lot to worry about for this P7 Red team. especially when you got Twisted and Lampy both starting this off with 3 kills each on the map. So looking at Unity to see if they can just get hot for the APAC region and get some fire under them for the map.
Kez, oh, those are clean shots down low, fighting against the heady. And he will grab that high ground. Lampy was sitting pretty on the hill there for a little bit, which means that 32 seconds will end up going the way of P7 Red. Now trying to read the push through. Kez able to get tags onto both and finishes off the first one. Still have Rain in the back here. There's a lot of gunfights, and Kez just says no problem. Almost takes out Rain, but weakens him up for Lampy to come through. No problem on the cleanup. Duradev, the last one now up in the hill, as you're seeing if you can try to flip the spawns here in the back.
So far into it, you are going to get a reflank from Nile. Nobody's going to be watching that backdoor entrance. Nile just cuts right through. Unity's set up entirely, and Duradev was not ready for it. Another 3 go down for the time. P7 are getting away with everything, Austin.
Yeah, it feels like the trades, when they need to come through, they just aren't. And
yeah,
that is just necessary if you're going to be able to beat this P7 Red team. Something's going to have to change. Kez will get a read on this push, but now it's about breaking into the hill, and Nile has been able to build himself up to 6. Another big gunfight that you're not going to be able to take, and just about another flawless hill coming through for P7 Red.
Yeah, hop. Almost 50 points on the map going in towards P3, and they're going to be first ones over here. Unity are playing over towards P1. Nobody's on rotation.
Now, what you like to see here, despite losing all of that time and no one being at new, Nile wants to build the streak up, see if he can try to earn himself the missile. That would be huge, but no one's coming his way because everyone's dying around the map right now. So P7 Red just kind of getting away with murder on the point, collecting more time, and the high ground just maintaining control here for them.
There's no direction right now for Unity, and leadership is missing right now. Somebody's got to direct them to the zone. Durdev's going to look to make a play around the backside. Break in for Raptor. Durdev's going to get shut down, but the fight's inside. Nile is Twisted right now, and speaking of, Twisted is right there to assist with the hill break back in. Kez there too, so P7 Red might have been broken for a second, but not for long.
Just 12 seconds on the board right now for Unity. Certainly feeling the pain. Kez in the back, and it just almost feels like a lot of these rotations are just uncontested, right? Rain's not playing for exits here coming off of the last hill, so a couple players get to the back. This is finally a moment where 3 players will go down, and Rain does need to win that 1v1. So, okay, you got the spawns. You're in the hill first. Now let's see if they can finally hold on to it.
It's a full flood through bed, though. It's Lampy, the first one in for P7. Early trade in, 3v3 for the hill. And it's good tags coming out from the back end, but Rain has no assistance. Lampy's going to get an angle, and there's the break. P7 denying time from Unity. And just keeping them away from finding any value from these hills.
Oh, all right. Good pick up there. So, again, the chance to start to build up just a bit of those points. Finally on this P4 hill. Raptor going to be able to get up onto the high ground here and start to fight for what will be P1 positioning. But just about all of the scrap time should be secured unless the 1v1 on the point is going to be one here from Twisted, who's going to give it a go. But a little bit of extra support going to come through until Nile comes in from the side. Just going to delay things a little bit going into P1.
All right, 12-7, 13-7 out of Nile. And who would have guessed this is the guy who's going to step up and slaying on a skyline, but he is here for the team, the vet for P7 Red. So going into the second set of rotations, Unity, I mean, where do we start on how to fix this game? You have to get these rotations won. And not only that, you have to translate these kills into time fast.
Oh, it's a smart play from Lampy. Hops off the time, waits for his teammates to get involved in the play, and is able to win one, but can't win the second. Kez now trying to make sure no one pushes through for the rotation to new, but this is a chance for P7 Red to still try to drive it home, get them off the time, and hold on to the right side of the map here as you're still fighting for high ground if you're Raptor.
This is a lot better from Unity. I mean, the only thing that's missing is the hill time, and Raptor's going to give up top bedroom to make that happen. Kez with an angle, just continuing to keep you out of that objective. Unity looking over towards the rotations, and now this is something that you want to win. Twist is going to try to deny these spawns in the back.
15-10 right now for Nile, 16-11 for Twisted. The slaying has definitely been the difference maker, but Unity starting to claw back into it slowly but surely. We need to see a better P2, and they are finally starting to win these initial rotations, which I think is going to potentially play the difference, of course, if they can hold on to it. That 1v1 gunfight, Imagine's got it, no problem whatsoever here. So far, the first 15 seconds will be locked in.
This is from a 50-point difference to a 30-point difference. So already for Unity, this is a lot better in the second set of hills. It is going to be P7 making one more try at this through the front, but they just haven't been able to group up together.
Oh, good wallbang shots. And finally a moment here for a break. P7 red. Oh, surprise, surprise. Twisted's in the mix. Able to get himself one. Lampy from behind will get the trade. So will you give this one more hit, Unity, or will you just start to rotate to new? Looks like it's going to be a bit of a split. Raptor might decide to rotate, and that is the right call. You need to get yourself set up at new, but you've brought this right back. This is still a winnable game here. Just need to start locking things down and getting some critical time.
A couple more hills and just turning these double kills, triple kills into objective progressed. And yeah, Unity are just right around the corner from bringing this game back. And the slaying's getting a lot better from this team. So slowly you're building your way back into the skyline.
Kez, top ropes, dropping down. Side by side with his teammates, looking for the break. The entries, very solid. First one will be secured. Kez gets the call out on the second, but won't win the battle up against Rain, who will try to play his life and hold on to some of that P1 control. Back to the hard point we go. Duradev just getting hit with nade and stun, but he's still able to find a way in. One over the top here, finds Kez. Oh, Duradev gets the triple, and those are the moments you need if you're Unity.
Things you love to see for the APAC region as Unity are building their spirits back up, going to P4. You have the rotation, and another triple kill. This time it's Imagine. The team is turning up Austin into the second hills.
Oh, it had to come at some point in time here to stay alive here at Challenger Champs. Unity doing it slowly but surely. Everybody from P7 Red focused on the rotation, but it's going to be locked in initially here from Unity. Rain is going to rely on his teammates to watch over him as he soaks up some time.
We are going to sit in for this hill, but it's a break in for P7, so down 10 seconds, and this is where Unity, I mean, all that work to bring yourself back, this is needing to be an instant break back in. You do not want to give P7 Red a lead again.
You know, with 35 seconds left here, it's an interesting timing. You really do want to find the break here. And Imagine's going to be forced back from the challenge. Duradev getting some work done, though, from the front. Chance to try to break in, but Lampy is just denying everybody. Able to grab a double up. And now I think we are going to be going to our main matchup. So we'll try to give you guys an update on how that one finishes. Unity starting to bring it back. But as we go from one skyline, we jump right into another. P7 White up against OMIT Brooklyn here. This will be another interesting matchup that we do have for you. We haven't seen OMIT Brooklyn, I think, at all today.
Oh, so we jump from one skyline to another skyline. And yeah, OMIT Brooklyn, first time in the spotlight. And this is a team we've been really hot on, especially last week when we got to see them play at the AMD Overclock. I mean, just look at the players. When you got Brax, Standy, Prolute, and Yuli together, this is a team bred for greatness. And for Yuli, this is a tournament where he's looking to be a back-to-back Challengers champ.
That's really it, right? Wanting to get yourself into a position to be picked up going into next year after not getting picked up the last year and winning Challenger champs. So this could potentially solidify it, and well, we know they're more than capable of being able to do it. So as everything settles here after P1, it will be just about a tie game, and we're now looking at that rotation, and right now there's a lot of players here from P7 White in a good position to slow down OMIT on the row.
So we saw a lot of this from Unity Visual. How are they able to break it? Now it's going to be OMIT Brooklyn to try to put it on display, but a couple kills come through from P7 White. They hold strong, Austin, for the last 40 seconds here. I mean, OMIT, they got to collect themselves fast.
Denza trying to get a read on some players that could be coming down low. Brack, big 1v1, won't win that one. Will be denied, so P7 White, so far so good as that first hit starts to come through here from OMIT Brooklyn. They're still locking in quite a bit of time on P2.
Yeah, this is a team for P7 White. Like, we haven't talked too much about them, Austin, but when you look at who they have for Vortex and Denza, who never get their shot in the CDL after all the accolades they put underneath them here in the Challengers pit, you put Cobra into that conversation as well now.
Yeah.
And you got Aspect, who just continues to grind through the pit to the top now with this roster. This is a roster who wants revenge against everyone.
It's a lethal EU roster, and they need to be taken serious without question. With a lot of the individuals that they have, they can be a problem when they get hot. Cobra also trying to make his way into the hard point. Brack, trophy system there to keep him safe. He's also got a 74U in the back pocket, but the middle of the map was opened, and that means that it is a clean break here for P7 White.
Clean and locked in for P3, and that lead just continues to grow for them in the first game. Brack and Standy just not able to truly connect on this one, and Prelude has been silenced just as a whole, so another 20 seconds that P7 are comfortably just soaking up.
Oh, that was clean. Cobra with the slide chow, living up to the hype that we've been sending his way as Vortex takes the high ground and realizing, listen, these guys are going to have to go to new. Yuli also realizing that too, but the spawn going to be close on him with 2 of the 3 teammates, maybe just about everyone, but no, some splits might start to come through. Hill is now popped and it is open. Fight in the back about to take place. Denza's got a lot to deal with and he is overwhelmed here from the back spawns.
And that's a good thing for OMIT Brooklyn because you win that clean, all 4 players here now to set up. This could be good time for you. You just need to win your battles.
Have to win them up close. Yuli, there it is. Finds a couple of good kills, but is it enough to fully break in? Brack says yes, he's up to 5 in a row. Finally, a good moment here for OMIT Brooklyn.
That's a player you can really look towards to bring you back in this one. I mean, Brack has just been spotlighting teams over and over again all year long at the forefront of challengers. So to see him on 5 in a row, OMIT Brooklyn can really lead off that.
Cobra, though, he's been so good with the important engagements, the entries, if you will. 14 seconds to try to fight for. Cobra says, you want it for free? You're not going to get it for free. P7 White, after everything said and done here through the first set of rotations, they will have themselves about a 60-point lead, and Cobra's starting to really heat up on Skyline.
This P7 White, I mean, we looked at them as a dark horse and upset team, but we didn't truly think it was possible versus OMIT Brooklyn, but here they are showcasing how good they truly can be against one of the best teams in Challengers. Austin leading by a monumental number going into the second set of hills. OMIT Brooklyn got to figure this out soon.
Yeah, and I think it's going to have to be Prelude that really picks it up a little bit here. Slow start for him, 6 and 14. Not something we've seen as of late. He's been pretty on the ball. And now we'll see if they can try to get something done. Already fighting for early rotations. Denza, though, will be called out, so he'll be cleaned up quite quickly. Back to P1 we go. P7 White, this is a lot of great time to get, and it's not being contested here thus far.
You're getting a late flank from OMIT Brooklyn. It's Yuli trying to play for the scrap time. Nobody's going to see it coming, and it's time taken away for P7 White while you're setting up for this new hill. It is nearly a 100-point lead for P7 White. For OMIT Brooklyn, you have the setup that you want. Spawns are going to be all the way across the map. You have to win these fights inside.
Vortex good with 1 down low. Puts together a couple actually on this rotation and now needs to win a battle up top, but he is not ready for it. Brack needs to hold the line through the back. As the rest of his teammates now starting to gather with him. It's going to be a kitchen push down low. Brack getting the read and the callouts on it now. But this has been, again, great time here so far for OMIT. It's just actually defending the hill. That's been the problem. And finally, a good moment comes through for Yuli to delay that pressure.
Another Yuli flank, and looks like everything is starting to stabilize for OMIT Brooklyn. Spawning out P7, 30 seconds. You're going to want to take another chance at this one, but everybody is so separated. It is going to be solo efforts from here on out.
Aspect will be taken down here from Brack. 90 to 155. This has been the best hill, I think, by far for OMIT Brooklyn. Denza, though, wants to make sure not all of the time goes over for free, so he does manage to get in there for a moment for scrap time. Some of it will go neutral, but we look towards the rotation inside of Kitchen, as well as maybe a last-second battle at Old will be won by Yuli, who's putting up some big numbers and playing the time beautifully.
Denza's getting away with so much on these late flank positions. It is keeping P7 White comfortably in the skyline. Another 3 go down on this rotation over towards P3. Standy is here, but he is not finding anything. Gets the 1 kill, draws out a team nade, but still OMIT Brooklyn need to fight from couches.
Oh, wow. The gunfight's looking good so far. Vortex over the top, finessing his life, and well, how about it? Another triple comes on in. Cobra lights it up, and he's also now got P1 control as well to try to stop the next hit.
Doubling the points of OMIT Brooklyn again. 25 seconds still to get off this. You can lead this back into a 100 points. OMIT underneath 100 on the map. Another triple kill from Aspect this time. And you got the rotation anew.
From bad to worse here for OMIT Brooklyn to kick off the Skyline hardpoint, down by 100 points. This is becoming a problem, and it might be a little bit too far out of reach depending on what happens right here, right now. You need to turn up. It's going to be a full hit coming through the backside to see if they can play for the flip of the spawns. Prelude able to get 1, turns it into a second. A good moment for the spawns, but Cobra on the flank looking to try to play spoiler. He gets the team shots, and they defend again.
There's a magic in the air, Austin, and they can still win off this hard point. Solo effort from Standy. He's got to play his time, but he's going to jump the gun, and it's just a kill easily from Vortex in the back. You can win this hill if you're P7 White. You have yourself in the position.
Another 21 seconds and you'll get the job done. OMIT Brooklyn trying to fight back, but the battle almost feels like it's lost this far into the Skyline hardpoint. One more good push. That's all you got left. Prolute will be called out, but he's able to find himself a couple of kills. You do follow up with a third, and now it's just Aspects all alone in the point. A couple more seconds. P7 White might be good for it, and they are good for it as they set the tone here in map number 1.
Something must be in the air here in Kitchener. I don't know what is going on with these upsets, whether it's the CDL or challengers, but when you look at this team of OMIT Brooklyn and who is playing on this roster, you do not expect a 250 to 100 on a Skyline hardpoint. You're missing rotations, you're losing battles. And Cobra, Aspect, whoever it was, for P7 White, it was constant triple kills in the feed. They were getting everything on that map. What a showing from P7 White, a team that certainly has a chance to take them down. But we talked about Denza earlier on, and Andy's even talked about Denza a lot. When you put him on LAN, especially at the end of the year, he is going to cook.
He certainly is, and not going to lie, looking at some of the player cams here from OMIT Brooklyn, they look a little shell-shocked. Like, wow, I didn't think this map was probably going to start like that. And based off how we normally see this team perform, and especially on LAN, it feels like there's sometimes the team that's doing this in their early round matchups here. So definitely feeling a little shell-shocked, I think, without question. And this one just got a little bit too far out of reach. But that comes off the back end of just a lot of great teamwork. I mean, when these guys were hitting their entries, it felt like they're, one, winning every single gunfight, and two, they were always getting trades almost immediately after. Sure, a couple triple kills are going to help here and there from Cobra and Aspect. That's going to play the difference when you're not getting those trades back. But they were really just setting the tone, finding the breaks, and obviously they're amped up here from it.
Yeah, look how fired they are. I mean, this means so much to them as a team after so many trials through the challenger side, and even for, you know, a team as a whole. I mean, it hasn't been the greatest year for them.
Right.
Through the elites, through the cups, I mean, a couple wins, but nothing really that is going to stand out against teams like, you know, Notorious or Team Orchid, when they've just been reigning over this region for the entirety of Black Ops 6, but slowly waiting on the wings. A couple of roster changes for Denza, you know, in and out of some really strong teams across the year. He finds himself with this rambunctious group. And when you put them into the mix against one of the best teams from North America, they perform on the Skyline. They take the respawn, and going into the search and destroy is something that we always talk about of players like Denza and Vortex. This is their bread and butter.
Yeah, this has always been something they've been able to rely on. It's something that they want to make sure they're always hiding here in the elites leading up to tournaments like this so that they don't give away strats. And now it's about putting it to good use at the very end of the year where it literally matters the most. So map number 2 coming up. It will be a red card. Search and destroy. OMIT Brooklyn do not have a whole lot of time to hit the regain, and they'll also be attacking first.
So off their early break. Slow for OMIT Brooklyn. See if they can draw out any of these first bloods. And we're going to see a battle out towards those hedges. Opening for Prolute. First blood's going to be drawn. Still Cobra, he got an early read onto a play over towards B, but he's got to rotate now for the team.
Going to lose one. Brack also starting to press forward here. Now Yuli goes for a 1-for-1 trade. So numbers still going to favor OMIT Brooklyn. 3-2, but it's about trying to get this bomb over to A, and a big gunfight going to happen there for Standy. He finds it. Aspect last alive for a 1 versus 3.
Bomb down, and P7 down as well. As that is going to be some justice off of the Skyline for OMIT Brooklyn, getting their way back into the search and destroy. Very slow out of it as well. You can tell that, you know, OMIT, they're trying to collect themselves after that loss, and opening first blood from Prolute. Last kill as well in the feed there. And everything that you're thinking about, you know, you think about a win, a loss, no matter what it is, whether it's 250 to 248, 250 to 100.
Right.
You go into the search and destroy, you win that round 1, you forget about that hard point. And I'm sure that's what OMIT Brooklyn are looking to strive for.
P7 White now getting their very first look on the attack here for red card. Early gun battle is going to be exchanged between Brack and Aspect. So information, of course, going to be there. And Brack says, nope, don't want anything to do with that. Going to back all the way up here and make sure he doesn't throw his life away.
Nade's out. Vortex trying to sneak this kill. Good on Brack to play his life. Keep this one a 4-4. That's delaying this bomb plant so much.
It is, but they're going to try to stick it here. Bracket's tagged with a couple of nades, so he might not have the chance to peek, and there you have it. Cobra able to get the bomb down. Can he exit safely? No, he cannot. Prolute draws first blood.
This is all going to be down to Denza and what he can support from that top window position. And the rest of the team's in the post plant, but Denza's got to get all the info for it, and he's going to back right off.
Yeah, doesn't want to play the high ground here, and, well, won't be able to play his life. So Denza gives up the position. Thought he maybe had a timing, maybe wanted his teammates to try to play a kill at least on the site, but they're unable to deliver whatsoever. And OMIT Brooklyn, again, got to give a lot of credit to playing their lives.
You watched that minimap for Denza, and he was so afraid that somebody was flanking. I mean, good on OMIT Brooklyn to just not give up all the information on that A-take and playing their lives, hiding in the corners, not shooting their guns when they feel pressured. And,
right.
You know, for Brack staying alive towards the forklift, I mean, all of the focus was on him for that site take out of P7 White, and because of that, Denza just never felt comfortable, was never able to provide that support to the bomb planter that you wanted from P7, and this is some solid search and destroy from OMIT Brooklyn, some search and destroy phenoms.
Finding their groove, to be sure. 3-0 here for Yuli to start. 2-0 coming through there for Prolute. And now Yuli going to start to bang open some doors. Little stun check going to come through. Nade to the back of the site. Does he want to fly forward? Yes, he does. A lot of space has been taken, and this is a lot of ground that you've lost here. There's a chance to actually get this bomb down to B.
It's going to have to be a 4-on-4 retake. There's just no way back in, and the trophy's down, so you're not even going to connect with any of these stuns. No nades. This is a good old bang out.
Yeah, gonna need some clean shots here. Yuli, hello, there's the double! Oh, it could have been a quad, but either way, it's as clean as you'd love it here. OMIT Brooklyn, they are just absolutely lighting it up.
I mean, you think about a bang out, it's just a blender. Prolute and Yuli
Great nade.
are connecting so much right now, Austin. It is fantastic to watch these two play in Search and Destroy. The playmaking capabilities that they have for the team, it is outstanding for OMIT Brooklyn. 3-0 up. It's like that hard point never even happened to them. They're just shaking it off completely.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something that you really kind of look at with this roster, and they've been through so much over the years. They've been in challenges for a long time. Not to say P7 White hasn't, but that ability to shake it off is always something that's going to be important when the stakes are this high. So 3-0, P7 White. Yet to find any answers here, but they are going to now try that B play themselves and see if they can start to work in.
Yeah, this OMIT roster, it does scream resilient. But for P7 White, this is the turning point now. You get that B site, maybe you look for the plants, but Denza has taken a long time to lay this rock.
Aspect looking for some angles here. And bomb should go down. The RC did come through, but it will not find anything. And now it's all about a 4v4 retake, this time for OMIT.
Team Nade out, Cobra down. Suddenly it's numbers 2 for OMIT Brooklyn. Yuli walks right in. He's 7-0. Instant hop on the defuse. They know exactly where Vortex is, Austin. This is cooked.
Yuli doesn't even get off the bomb there. Full trust in his teammates. He's 7-0, does not care. And man, it doesn't matter if they're retaking, doesn't matter if they're the ones that are defending. They are just doing everything right at the moment, and P7 have still not found any answers.
I'm wondering if that gives them the Hellstorm as well off the defuse.
I think
You
it might
play
have.
that for the score streak, and you go into these last couple of rounds with a Hellstorm. That is something that you can put your whole offense around if you do want to do that, especially if you're playing for that A side. You get that Hellstorm used early, you look for that first blood, you force everybody on the inside, and that would be such a good call, but it doesn't look like that is going to be the call right now as everybody is moving. Now Yuli's going to post up. I think that this might be an angle where that streak is called.
Slowing it down a little bit. I like the pace change here. See if you can get P7 White to get a little over-aggressive here, get a little antsy. Nade's going to come out to top sky. Connection's good. That could now give them a chance to start to cross and start to make some ground at this A site.
If you're P7 White, you have to deny this bomb plant. that is what your objective is. Hellstorm's gonna be called in. Everybody's forced to the inside, and Yuli's gonna get that information, so the bomb's going down immediately.
Bomb's going down, info on all 4 players. What can you do if you're Vortex?
Look at
Look
Yuli.
at Yuli, yeah, I was about to say. He's in a great spot to catch you off guard, and Vortex knows there could be a player lingering, and it looks like that kill will actually end up coming through. Brack from the back, surprise, surprise. He's now able to put himself up on another one, and wow. OMIT Brooklyn, I mean, this is clean search and destroy right now, Colin.
After getting 250 to 100 beatdown in that skyline as well. This is some B2A search and destroy. So they're getting their get back right now as P7 White, they had their time in the sunshine for the moment, but OMIT Brooklyn never going to back down from a battle. And you look at the side of P7 White, I hope those stats aren't true.
Yeah, those do look true. Close your eyes. That's all I'm going to say. It's a world where that could be one of the craziest scoreboards
they gotta
coming
open
out
their
of
eyes.
challenges. Yeah, they do, without question. Standy, he's got a lot of players close by. Cobra's going to drop. Oh, under fire. Aspect's going to drop. Standy, 7 in a row. Almost gets Vortex, but he does get his. Man, oh man, this is just not looking great, but you still have a lot to do. Got a lot of time. Still a chance here for P7 as they are able to get a good tag onto Brack with the nade.
Oh, Prulo's going to have everything. He's getting all the way up top. And the bomb is down. Prulo's got free shots. Stenza trades to 1v1, but it is OMIT Brooklyn with the 6-0 sweep saying anything you can do, we can do better. And they rain justice down on the red card with an iron fist.
Man, that was an exceptional search and destroy game book. Like, there was just everything you were doing being countered. You get an early bomb plan. Looks like you have a chance to try to stop the retake. Does not matter. They shut you down. They're able to get in with the entries. Great nade tags as well. Whenever you're trying to make your way into the site and play for posts, or play for the retake yourself, it just feels like they did not have any answers whatsoever, Colin, and that is as clinical as Search and Destroy is really ever going to get.
And it's even going to go back to when we were looking at the round 5 and 6. You had a moment in round 5 where Brack freely walks right down mid onto the flank through the defensive spawn. Nobody is watching it. There's no communication that that's even possible. And then you go into round 6. You have a chance to go at least put a round on the board as you're fighting back for those opening engagements. And then Prolu walks right down mid, gets in the top triple, has free shots onto the players at A yet again. And I mean, when Standy is doing stuff like that, you know the team is going to be thriving. Yuli and Standy both having moments all the same. And it is clean 6-0. It doesn't get better than that for OMIT Brooklyn on a regain after losing map 1.
Yeah, I mean, that is just almost as perfect as S&D is going to get. Like, you dropped, what, 3, 4 lives through 6 rounds, man?
Players at 0 kills as well.
Yeah, that doesn't help. That does not help at all. So, all right, P7 White, just forget about that last map. Remember what you did really well in the first map. And at the very least, you will be going into another respawn. But, of course, always easier said than done. You have to imagine, though, for the flip side, OMIT Brooklyn now starting to feel pretty good. Like, all right, well, we just bounced back as good as it's going to get. Now we go into this one all tied up.
This is a roster, P7, that you can really look to do some damage. And we put some focus on, you know, what legacy these players leave in Europe. I mean, for Vortex, he's one of the most winningest players in the EU region. For Denza, I mean, you just think of him at Champs, 4th at MW3, top 6 at MW2, 3rd all the way back in Vanguard. He is a Champs Reaper when it does come down to it. For Cobra, I mean, you think about for this guy and what it's going to mean, you know, going into Champs again for this roster, and it thinks all the way back into, you know, a Wobblebobs, you know, Toronto champions. Cobra was a champion in this country just years ago back in MW2, and you're joining this team, you're trying to put it together at the end of the year. You're playing this OMIT Brooklyn team fantastic in the respawns. This is a moment for this team that could really determine, you know, some players' careers.
I agree, and it does feel like Cobra is kind of due his at this point in time.
Yeah.
All of his teammates from that Wobble Bob scene, like you said, got picked up, right? Everybody kind of got their chance there. So it's kind of at this point where it's like, okay, well, what else does Cobra really need to do? Does he need to go on a deep run here at Champs, qualify for EWC, do it versus some of the CDL teams at EWC? It's really hard to say, but I'm right there with you, man. He feels like one of those really special players at times. You can see it, especially through the map number 1, right? He has that ability to pop off as well as play his life, do the fundamentals well, all the things that we love to see a great Call of Duty player do. It's just, what else does he need to get himself over that finish line? That's always the question.
You don't always want to look down on this P7 White team, because even in this group alone, I mean, you've comfortably played your sister team in P7 Red and beat them, sent them down to the lower side of this group. And if you lose to OMIT Brooklyn, you still have that confidence, but the confidence is everything coming out of this winners bracket. If you can take down OMIT Brooklyn, that is something that you're going to latch onto into the Saturday.
All right, well, the action going to continue while we wait for that main match to get set up for map number 3. Right now, Decimate look to be 2-0 up here into the protocol control. And, well, this is one of the LCQ teams, again, here out of Europe that did go on a pretty nice run and win that finals 4-1. But MindFreak, we're looking for their get back here. They still have not been able to show us a map win, unfortunately.
Full French squad versus our APAC representatives in MindFreak, and we saw them get beaten down by OMIT on stream just earlier. So they want some revenge, and Decimate is just not giving it to them.
Nope, not at all. We'll have about 14 lives here. MindFreak are up in that aspect, but now we'll see if they're going to be able to hold and defend off through mid. Zach, good shots alongside Setsi. They're going to deal with 3 out of the 4 remaining players, and looks like a solid opening round potentially for MindFreak. Nadoc's going to have to just try to fly to the zone. Does get a touch at 0.2, but can't play his life. MindFreak able to do a solid job here in the opening.
We saw earlier just how hard it is to play offense on protocols. I mean, this is just one of those maps that you're hoping to get that 4 down, spawn players out all the way over towards the back of Grandma's, and that alone is so difficult, especially considering how many routes those defensive players have to get lost in your own spawn. And if you make one misstep, go 3 down on the offensive side, it feels like it is an upward battle from there on out. And
right.
I mean, for Decimate, they do a good job at least getting a couple of segments there on their offensive run, but MindFreak, they're down 0-2. They need something to latch onto, and right there, that defensive round might be it.
All right, what does MindFreak have to offer? Their opening attacking round here for Protocol. So far, looking decent for some of the positioning here, as Decimate's able to get 1 all the way to the back. And, well, you also have top blue positioning here. So this is looking a little bit scary maybe for MindFreak, but they do get the touch nonetheless. It's just, are the reinforcements going to get there? So far, that answer is a hard no.
No, not at all. So working out of your spawns now. A couple kills go your way. Nadix, it's his turn. And he is just going to find another kill to slow things down. From this attack, Satsi up top, 2 go down for Decimates. Could this be your chance to go over towards A? Well, the hard part is you still have Mighty out towards the helicopter.
Good clearance down low, but able to get right back into the mix of it. You love to see that. Another gunfight down low. It's going to be a double up, so that's going to be huge for, again, stopping the reinforcements from getting through the middle of the map. You did get a quick touch on A, but Setsi now forced to try to play his life up top as he's been finding some good kills, and he's up to 3 in a row.
25 seconds. Spree now shut down. Nadix, is his turn to get lost, playing his life, dancing around the box. Good time wasted, but it is going to be Fighter over towards this A zone. 6, it's his turn. Getting involved, just back and forth, cycling of the players from Decimate, keeping MindFreak away from the objective.
Thought he finished that one off. Has to go for the reach out. Fighter might be able to get forward here, make his way over to A. Good shots again. So Fighter starting to clear some space out. 1 more on the point. Would love to try to find this, and he does. Fighter able to cut through 3. Gives MindFreak a chance as they start working for a bit of a stack.
This is a good one, too. You still have some coverage as well through mid. Zach's actually going to go for the full flank, so he's looking to punish some of the respawns, hoping that the rest of the team wins your fight inside of it, and it's another 3 down. Now you can turn back, stack the zone, but it's Nadix who you have to worry about.
Yeah, he could play spoiler from behind. Fida 4 in a row, but he gets double chowed, so he's finally going to be dealt with, and that should be the run out of the clock, and it is. A good look for MindFreak. Just can't get that final tick here at A.
Natix makes such a good play up towards top triple. A double kill, winning both fights inside Armory, and just keeping those players from MindFreak, although stacked on A alone, fighting an upwards battle against the rest of the Decimate team. And
sure,
just one good break back in for Decimate. They keep it down to 2 segments lost from MindFreak's offensive round. We flip sides once more, and again, just like what we kind of were talking about for Five Fears versus Orchid, it's just who is going to break through that offense first, if anybody can.
Time for Decimate to get their second chance here. I think limited to just a single tick there in round number 1. Nate drops a little bit earlier. Looks like it took a bad bank, but luckily not going to find any team kills. Early kills, however, going to swing the way of MindFreak, and Stetsy's going to get himself right up top. Blue wins another big battle, and now you get a lot of space to work with early here on the defense.
Yeah, Setsy's going to try to activate. Sliding out over towards pillars. Forcing these deep spawns from these Decimate players. Back and forth trades is at least going to break Decimate out of their spawn, but it looks like with that, B-zone is kind of open. Those 6 is going to cut through mid, and looks like it's drawing some attention back over towards A. Decimate, although finding kills, they're not going for any of the objective.
That's right, not stopping the clock. Just finding a lot of kills to get forward. Need this one as well, and not actually able to bring it home. So 40 seconds, finally a stop of the clock here in a moment to start making some progress here on the A zone.
Oh, Crims is such a big fight. That's going to open up a potential flank now from MindFreak, as both Crimza and Zach now working from underneath. A zone's going to be touched, and wow, 4 shots from Setsy is all it's going to take Natix away from it. So now the ping pong over towards the B zone. 4-6. He's going to try to post up and play some heroics for the team.
Shots in the back. Maddox, Chow comes his way, so can't play his life any longer, but B, as you highlighted, chance to maybe work for a second tick. Gonna need some big gunfights here as well as some support from the side, and well, you're not gonna get it. It's gonna have to come by way of the point. Also cleared off. MindFreak, no problem whatsoever. Slight life lead, still limiting everything down to just 2 ticks, as well as just 30 seconds left here for the attackers.
Yeah, if this is gonna go defense for defense, MindFreak are doing a great job at setting themselves up for a potential round 5 advantage. Decimate down to 24 seconds. You have to think that this is their last chance, Austin.
Last chance. Try to get it done. Crimza, a lot of patience being shown, and the timing doesn't work out, but luckily Zach will be able to get the clearance. 20 seconds now to work with. 13 lives for the attackers. Need to find the clearance of the defenders, though, on the A point. Natux says no problem. Actually, just going to go right over to B. But it's a team nade. So 3 players going to drop down for MindFreak, and all of a sudden, things start to turn around for Decimate.
Double progress. MindFreak have to make a decision. Chalk A, go for B. You cannot give up more than 1 segment on this B zone, but if you give up A, not all is lost. So you can see MindFreak, they've made up their minds. They're clear out the B zone and almost give up A, but even still, they don't fully give it up.
No, they don't. Down low. Able to find another big pickup. 11 seconds to work with. Are you going to be able to get back over to A? Need that 1v1. It's going to be delivered. They'll go here. A chance with 5 seconds left. That's going to be good. That's the stack. So they do get the extra minute up, and look at the lives now for MindFreak. They're down to 6.
6 lives versus 8. No respawns for MindFreak. Decimate have a chance to win this round, and Malco now on the flank.
This is exactly what you want to see if you are this late into the round with only 5 seconds left in a dream. 3 lives remaining. Thinks to the back, able to find himself a nice little kill, and well, you'd love to win it by ticks, but it's all down to Fida. Had a lot of pop-off moments, not gonna matter. Decimate, they get in there, and they're able to grab themselves the offensive round.
Whether it's segments or it's kills, it doesn't matter. You win an offense on protocol, and like we've seen all weekend long, and last weekend as well, Austin, this is what wins you protocols. If you steal away an offense, you most likely win the map. For Decimate, this is a big moment. It's a lot of pressure on MindFreak. Not only do they have to win an offense, but they have to win an offense just to stay in the tournament.
High stakes, without question here for MindFreak. The APAC representatives who have always fallen out in group play, now looking down the barrel of that situation once again. Need to find it here on the attack. And it really does start with the opening. Early tag going to come through the middle. Snake's able to find himself a nice little pickup. Chance to start pressing forward, getting to the back spawn. Stetsi says, no, not allowed. That's a good moment for MindFreak. They can go for a touch.
Yeah, 3 go down, and immediately you're looking over towards A, but Zach wants a little bit more, and Natix was completely ready for that. So Decimate have the full flank. They have a setup to break this A zone.
H over the top. Middle map clearance comes through for a second. B going to remain safe. Mighty trying to get a read on the spawns here, and well, there's a lot of players just about everywhere for MindFreak, and well, that 1v1 also comes through for Zach, so all the way in the back is going to be Crimza. Sky's trying to make his way through to see if he might be able to find a big pickup himself, but that's not going to happen. MindFreak there, looking for the second tick with a 2-man stack.
Yeah, they have the double stack in, but you still have to worry about the flank. Nobody's going to be watching for Malco, and Zach turns around at just the wrong time. Another break over towards A, and MindFreak, albeit you're finding the kills, but it is not translating towards this objective the way you want it to.
No, it's really not. You got 2 ticks at least, so you just need 1 good break out of your spawn, and you could still make your way back over to A. Easier said than done, of course, on protocol, but trades are going to need to be efficient. Still down by just a couple of lives. Mighty holding on to the helipad, and he's going to get himself into a great position to make sure that you're not going to have a free lane here. Setsi, is he going to get a read on it?
Nobody's going to be looking over towards Mighty. Easy kill there. 18 seconds. MindFreak, it is down to this for your championship life, Austin. Now is the time to silence the doubters.
10 seconds and a dream. Can they do what Decimate just did to them? Have to stay alive. You got players everywhere. Zach gets caught on the slide. Setsi, the furthest one forward. Are you going to be able to find anything here? Oh, you are not. Decimate with the clearance. 1 final chance. Vita can only come up with 1. And Decimate, they do it once again. They will eliminate MindFreak here. 3-1 in the protocol control.
We say goodbye to another APAC representative here at Challengers Champs. You thought this year might have been different when you don't have to worry about the lack of transition from the APAC region towards North America. You get that boot camp. You get a little bit of international representation for Zach. He's able to bring that back home for the team, but the results just don't change. MindFreak are going to bow out earlier than expected. And that's where we get to see our French roster of Decimate live to breathe another match. But let's swap back over to our focus right now between OMIT Brooklyn and P7 White. After OMIT Brooklyn just beat them down in the search and destroy, P7 White up 2-0 in the control, still looking good in the respawns.
Yeah, looking great in the respawns. 2-0 up here on the Hacienda control. And OMIT Brooklyn backs up against the wall in map number 3. Clean shots from Brack to try to get some early progress done on the point, however. We'll get a contest come through from the defenders, and just about all of that cleared off. Cobra realizes, I need to play my life.
So stack over towards B, nobody flanking just yet. And I like this call from Standy to push aggressive towards the spawn, but as he gets cleaned up, this is going to be a call for OMIT Brooklyn to walk a little bit further up. Prolute now, he's alone, turned around, and P7 White break back in.
Able to get the clearance, and also a streak to certainly note here for Aspect in his back pocket. So that could come out at any point in time. Standy able to get forward after waiting patiently for the freebie to come his way. Support not coming his way, however. Cobra's doing a great job of dealing with that, so Standy's just got too many angles to look at. He's taken out. Brack can't find anything, and P7 White, they're starting to surge forward.
Look at this from Cobra, snapping to the second as well, 5 in a row, as this is electric from P7 White. A team that a lot of people may have doubted to fight against a squad like OMIT Brooklyn, but they are laying the hurt down.
Cobra, he might be able to earn a streak of his own. OMIT Brooklyn starting to bleed a lot of lives here late into round number 3. They did not get the completion of the B zone, and I'm sure they would love to turn back to it. Awkward gunfight there with Standy. Cobra finally does die on his spree, as Standy looks to now make his move, try to help out and support B, and they will be able to get some good kills around the point. Now just looking for the final tick of progress.
It's going to get stopped, though. Standy has to walk forward, get that touch in. Cobra, though, over the top. He is unkillable at this point in time. 11 seconds. Can anybody do it?
8 seconds left in the match. Somebody gonna have to surge forward here for OMIT Brooklyn. Prolude might be the man to do it. 2.2 on the clock. Just need to try to get yourself a few more kills or a stack, and you will get the extra minute left here for yourself. And there it is. They secure it. 11 lives left to work with to start working to A.
And you got already Yuli pushed all the way in towards the offices. He's trying to kill some players off the spawn of P7 White, but unfortunately it's gonna blow up right in their face off, Austin, and that gives P7 White a free chance back into this defense.
Does it ever? Everybody funneled over by that B zone that was captured here for OMIT Brooklyn. Have to figure out how they're going to try to break out onto the map here. And it looks like that's going to be by way of flank, coming up the plat area. But there's so many corners to check, so many ratty angles that any of these P7 White members could be playing. And you can see just by how they're clearing everything. Yuli does a good job of finding the first. Dandy might be the man to touch, but no, Brack's going to do it instead as they still keep on searching for some of these kills, and they're starting to find him.
It's a little game of hide and seek, and it's going to come down to these kills. You have to find a clean 3 down just to get onto this A zone, but they are not able to lock down anybody from this P7 White team. You still have Denza on the flank, and he is making it impossible for OMIT to play at full strength.
Prolude hops on for a second, but he dies, trying to go forward into Wine. Dandy battling, trying to get out of his spawn. Won't be able to get the finisher, and only 4 lives here. Half the touch, so much to do. P7 White in the driver's seat. Might be good for the dub. Just need to play defense and find a couple more kills. And, well, nobody can even get back on the zone. So after the 6-0 response, they get the 3-0 in control calling. What is going on?
Are we going to get a contest at some point? Blowout from P7 White in the skyline, then a blowout from OMIT Brooklyn in the red card. And P7 White just continue to dominate these respawns. And you look at this guy, he is a big reason for that. The pressure that Cobra is putting onto this game in that sub role is something that it doesn't look like OMIT Brooklyn are able to put a stop to right now. His team is struggling, and this is not what we're used to seeing from OMIT Brooklyn. I mean, nobody would have had this on their bingo cards.
No. It felt like we maybe saw the regain after seeing again that 250 to 100 map number 1. That felt pretty uncharacteristic from a squad that has been pretty consistent through a lot of their modes. And like you said, just the bounce back here, not coming in here for them. So we go from one way to the other, and now it is a situation where P7 White very well could make it through here in the upper portion of this group, and it would be a massive one if they could do it heading into the hard point.
We haven't even looked at the maps just now, so for map 4 of this series, where are we going to go for this team? I mean, OMIT Brooklyn struggling to get anything going in the respawns, and when you work in towards this map 4, which is going to be Rewind, it looks like this is something that we know a lot of teams can start to favor in, at least when you look at the way that Five Fears is able to work through this map mode combo. It comes down to a lot of the AR play that we've been seeing, and for a team like OMIT Brooklyn, for someone like Brack, he is that leadership that you're going to be looking at for this team to really pull things back for OMIT Brooklyn going in towards this map 4 hard points on a chance for P7 White to eliminate a team that we thought was going to be a shoo-in for Saturday through the winner's bracket.
Might have to do it in the elimination bracket of the group. We'll have to see. P7 White, can they get the response and find, 3 clean hard points here, as just about every single one has been a blowout, or will OMIT Brooklyn respond with one of their own? And right away into the P1 action, it's already P7 White that get themselves on the board early and win the initial breakoff.
Early in for a map like this, I mean, we talk about this head-to-head for OMIT Brooklyn, but Austin, we look at Brack to be that guy, but think about who he's fighting when it comes down to Vortex. This guy, he is icy in Europe, and he's bringing that to the forefront of this championship.
Denza making his way through hell. Oh, able to get the best on the slide there from Yuli. So good elimination, and this is a lot of P1 time, and you haven't been able to gain anything here if you're OMIT Brooklyn. You lose 34 seconds. You haven't really been able to make a ton of ground to the back here, and you take a look at where we see some of the members here. Cobra, he's in a great spot to come behind both, and Cobra finds both heads of the remaining players there in the back, so that rotation not going to come through. Now you're looking like a break from the front again for OMIT.
Hey, you get almost 40 uncontested seconds on P1. You get the rotation easily. P7 White, they're not only outslaying OMIT Brooklyn, but they are out-rotating them. The fundamentals are clean. They are lights out on this Friday.
Are they ever? Vortex already going to start flying forward inside of Elephant. 5 kills in a row for Cobra after finding that huge double up in the back. So chance for some streaks could very well come into play, and streaks are huge on a map like Rewind. Over the top here, Cobra finessing his life, gets the reach, and kill number 6 locked in. It is all P7 White here through the first 2 hills.
A little bit of contention towards that, but that is not good enough. And Brack just finding his first kill of the game, going into hill 3 of this Rewind. Cobra remains unkillable, Austin. This is disgusting to watch.
He's untouchable right now. He's just gliding through the map, and we were just all witnessing this amazing figure skating. It's unbelievable. Aspect looking for some cleanup kills here. And now is maybe a chance to start looking for a break here. OMIT Brooklyn are limited to just 3 seconds at this P3 hill, excuse me. Prolude does a good job of opening up some space, and all right, they're on the hill. They got a touch, they got a trophy, Colin.
And I hate to say it, but this is the most time they've got off a hill so far, so see if they can work off of this. Yuli waiting in the wings, good shots onto Vortex, but trades back and forth, and OMIT are hoping to walk away with the lion's share of it as well. Big fight inside for Prolude. So he's looking to wake his team up on a 4 spree.
Sometimes that's what it takes, right? One player gets going, a couple of deads out there in the pit, and that's maybe exactly what you're going to need. But looking at this rotation right now to the 4th hill, P7 White, they are here, but there's a big collapse happening on either side. Yuli's able to sneak through the back and might actually be able to find Vortex over the top. Shots come through, but no Vortex. Good for the first, can't get the second. It is Prolude that ends up going on 5 in a row, so finally a good break comes through for OMIT Brooklyn.
You get the trades, you get the time. P4 is where you see a lot of time off this Rewind, and OMIT Brooklyn can look to tie this game up, but P7 want the break from the back.
Yuli, a lot to deal with out front as he's trying to get a good read on where the hit's actually coming from. Denza to the back door, denied. Brack, who started off 0-6, now up to 6-9. So 4 spree for him, but he's not sure which way to look. Contest gonna come through. Cobra looking for the entry. No, Brack finds it as he's starting to heat himself up.
Good time off the scrap. This is bringing you right back into this game. All of a sudden, you go into P5 and you forget exactly what happened off those first 3 hills. So, OMIT Brooklyn finally getting a handle onto these respawns, and now looking to see if they can work on this P5 before we go into the second set of rotations.
Oh, what a win that is from Cobra. He's 14-4 casually, just throwing that out there as P5 opens up. Yuli able to get the best of him on some timing. Collapse comes through L. Good shots come through from Aspect here to follow up. So Standy trying to figure out, all right, let's play the outskirts a little bit. We got ourselves in. OMIT Brooklyn, despite how the first 3 hills start, they're now back in the game.
And you have the setup. Cobra is flying. It's like this guy's got wings right now. Only down by a couple of points, though. OMIT Brooklyn have fully restabilized in this Rewind, Austin. It's things you love to see for the North American team.
Standy, oh, how about that? Little 3-piece comes through for the submachine gun up close. Big kills. Standy on your screen again, looking for some more, but is he going to find anything over the top? Doesn't need to challenge. He's got support from L, and it's really just scrap time that you're playing for, but it's more so trying to push through the new. And OMIT Brooklyn, after everything said and done to the first set, Colin, they have brought it back. They have a 3-point lead.
I don't know what Prolude said to them at that hill 3, but whatever it is, they're back. And I don't want to see them go anywhere. I want a tight game in this map 4. And OMIT Brooklyn, they are delivering, but P7 White, albeit a little bit of a beatdown on the way back through those past couple of hills, they are in for the P1 setup.
P7 White now trying to see if they can get themselves back in control, as they do have some pretty solid P1 time coming their way, just like we saw in the first set. Able to come up with about 34 seconds here. Spawn's looking good for P2 at the moment here for OMIT, but Cobra very well could threaten that. Last time he was the reason they did get the flip, and he's on 3 in a row, making his way to the back dumpster.
Stun in the back. They know Cobra's there. And it's not even going to take ProLoot to break that spawn. 3 go down, 4 P7 White. Everybody going to be spawning all the way towards P4. Aspect overwhelmed by pressure. And although you got a good chunk of time off this first hill, OMIT Brooklyn, they have the setup that they want here at Hill 2.
Yeah, and you got a couple players that are pushed pretty far forward. However, they're dealt with pretty quickly here from P7 White, so space opened up. Denza over the top here, looking to get involved with the AR. Not going to get a whole lot to work with as everyone's playing a pretty tight setup here from OMIT Brooklyn. Now it's about the trades. ProLoot comes around the outside, able to get himself a big pickup. Read on the second, no good. Denza able to slide his way in, and now it's a huge battle in the back. Yuli needs to win this here for his squad, but Aspect is in. Finds himself a huge kill, and they clean up the rest. The break is perfect from P7.
That's beautiful. I mean, there's still 30 seconds on this hill. P7 White fully can run away with this lead yet again off it. You can see OMIT Brooklyn, a couple players going to dedicate their body over towards the scrap time to try to deny a little bit, but Yuli falls from that respawn in the back. You're completely separated, and OMIT Brooklyn need to stand their ground anew.
All right, we got ourselves a game of hardpoint. The last time it took OMIT Brooklyn a little bit to get settled here at P3. Vortex not going to get the best of that gunfight. OMIT Brooklyn opening up the space. They got some control. They're on the right side of the map, and this is a good moment here for them to start racking up some time and bringing it back.
That is solid flank from Brack. Uncontested in towards the hill for the reposition on Yuli towards Dumpster. Contest is in from P7 White, but the kills don't follow up. Nice shots from Denza, but he's alone in this battle. Still good for 2, but the trades for OMIT Brooklyn keeping P7 White away.
Brack going to start to push forward there as he actually builds himself up to 3 in a row around the point. Still lots of time to play for on the last hill. Cobra wants to threaten the early rotation though on rewind and see if he can make his way all the way to the back. We know how important it is here on this map, but time going neutral for a moment. 13 seconds to play for. ProLoot trying to keep them pushed back as he's been popping off here. 22 kills to his name. Clean shots over the top, but every single member in front of him.
He is so good on these third hills. Brack dies for the outer wall run, so now Beepers is going to be punished and the spawns are lost. OMIT Brooklyn, they just fall apart in the setup. P7 White, this is where you could put it away.
This is one of those moments where you look back on and say, this could have costed us the game. Standing through the outskirts, trying to line up 2.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, OMIT Brooklyn actually respond with 3 kills of their own. One
done.
more player to try to find. Yuli's actually going to let him slip by for a moment. He backs up, he cleans it up, and the rebreak is perfect from them.
That could have been dangerous for OMIT Brooklyn. You're able to break back in immediately. Still, you're fighting for this time, but it is only a 40-point game for the lead that P7 White has. You got the back spawns, you're able to battle back. The scrap time would be great.
20 seconds to play for. Aspect can't find the transfer on the shot, so OMIT Brooklyn should be good to grab some of that scrap time, but we make our way to P5, and Cobra, well, he's starting to fly forward.
Oh yeah, he's been flying all game long. He's not gonna stop now. Hunts down Yuli, swaps to the second. Good help coming out from Aspect as well, so on this P5 hill, you're going to get that early setup for P7 White, but Standy breaks it right open.
Good kill's going to come through. Vortex waiting on the outside. Won't win that battle. Just about 20 seconds now separating these two squads as we are just about 20 seconds into the P5 hill. Aspect looking for an entry. Good shots, good tags. Finisher will be good. Picks up the AR, trying to get involved in the next play, wondering where to look, where to go. His teammates, though, side by side with him as they stand tall on the hill for now.
It's just triple kill one side, triple kill the other way. Nobody's able to get a full setup for the past couple of hills, but still, from it, Brooklyn, you need a break because you're trailing by 20 points. And P7 White happy to walk away with any time they can get.
15 seconds up for grabs. Standy able to find 2 through the outskirts. And it's really just down to Aspect, who actually just runs out, chows out. Won't find the double up, but a pretty absurd gunfight nonetheless. OMIT Brooklyn have still been trailing, though, just about this entire game. And P1 has been a huge pivot point here for P7 White to get a huge amount of time. You have to stop that here if you're OMIT.
One more rotation for P7 White to send OMIT Brooklyn to the elimination side of the bracket and auto-qualify for Saturday. It would be the biggest upset of the day.
Brack on the point, side by side with his submachine gun up close. Everybody comes to a standstill here for a moment, waiting for the chows. But over the top, it's just mainly been contested here, back and forth. Both players playing the contest spot. Opens up now. OMIT Brooklyn getting time. ProLoot threatening what could be a massive rotation. P2 could be the ending of this entire game.
ProLoot going big for the team right now. Still some scrap time. Could be the difference between winning this
Oh,
map and
Cobra!
losing it, but Cobra goes big again. The double kill. Brack is in trouble just trying to live on this flank and force the spawn outs for a couple of the P7 members.
Finally, you're able to really stop a lot of the points from coming through on P1 from P7 White. But it comes down to how you break this setup. Coming into P2, OMIT Brooklyn need to find a response.
Prolo goes down too early. That's going to put numbers away from it. 15 seconds, that's all P7 White needs. They're soaking up so much time off the initial, and they got those back spawn reinforcements.
The read is good. Denza finds a kill in inner. Prolute needs to get some good tags over the top. The trophy system keeping everybody safe on the time. P7 White doing everything they need to. Locking down the time, locking down the game as they will advance to bracket play.
Never doubt EU. When it comes to champs, Denza turns up, and Vortex is always in the conversation. And when you add Cobra to that mix, this guy turns up at the right moments, and he looks unstoppable on this Friday afternoon. For OMIT Brooklyn, we just saw them top 3 at DreamHack, top 3 at the AMD Overclock, but when you look at champs at the tournament, that really, really matters. There is work to be done.
Cobra and Aspect put up 69 kills combined. My goodness. You take a look at the assists, the untraded kills. These guys are just gunning, running and gunning. And Cobra set the tone. I mean,
He did.
You had to talk about the fact that he was gliding through the map early, got himself a streak, was up to that 8-1 start. And from that point forward, it felt like OMIT Brooklyn were forced to play catch-up, and they never really were able to grab a hold of the game, unfortunately. But big props here to P7 White advancing, taking out one of the top teams here in the group, and doing it in incredible fashion here through all the respawns.
That's probably one of the biggest series that we're going to see out of the day, just to have that auto qualification spot for Saturday. And they don't even do that like we normally have it for the European teams through the S&D. It comes from every single respawn being won by this P7 White team. And not only that, they were doing it just by outslaying OMIT Brooklyn in the dirt across this. Map 1, we go to the Skyline Hardpoint, 250 to 100.
Yeah.
You move into the Search and Destroy, you get smoked 6-0, but that doesn't matter for P7 White. It doesn't matter for Cobra or Aspect. They were having one of the best series I've seen them have in a long time.
Incredible stuff here the entire way through. It felt really one-sided for the first maybe 3 maps one way or the other, but we definitely get a hell of a bang out here for the Rewind Hardpoint. But P7 White, again, got to be feeling great about how the respawn is looking, how they were able to pop off at a lot of these moments, and again, just lead the game and hold on to that lead once they were able to get that start that they did.
This is so crazy when you just think about it for OMIT Brooklyn. This is a team that was literally put together going into the end of the year with Yuli moving from War into OMIT Brooklyn. For DreamHack, you place top 3. It sets almost an expectation for this team that going in towards champs, you are one of the biggest teams to look at in terms of making it through those long runs that we expect here through challengers. But when you get there, we saw just issues throughout rotations, throughout slaying, and just moments where that intensity just wasn't met by communication or by any team play whatsoever for those respawns. And P7 White just surprising us with such a big upset in a game like this. We didn't look at P7 just as a whole to contend against some of these top teams, but for P7 White, that is a storyline changer through and through.
Is it ever? And now OMIT Brooklyn have to go down to that elimination matchup and win one more before their day is over going into bracket play. So talking about the stakes, they continue to remain high. That is going to do it here for now, though. We are going to take a short break. When we come back, we got one more match coming your way. Don't go far. Welcome back, everyone, to Challenger Finals, where we're getting into some of our late matches of the night here for group stage for day number 1. I'm Visions. That's proper. We've had a couple of bangers as of late. Everything's starting to heat up a little bit for us. I'm excited for these last couple of matches, brother.
Yeah, I mean, we've been here for almost like the past 7 hours just watching a lot of different good Challengers competition. Again, 4 different GSL-style groups, 16 invited teams, just whittled down to 8, and now we're getting towards the tail end of all of that. Elimination matches, qualification matches already happened, but now's the time where we're actually going to be saying sayonara to some of the teams that flew out so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We've already said goodbye to a few, and I think we're also going to be jumping into one of our matches that's currently going on right now. Isn't one of our main matches, but is one that we'll probably be keeping an eye on throughout the entire late night here before we call it day number 1. And Five Fears up against P7 Black. This is going to be an elimination matchup to see who makes it through to bracket play for tomorrow.
That's a big moment. Again, Five Fears falling up short to Team Orchid, almost completing that reverse sweep. P7 Black have been really tested throughout the entirety of the day. They also lost to the P7 White team to start off their entire endeavor, and they got an uphill battle ahead of them as well.
They absolutely do. Down here in the Search and Destroy, need to win quite a few rounds to be able to bring this one all the way back, but the bomb is going to go down nonetheless. Chance here to close out this one, however, feels pretty probable. 1v3 for Fire. Shots over the top. Going to be able to get some tags on the chunk, but still searching for a lot of info here on the remaining 2.
Yeah, sure is. 27 seconds starting to dwindle down. Fire, he's a very good player, but a 1v3 with sub 30 seconds not going to cut it. So P7 Black going to slowly work their way back into the Search and Destroy. Again, in between all this is the one series that is off kilter from our tech issues earlier, but still 5 Fears, I can tell you, after watching a lot of the matches in the pit before hopping back on broadcast, have been circling the room. And I mean legitimately pacing, just trying to come to grips in understanding of how they lost that series to Team Orchid. Could be a certain bounce back here again. Winner for this one does qualify for the championship bracket, of which case that does start tomorrow. 10-6 so far from Abe has really been a cornerstone for this team's success, but still up on that point, P7 Black looking to continue on.
Yeah, looking for the close, and that has been really the main issue with this roster when it comes down to Search and Destroy, is closing Search and Destroys. A lot of round 11 losses over the last week or 2, but we'll see a first blood come through here onto BB Connor. Love to see that here for Fire. Chance to start to maybe get forward. Abe thinking about it, toying with that fact, and he's going to hit the gas as he runs to B.
Yep, should be a free plant here. Abe at 10-6 will lay the rock down here with the numbers advantage for the 2-0 lead in the series. And the post plants are good, and it's all wrapped around helicopter. You still have a player lurking top grandmas and one clearing all of the court.
Yeah, so much to clear. Middle map, though, has mostly been done. Have to get a read on Hixie. And Disarray has that read, but instead it's going to be a cleanup kill that ends up coming through from Detain. 2v3 we go, getting a little bit low on time. 5 Fears, certainly theirs to throw away at this point in time. And Disarray has not been able to find anyone else. Abe's still got eyes on Bomb. He knows that no one's on the defuse, and well, you're going to have to defuse here pretty quickly now if you're P7 Black. Detain able to win one, but Abe just got to slide on through, and there's a diffuser, and there's the finisher. Abe with a little double up to seal the deal for map 2.
That's up there for some of the most Treyarch 2 pieces I've seen all weekend here in Challengers. The headshots sound as sexy as ever. Watch this one more time for Abe to be able to go double positive. Easy first one, not so much on the second. Didn't miss a single bullet after the snap. Headshot sounds galore. 12-6 out of Abe will assist 5 Fears to be pushing their way forward in this series, now have a 2-0 lead over P7 Black.
My goodness. Yeah, 12-6, 1,300 damage. Insane stuff coming through for Abe, the man that we've been gassing quite a bit as of late. But let's take a look at our group stage and see how everything is coming along. We already took a look at Group A. Stallions have, in fact, advanced. Team Notorious and Royal Spartans, that's the one that's going to be coming up next. So that is going to be a massive qualification match in the lower side of the bracket. We take a look at Group B. Orchid able to clutch up round 11, map number 5 versus 5 Fears. Then, of course, that match is currently going on here as well, Andy. But we've had a couple of bangers here. A lot of these matches starting to go to the absolute distance as we get a little bit later and later here into day number 1.
Yeah, and you see those 0-2 teams again, as GSL-style groups are a fickle mistress in a 4-team style. You want to lose or win to before you lose to, and so we will be saying goodbye to actually both APAC teams. MindFreak came up short versus the French roster of Decimate, and then Unity Visual lost to the P7 Red team that we are currently watching just a few moments ago. Able to at least take a map, but not the greatest showcasing again coming through from APAC. Boot Camp be darned. They will be sent packing at top 16. Chaos Esports, also from the Latin America region, same for Valor Esports. Both are out at top 16. Chaos Esports 1-3 versus P7 Black, and then Valor Esports. I mean, they had to go up against Team Notorious in their opening matchup, and then Royal Spartans after they lost to Stallions. And the way we continue to project it, you look at that Group A, I think that we knew, well, obviously one team was going to be 2-0. I most certainly did not have FC Stallions being that team to do so.
I agree with you. I think that is definitely one of the most competitive groups that we did have, but I was expecting Team Notorious to be the team that was going to be able to get through. I think that's what we set up coming through at the beginning of the day. Like, this is the team that's been practicing boot camping here for a month, looked really good in last weekend's tournament, so that is really an interesting question for who is going to get that final spot coming into that group. But we are going to now take a look at what's happening right now with Team War in Decimate, as they are right in the middle of a Hacienda hardpoint to kick off their series.
Yeah, so this is map 1 in between these two teams. Team War just lost to OMIT GG 0-3, kind of cataclysmically the way it came to an abrupt end. I believe it was a protocol control. Vivid was certainly in his back throughout the entirety of that one. Team War off the bounce back, though. Linz 10-4 for the Hacienda map number 1. Barburner going up against his fellow countrymen.
Yes, he is. Absolutely. And Linz has had a couple of slow starts, but love to see that bounce back here from him as he's really setting the tone early. And Team War, well, they've been leading the charge. They've been doing everything they need to do in order to try to secure this one early on in the hard point. Almost at about 100 points. Linz up to 5 kills as it continues to pour red into the feed. And Team War looks like they might be good for the remaining scrap time.
It certainly looks like that. I mean, they're already up to triple digits, Austin, and we're about to be talking about going over to P4 for the first time in the entirety of this map 1 of a qualification/elimination match. Decimate need to lock in, and they need to lock in right now. Mighty used to be the namesake for this roster. 1-7 is a very uncharacteristic start, and Nadox has been frying throughout the entirety of the day. We got to lock in.
Yeah, absolutely do. Going to be required as we head into the P4 hill. Too Real also on a spree of his own, up to 5, caught some timing, but can't get the finisher on either one. So DiamondCon now the next one up, but will also be taken down. So a good moment, a good hold here thus far, as this is going to be some critical time that you need if you're Decimate.
Combined 23-9 between Too Real and Linz, by the way. Some casual stuff out of the SMG duo of Team War. Assault now world champion MVT, by the way. Adam Assault, nice little jiggle peek there off the pinch to come through from the boathouse, and that means that War will break again. It's about to be a 100-plus point lead going in towards the second set, Austin.
And they got a great read on the spawns, knowing exactly where they are. So just about everyone dying as soon as they come back up onto the map here. Again, as you said, a 100-point differential. Another spree going to come through now for Linz as he's up to 17-5, looking for number 6. Gets help there from Assault, and finally is brought down with a double challenge inside of Office. So Team War building this lead up further and further. We have not had any answers from Decimate so far, but one is certainly going to be required, or else this one's going to be sealed very soon.
Ooh, DC with the snap and the pistol, and the read through the lobby gets the better of Melko as well. These are just things that you simply cannot allow DiamondCon to start to do. Linz now up to 17-7, 12-4 out of Brennan, Too Real, and these guys are absolutely buzzing. They are pissed off with losing the way that they did to OMIT GG. Losing it maybe we all had in our pick'ems, but not the way that they did. We expect so much more out of this roster, and they are showing it here.
Oh, man, it's just one spree to the next. It feels like almost everyone's been on a spree at some point in time, and Assault's now up to 6 in a row. And this is a lot of P1 time. Given over, the control just so dominant so far. And you are feeling it here if you're Decimate. Early rotation now coming into play. Linz looking for the entry. Trades are beautiful as ever. And now you got Too Real going all the way to the back, but he's got a lot of players in front of him.
Did we just see DC entry sub for Linz? Was he with the aim sliding into Zig? What year is it? Too Real with the aims looking for the two-piece back driveway, but just creates enough distress for Decimate up front for Team War just to hold it. Another 3 dead, and well, with just 45 seconds left, if they soak it up all, they will win here.
They certainly will. Nadox through the middle. Well, finally, a decent kill feed to talk about for Decimate as 3 will drop. DiamondCon going to hold his life here for a moment. This is still a lot of time to give up, so you have to imagine Team War are going to want to try to hit it. DC from the side door. Surprise. Not ready for that one whatsoever. Mighty's going to drop. Good read from L. DC swaps to the AR and comes up with that one. The streak also invested from Assault just to try to get in here for some of that remaining time.
Yeah. Again, forcing it to new, but delaying the inevitable. Decimate just trying to shove away the 100-point club. If not maybe of a 60-point club, they at least eclipse past the 50 points at this moment in time. But Linz is still double positive. Same for 2 Real and DiamondCon. Well, he's not too far away from it as well. Something's got to give. And Decimate desperately need to try to convert this P3 into a full 60.
Yeah, at this point, you're just hoping to get out of the 100-point club.
That'd be nice.
That would be great. Linz making his way around the back, and, well, he was waiting for the spawner. He read it well, just unfortunately gets some unfortunate timing. So we take a look at the front, and okay, kills starting to come through. Decimate finally showing us that they can hold as they start to take some of the space away through the front. 2 Real, though, there to collapse for the first one. Trade's likely to come in. No! How about that double up? That is really going to slow things down, and, well, we said it was a required 60. Decimate delivering with just about that.
All right. We're encroaching on it. 221-84. There's not enough time for Team War to win it here, but 2 Real knows that he can put his team that much closer. One more on the inner of the cross here at the Gardens. 2 Real through the fences has some assistance, and that's another 3 dead in the feed in favor of Team War. Over towards the hard point. Sykes, he was a big bright spot for this roster during the LCQ. Needs to step up, but gets killed again. 3 dead in the feed. Team War looking to call game.
They are assault with 1:42 in the time. Everyone just about over 20 kills. It has been all Team War. Decimate just not able to match up against this squad here in map number 1. One final attempt to try to get into the hill. They're just lining up for Assault, though, as he's up to 6 in a row to try to end it. More red in the kill feed, and a dub on the board here in map number 1 for Team War.
Yeah, big step in the right direction. Again, a bounce-back series if you're looking at a 4-Team War after losing the way that he did to OMIT GG, but it's still, you expect to find yourself in that playoff bracket if you are Team War. I'm sure that that Kev back at home watching this series is probably running out of cuticles, running out of fingernails, because he knows that his team's back is against the wall, being eliminated from the playoff bracket. But, well, you 100-point club, Team Decimate, after the way that they've been bouncing back in that lower bracket of the GSL group, it's a good step for Team War to get some confidence through the rest of the series in the weekend.
Yeah, got to be feeling great about that one. 84 points is what they're limited to. And again, just got to hit the points. Linz, 24-13, 24-10 for 2 Real. So might come back to that game at some point in time, but now it's time to dial in on our main matchup here. This is a massive one. Royal Spartans up against Team Notorious, the 2 squads in the elimination round here for Group A to see who is going to qualify for bracket play, Andy.
These 2 teams have a lot in common, not to mention how they're in the same group, but also losing the way that they did to the Stallions. One a little bit closer, the map 5 to Team Notorious, the reason why they find themselves here. But to start off the entire day, Royal Spartans got royally railed by the FC Stallions as far as the opening series is concerned. Former teammates across the stage from each other as well. Eric Boom has a lot of time spent with the triage of Cruz Gunzy Dak through multiple different teams when Eric Boom was actually playing on the Miami Heretics just last season when he was competing in NA Challengers. Eric Boom and Cruz are a long-time duo, long-time friends as well.
Yeah.
They have a lot of good banter on the timeline. Just unfortunate that we have to find ourselves in this series here.
Yeah, one's going home and one's moving on to day number 2. So going to be an interesting situation here between the friends, but it comes down to who's going to be better than the other. And we take a look at the maps and modes. It will be a Skyline hardpoint that we jump into first, followed by a Rewind, Search, and Destroy. Hacienda Control, if need be. We'll go to a Vault hardpoint for map 4 and a Hacienda Search to end things off.
And we got the Hacienda Control for both these 2 teams. That's actually the same control that they both lost to the Stallions. Both of them didn't take a single round. So to see it here in this series, I don't know what to expect. Some of the greatest Call of Duty or maybe an outright pillow fight. But Skyline hardpoint to start things off to really see what their gunnies are currently standing. Afro has been a menace on this map mode combination all year in European Challengers League, back at Boca Raton as well. F-Dot the MVP of that series. You need all of that plus a bag of chips to take down Royal Spartans.
Oh, do you ever. Time to get into the mix, though. Team Notorious played it earlier on, and Rafi had a big closer to end the map with a dub. So can they try to find some of that coming into this one here against a Royal Spartans that's looking for some revenge? P1 time going the way of Team Notorious. Gunzy fighting for high ground, but he's got a lot of angles to look at, so he'll be swiftly dealt with. Turn our attention to the time. Afro from the top ropes, able to make it go neutral here for a moment.
Yeah. Want to maintain this side of the map, though. If you are Royal Spartans, mostly being as you can keep things contested, Gunzy being up on the top side of Piano can at least find himself an angle of opportunity. But he's kind of overextending here. They don't know where a lot of these players are going to be coming from, but luckily enough, they at least derail what was about to be a pretty good push out of Team Notorious, and they at least hold on to the P2 side for now.
Good kill in the back, though. F-Dot starting to make some ground. Dak realizing there's a lot of angles that this hill could be broken from. Read from the front. Afro. Oh, the finesse on the movement. Beautiful stuff. Eric Boom also backing up with his teammates. And, well, that is clinical to get to the back to try to lock in that close spawn here for Team Notorious. Wiz, though, a lot to do. A lot to look at, and he's dealt with. And, well, good kills come through on the break for Team Notorious.
Yeah, Royal Spartans were so focused on the hot tub push on the exits all the way from new because Team Notorious were getting an abundance of time on P1. They completely go unscathed in check through the push on the backside of the tables, but Royal Spartans trying to do it the old-fashioned way, just break on back after losing the initial. It works out from time to time. This time is that time for Royal Spartans as they get some much-needed time. That could have gotten away from them quickly if they didn't.
Huge 1v1 battle going to be taken from Dak, so already threatening what would be a P3 rotation in the cards for Royal Spartans. Cruz trying to watch over mid, but his teammates starting to drop around new. So all of that old time soaked up, but they actually line up there for Cruz. He goes on 4 in a row. Huge moment here to win the row as well as get the scrap time. And now they're set up at P3, but F-Dot's got something to say about it. He cleans up too.
Yeah. Not the sexiest start coming through from Felix. F-Dot 6-9 so far, but that 2-piece allows his team to at least keep things contested inside of P3. But Royal Spartans, they got the time, they got the presence inside the hard point, and the head glitch is to boot. Plus, Dak is causing a ruckus inside of Gym. Will inevitably be traded, but that's good space.
Afro entries have just been the name of the game for him this entire first day. The reads also completely on point as Afro goes to the pistol and ends up getting himself a 3-piece. That is a heck of a way to break in for Team Notorious, and they might be good for the back 20 seconds.
Now look how back Gunzy is playing just to make sure that these spawns get anchored. Or at least watch the exits from his teammates of what they cannot pick up inside of you and around the kitchen bar. 1 for 1 on the exits. Here comes the push forward. Afro, though, wasn't expecting Gunzy to be this far back. Only has 5 bullets, but the wallbang comes through. The pistol of all things. Still the spawns towards the back here for Royal Spartans, but Team Notorious are slowly chewing away at it.
Eric Boom. Last one up here, finally getting a bit of support from Afro. So the sub duo trying to make some presence known, and again, trying to lock down that close spawn. A lot of parallels coming throughout the map, but with that set of kills, feels like Royal Spartans might now have a grip on the hard point as they continue to build this lead further.
Cruz is watching a really long cross, but from top and bottom, there's so many different avenues that and angles of which Team Notorious can pluck their way back in towards this time, and they need to. 30 seconds remain, and the kill feed will be traded continuously. Spawns in towards the back will be there for Team Notorious, and thanks to Eric Boom and his heroics, back 20 should be secured, at least contested for the Notorious team.
What a ridiculous 2-piece that is. Gunzy going to come around the flank, and he does get support from the front, so a good pinch to be able to get back on the time. Royal Spartans, after everything's said and done, through the first set, they will have themselves about a 50-point lead, and there was a lot of presence on the map that is not being matched, but Afro doing his best at 15-11 for Team Notorious.
Yeah, he sure is. Again, real issue for this team all year long, and you feel like that if Afro is going 16-11, that this scoreline should not be where it is, but Royal Spartans are really just chewing at the bits to try to make sure that they can continue on with this bracket and get in towards Saturday, if not maybe towards that main stage on Sunday. It's eluded them throughout their entirety of the Challengers career, specifically for Cruz, and this is a good spot to be in. A 40-point lead, breaking back in towards P1. You got top piano control, and you got the spawns for new.
Oh, big gunfight there for Eric. Starts to loosen up the defense around the point right now. Gunzy, 4 in a row, however. Might start to get a read that, listen, Team Notorious looking for the new spawns here at P2. Ralphie gets caught on the cross, so he's not able to get forward any further. Wiz has also built himself up to a streak. He's on 5 in a row as F-Dot tries to land the shots onto Dak and does get the finisher, so a chance to start to push forward. Bit of scrap time secured, but now it's all about P2, and Wiz is locking things down in the back, looking for another one, and he finds it, but he's quickly traded out.
It's like a continuous push over towards the kitchen side for Team Notorious, same as we got from the first set. Same thing here in the second. Royal Spartans, they were in the better position to try to hold the spawns, and then they just get ripped apart. You still got the back spawns for Team Notorious. Royal Spartans are finding good coverage and good kills on transition. Gunzy's 22-12, but to be able to break this cleanly, it's going to be a tough ask.
Wiz, lot to do. Able to get that first one. It's F-Dot that built himself up to a spree, but was cut down. Wiz realizes he's got to play his life, try to wait patiently while his teammates come off spawn, and he's still making some moves. Wiz doing it all in the back. He finds a double. It's 20 seconds to play for. F-Dot doing a good job of trying to reinforce the bottom of the point, but you still got to get through Eric, and he's holding strong on the hill. Finally dealt with the double jowl.
Yeah, really bad timing there from Eric. Thought that maybe he could get away from the first. The second scared him away, but you still got the back spawns to try to trade out if you are Team Notorious. So close to flipping the lead. There was at one point in time I felt like that was not going to be happening, but a big bounce back here towards this set of hard points, and we got ourselves a ball game. Royal Spartans sent packing over towards New. They're set up inside a kitchen. Team Notorious know they're turtling.
Rafi, slow start, 8 and 18. Man on your screen would really need to pick it up here to give Team Notorious the chance they need to bring it all the way back as Royal Spartans back on the hill. Wiz with the slide, won't be able to combine for the second. Dak, does he want to get involved and start to find the entries? Yes, he does. He finds the first. Good tags onto the second. The follow-up was there, but the trades slightly favoring Royal Spartans as they're back in for a break.
Yeah, they sure are. Look at the arrows just all pointed forward. You got all those back sticky spawns for P2 for Royal Spartans. They know they can keep all of their guns in pointed forward. Now a moment of opportunity. Dak gets in towards the back. They should be aware of this. Look at everybody spawning out. Dak gets the kill in towards the back. That spawn's broken.
Huge moment. Scrap time being fought for. Wiz over the top. Spawn's going to have to be looked at. Team Notorious decide to hit old, so now this could delay them, and it massively hurts them here as you actually lose the 1v1 battle. FDOT cannot get through, and you still got presence in the back if you're the Spartan.
Nobody was inside the time. The hardpoint hadn't opened yet, so we still had split spawns on the P2 side, so it was a little bit of a foot race for the reinforcements, but stray gunfights and numbers there for Royal Spartans in the end. The dust will settle. They're in for the time.
Afro has to slow down. Deep spawns come through around P2. Team Notorious feeling the weight on their shoulders as this one starts to get later and later through map number 1 on Skyline. Gunzy has an excellent read on where they are at, and he's going to have to try to play his life. You turn your attention back to the hill, though. FDOT through the front, looking for entries, trying to get through Cruz, but it's not going to happen. Royal Spartans continue to hold strong.
20 and 19 out of Rory, 25 and 17 for Wiz. Almost 30 kills in the game for Gunzy, and it's still not enough. Gets them over 200 points, a whole hardpoint lead over Team Notorious, trying to pinch their way in towards the back 20 seconds, but an overextension, and if these kills come through from Royal Spartans, you might give them an opportunity to move a little bit further forward. We go back to P1, and Royal Spartans just about 30 points away.
Cruz was just on another 6 spree. And the sprees have been the difference maker. Team Notorious just have not been able to compete with a lot of the slaying consistently through all 4 of their members. The lead has grown. Royal Spartans looking for yet another break. You need this P1 time to go your way or go neutral at the very least. And there's a moment for Rafi, who starts to heat up there with the pistol, does get himself a couple of kills, and continues to pour the pressure down the middle of the map.
Big moment now for Team Notorious. Again, they're still trailing by 70. Somebody's got to step up even bigger, and Afro has slowed down since the last time we've talked about him. 30 seconds left on P1. This is the best bet for Team Notorious. They're holding the spawns, and Rafi's finding the kills on a 5 spree.
This could be the moment. Rafi goes up to 6, finds almost every single player. Last one up is Gunzy, but he's going to have a quick spawn down low. That's Cruz, who throws himself on the time, and all time is great time right now if you're the Spartan.
Because they can get themselves closer to be winning. And Team Notorious are aware of that, so they have to get them off the old time, and they're still maintaining presence over towards new. So many different times, Team Notorious have broken Royal Spartans on this exact hardpoint through the past 2 sets. This time, they're in possession of the time. Is their hold better than Royal Spartans?
Royal Spartans need to find the answers. 20 seconds for the dub. Dak down low. He's been able to get himself maybe all the way to the back. What can he do from White Stairs? Surprise, surprise. There's the first one. Needs to play his life. Has support in the back, but Wiz is going to drop. What can Dak do? Needs to find the members. Big 1v1 in the back, and FDOT needs to play his life, and he does for the first.
Still got all the spawns and towards the back. Royal Spartans, they are starting to funnel through the narrow choke points that leads in towards P2. That's exactly the opposite of what you need to do.
Team Notorious giving themselves a solid chance here. It is not over by any means. Royal Spartans slowing down the tempo. You can feel the change right now as FDOT getting a read on this push, realizing, hey, listen, Spartans are looking to hit this. Try to get in here for some of the scrap time. Rafi going to reinforce. The gunfight, 1 in the back. 1 more gunfight on the hill. Afro says no problem. He's got it. He lights it up, and now we're off to new.
80-point deficit, diminished down to 30. Nobody's on the old time. This is going to cause a little bit of distress inside of the spawns. Number 7 spawns all the way out. Big 1v1 for the time. Cruz wins it up on a 3 spree. They're here for their initial.
Cruz with 32 kills. Wants to try to seal it right now on P3. Need to find kills here if you're the Team Notorious boys. Through the middle, the timing. Oh, does it work out? No. Eric Boom finds a way in. He doubles up. 3 members go down for the Spartans. Make it all 4.
Spawns are so deep, all the way back by P4. FDOT's getting a lot of good space, but he's not going to get the read. Shot in towards the back. They think this is still coming from P2.
They absolutely do. Do they get the read fast enough? Right to the
Oh,
middle.
no.
It's the double up. It's the kills. The Spartans, they find the break and they get into the hill. A super close hard point, but they seal it in the end. And another double as Cruz gets absolutely hyped. And they grab map number 1.
Rory just popping off. Everybody feeling good after that one. Notorious, they fought their way back. Royal Spartans, they had an insurmountable lead. For it to be as close as it was is maybe wipe the sweat off your brow, boys. This man Afro started off way too hot, but even still, when the dust settled and finally the coolant had been retrieved, what an unfortunate fumble. I mean, it's such a hard spawn to read when you're inside of P3. It's so hard to dissect on where everybody is on the map that you would hardly ever expect with F-Dot being top bed the way that he was, for everybody to spawn on the back P2 side. That's what they were playing for. But they actually spawned behind him because nobody had the LOS on back P4. They spawn all the way in towards the back. F-Dot gets shot in the back. 2 people are expecting the back P2 spawns. It doesn't occur. And then the Cinderella story of map number 1 just gets absolutely deflated. What a turn of events coming through. Team Notorious brought it back from the desk, but Royal Spartans were in the driver's seat all along.
They absolutely were. Man, really started with that opening. 50, 60 points that they were able to get. Team Notorious just felt like they turned it on a little bit too late. And, you know, it happens from, really, it feels like that slow start from Rafi. You mentioned Afro, who was 16-11, going through that first set, but missing one of your key ARs, getting involved in a lot of those plays, and not being able to heat up about halfway through. That is certainly going to hurt. And, well, you felt the hurt throughout the majority of the map. So, Royal Spartans, who are looking to make it out of group play, Cruz in particular looking to try to extend his final year. As I was chatting with him earlier saying, listen, this is the last dance. This is the last dance. I'm done after this one. He would love to make it to bracket play because it feels like he always falls short in the group play, Andy, over the last few years at Champs.
Like, what a big flex it would be. Not only have you lost to Cruz on land, but you might lose to a full-time nurse. I don't know which hurts more, but Cruz is just, he's always so determined. You got to tip the work ethic, right? I mean, full-time student, Oklahoma Christian, CCL champion, going to school, nursing, couple hours shifts per week. I'm saying a couple. It's double digits, man. Like, this guy does it all, and then he shows up on Saturday. He's shooting bots while everybody's popping off around him, and he's just getting prepared because he knows he has a top dog contender ahead of him. Team Notorious very much so might have to Neslo this entire team because when they're shooting and they are humming the way that they are in the comms and buzzing after games like that, they're a tough team to take down.
They absolutely are, and you can feel it. The energy starts flowing, and Team Notorious are the ones that are going to have to find a response. And today, I mean, we've seen Hardpoint has kind of been one of the maps, or rather game modes, that they've had to rely on for some of those dubs. S&D a little bit shaky when we saw the Hacienda, especially on the closer. I was watching a little bit earlier. It felt like they were just not really synchronized. And it was the dealership, I think, was the map number 2 that they also ended up dropping in 6-4 fashion, I want to say. So looking to clean up this game mode. And this has been something that they've actually relied on, especially in pivotal moments when you go back to Miami. When you go back to how they were able to seal the deal. So need to find it here. Do not want to go down 2-0 to a very hot-looking Royal Spartans.
I'm saying, man, could be a Neslo. Got to be careful if you are Royal Spartans. Going in towards this rewind, search, and destroy. Very much so might be their leg into a 2-0 lead, but only time will tell. It's going to be offense first here for Royal Spartans, and they're poking and prodding around DVD for a fast A execute.
Oh, they sure are. Lots of slides, lots of stun checks coming out early. No trophies in play, but are actually going to get a first blood that ends up coming through. So going to lose one here if you're the Spartans, and you're still looking to make some waves inside of A. The colors are going to be the same here, so we'll use the numbers the best we can, but 3v2 now for Team Notorious.
Bombs dropped in such a precarious position. Dax last alive, 1v3. And they should know where he is located at. Rafi has to seem to have a good understanding. He's still trapped inside DVD. Sees the nameplate. Everybody should be hunting at this point for the team shots. And yeah, there you go. So, yeah, I mean, tough scenes, right? You get rewind, search, and destroy. It's your map pick. You started off on the offensive side. That's just how the news blows. And you don't have trophy systems to keep yourself safe from those early nades. And then, well, you lose the gunfight over by Burger. You lose a lot of space. And then when you think you could brute force your way in towards the bomb site, your bomb carrier just gets absolutely eviscerated.
Certainly the case. F-Dot, though, starting off strong. Love to see the ARs getting themselves going here on a map like Rewind. That could certainly play the difference with some longer range battles that tend to happen at times. So round number 2. Team Notorious is going to get their very first look here on the attack.
Let's see what they decide to do. It's actually going to be a B rush. Yeah, that nade just tagged 3 members for Team Notorious. They're halting, and they have to pivot A.
Oh, wallbang shots. Wiz looking for the finisher there. Cleans up Eric Boom, and, well, that's also going to be the bomb down. Not in a great position here. Not sure if it was scouted or not by the Royal Spartans, but they'll certainly take the man advantage.
Yeah, you sure will. That's why you just can't push that B lane. That's so much damage. 2v3 now for Team Notorious. And if there's anybody you're lucky to have alive, it would be Afro and Rafi, search and destroy masterminds. Can they try to pluck away at the fur of Royal Spartans and maybe try to see if they can get this bomb planted?
Going to be the question. And, well, they certainly have an idea on what this will look like. The read is great from Afro. Rafi also finds Dak, and my goodness, what a way to break that setup down. It felt like that was all but over. But my goodness, again, the kills all coming through beautifully, and Rafi's up to 4-0.
I mean, he just knew where everybody was. Silly me. And what a late Semtex at that out of Rafi, where, again, early rounds for Rewind, Search, and Destroy, you could see what the early artillery really means for damage, causing pivots. That truly felt like a Royal Spartans round to be lost, and boy, did they ever. Big bounce again, Afro, Rafi being able to isolate the information, get a hard read off of where the secondary chow was coming over by the shelves and the courtyard. 2-0 lead now for Team Notorious. Really not feeling the loss there of that map one so far.
It certainly doesn't feel that way. We asked for a response at S&D. Well, they are delivering. Already a first blood going to come through, and, well, followed by a second and a third. Okay, Royal Spartans, they're not messing around any longer. And they also got eyes on F-Dot, as it is just about a perfect and swift round here to finally get themselves here on the board.
Yeah, trophy system's now online, and you're going to be able to get information from just hacking the trophy system immediately where the push is going to be coming from. And they were already committed just to try to do exactly what you saw. Just the streets push up the gut, meet aggression with aggression. That's just a good old classic look, guys. We ain't got nothing on the board. None of these pickles are sticking to the window. Let's just try to sprint on down the gut. 4 players strong. See if our team shots get the job done. And once you know it, they finally get themselves on the board. But let's see if their adaptations will be a continuation as far as this offense is concerned. Because last time around, they tried that B push. A nade landed right on 3 of their foreheads. They're going to try to do the same thing, surely backed by a trophy this time.
Dak waiting for the early chow. Not going to come his way just yet, so he's going to go looking for it. And now the timing, beautiful. Both players going to hit either side of the elephant door, and they'll draw themselves a couple of kills. So Team Notorious, lots of time to work with. Bomb sure will be picked up, but going to have to work through a hell of a lot here in this 2v4.
If that's going to throw a stun, thinking that somebody's still lurking around the A-bomb, not going to be the case. Him and Rafi are isolated. Rafi's trying to clear all of B Street, but in a 2v4, you feel like somebody's got to get a double, if not a triple.
F-Dot taking his time, a lot of shoulders, clearing out the site, but he's now lost Rafi, who was also in a pretty solid position to maybe come behind the play. Challenge comes his way. It's a double chow, in fact. Able to get one, but going to get a good response again from the Spartans.
When you got a teammate like Wiz, he plays a lot of S&D wagers, man. A lot of S&D wagers here in North America. Same thing for Cruz with the switcheroos as well, just staying up, trying to learn how the game is played. And it's in and outs basis. On the opposite side, you got that for the European nation. Rafi is truly one of the smartest when it comes down to that entire side of the world on trying to dissect a lot of the information. But Royal Spartans able to bounce back with 2 of their own. Quick pivot over towards that A bomb site worked quite wonderfully. Can they continue it here?
Bomb going to be brought right outside of A once again. Haven't really seen a whole lot of plants. Everything coming down to the kills, and it's kind of dissecting what the setups will look like here. Once you're able to grab yourself a man advantage. Looking for that first blood here still. Rafi throwing shoulders, waiting for that push to come through, and might have a battle up against Gunzy at some point. But for now, everyone just in the standstill.
Yeah. Nobody wants to give up, and unforced error, but one gets found nonetheless. That's a double to be lined up there for Dak. Now he's on a combined 5 spree with Cruz. Bomb recovered. And in a 3v3, it's still anybody's ballgame.
Big kill comes through for Gunzy up close. So, man advantage for the Royal Spartans. The patience paying off here on the attack. And now it's about lining up where we're looking to try to seal the deal. But Afro says, come right into my web. He finds 2. Oh, and he gets the 3rd.
Afro's been playing so well all day, just in disbelief here for Royal Spartans. And you'll see it again from this perspective. Well, here's the first. Had a lot of good assistance, actually, from Rafi. Yeah, the kill feed was all just over the place, but they had the reads again. Rafi and Afro in a 2v. On Rewind, Search, and Destroy, that's now back-to-back, or a handful of clutches already. We're only 5 rounds deep. Up to 5 and 2 for Rafi. Afro there, 3 and 2. He found 2 of those last 3. Rafi there for at least 1 of the last third, but talk about a good situation gone bad for Royal Spartans. Team Notorious put that one to rest.
Got to be happy with that if you're Team Notorious. Losing a lot of the early gun battles. Forcing some of these situations where you're always down a man, but being able to work yourself out of it is a good sign. Clutch factor certainly here for them. Stun, gonna open the door. Eric says, thank you very much, but the nades follow, so luckily he does not fly out of there looking for a chow. He's also the bomb carrier, and well, Dak just kind of finds a way through. And he was able to actually slip away for a moment, and Spartans, again, find an early advantage.
That was Wiz. He had the B Street. Nobody was watching it. And if they were, that timing to lose out on the one inside of Gens is going to be a tough one. Rafi shot his teammate in the back. Yeah, he's going to kill Afro right there. Yeah, it's just a round loss. I mean, the majority of that play for Team Notorious was mostly just to try to get Eric inside of the A-bomb site. If he could end up getting inside of the A-bomb site, you then get the assistance from Afro over by the elephant door, but I'd have to go back and truly rewatch that round because I have no idea how Wiz got inside of Zig that quickly. I mean, he had to have hit the nastiest knife full-on sprint timing through generators to be able to completely go without Rafi seeing him.
Back and forth, all tied up, just about halfway through the search and destroy. It is 3 apiece, but it is the Royal Spartans that are back on the attack, and I think it's important to note that these guys have been great at using the patience, using the aggression, mixing it up to find early advantages and get themselves in a spot where they have a solid chance at winning the round. This time around, they will slow down kind of inside of P5. F-Dot, though, wants to go lurking, and, well, finds himself in a good spot. This time it's Team Notorious that answered with 2.
Yep. See if they can seal the deal here in this round. It's been 2 rounds off the bounce for each other. Wiz, 3 HP, tries to preserve his life. Got a lot of good information just around the bookshop in general. Dak trying to help out his teammate. Now he's last alive again. 1v4.
Doesn't look likely. First one, oh, it's awkward. Very awkward. Doesn't get a look at it. And Team Notorious looking a little bit better this time around, isolating, making sure that they actually put the push right to them. Honestly, they bring all the heat inside of P5 and win all the key battles.
It just feels like that this game is just on a knife's edge. This map number 2. Where Team Notorious started off so strong, slowly dissecting a lot of this aggressive push, and all of the nades have just been realistically suppressed. That Team Notorious were finding a lot of value with in the early get-go. So now, just 1 round separates each other through 7, in towards this 8th we will roll. And well, we got this again from Team Notorious. They're trying to get over towards this B Street again.
Yeah, they certainly are. Dak could certainly look to assist as soon as he gets some great info. Jump right over the top. Afro also just waiting for that challenge to come through quite a few times. Elephant door from the Royal Spartans. This time around, everyone holding tight setup inside of Courtyard, ready to just play for the response of Team Notorious, and now they start pressing forward.
A-bomb site rather looking vacated, but it almost feels like that Royal Spartans, they're springing the trap. Yeah, Eric Boom's going to lay the rock down. Any late utility in the back pockets for Royal Spartan to yeet on in towards this bomb site.
Bomb planted. Team Notorious trying to defend, being a man down. Needs some clean opening kills. Rafi through the outskirts, trying to slide back in. That's going to be info on how the setup potentially looks like, but you're going to need someone to come up with a kill. Down to about 30 seconds left on the retake. Eric over the top, not going to be good for any kills, and oh, it's a double up that ends up coming through here for Wiz. Looking for the kill, not going to work out. Time well utilized as they use just about every single second of it to play retake.
Hey, you had everything covered for Royal Spartans. Again, they found that first blood. They conceded the space. They backed all the way down. They watched the Burger Street cross. And you just know everybody's going to be playing a corner inside of the A bomb site. So you play the retake ever so wonderfully, and you just make sure you don't get double pieced up by Eric Boom. I think that's always like the most important part through these opening engagements, or Afro, so long as one of them are alive. Just do not give them an inch. Play the teamwork. Do not isolate yourselves, because that's where Team Notorious will absolutely pounce. I'm back over towards the offense here for Royal Spartans. They've really been addicted towards this A push, but watch FDOT. He's already passed inside a Burger. Gunzy's going to be watching. He's going to be stuck inside there, but could not stop him from that angle inside of blue for the first blood.
Great first blood to pick up. Key player to try to take out of the equation here too. So no more Gunzy and no more Dak. 4v2. Team Notorious trying to maintain that lead as we get further and further. And Wiz is like, when do I take these shots onto Rafi? Answer, you do.
Yeah, but you don't. You actually attempt to take shots on the deck and then or on Eric and you just die. So Cruz 1v4. Certainly be something. Finds the first for free, but doesn't have enough time for the regen. Yeah, Royal Spartans will lose, at least in that moment. Big, again, it's just mostly comes down to that timing that we had over by Burger. That was so obscure that nobody on the opposite side for Royal Spartans was in any sort of an idea that somebody could have been inside a Burger. Nobody was watching that cross. Who was a player number 2 had to have been watching it at that point in time for Royal Spartans, and the timing might have been too late. He might have gotten a bad spot to at least watch that window inside a Burger, if not watch the entrance. So no contest inside of there. Pretty easy defensive setup. Puts Team Notorious now up on that point.
Potential closer here for Team Notorious to try to answer back and tie up the series. But Royal Spartans have been hard to put away. It's been pretty competitive so far here, to say the least, through the search and destroy. But it's a similar setup to what we saw. Very passive courtyard setup, kind of ready to play retake if Team Notorious decide to play for the Rock again.
Yeah, this goes back to almost like their third offensive attempt, where they throw a lot of nades over towards that B street and then pump fake in towards A very, very quickly. Late utility comes through from Royal Spartans. They know they're here.
Dak on the entry, but it's a double chow, so they're able to come up with that very cleanly. Eric Boom going to drop. It's also, again, your bomb carrier.
And they just completely back down yet again. Bomb dropped inside of the site. I always see this from Royal Spartans, man. They want you to plant the bomb. They beckon for it, Austin.
They're daring you to do it. Can they try to even up the odds? Go 3v3 before we go. No. Bomb going to go down. Now Wiz on the slide, looking for some of these kills. And do they decide to hop it? Afro is going to be taken down. Wiz for the double again. Delivers. And we're going the distance, Andy. It's a perfect round 10, and we're going to round 11.
That's just back-to-back rounds where you got the 4v3 retake coming through for Royal Spartans. They do well to be able to find that first blood and then completely concede the space. This time around, though, you saw at least the idea. Rather than trying to plant the bomb immediately for Team Notorious, they understand what utility do we have. We need to try to take that space away from them because they're just going to retake from the bookshelf. They're going to try to just retake fully from inside of generators. And candidly speaking, well, it's worked out twice in a row. So when it comes down to it for TLDR purposes, just don't get first blooded forehead.
Well, who's drawn first blood coming in around 11 here, and who's on the attack? That answer, Team Notorious. So do you change anything here if you're the Royal Spartans? It's been a tight courtyard setup. It's worked over the last couple of rounds here defensively. But will it be the answer in the final one?
And so this time around, again, no first blood, but they immediately rush inside of A. The difference now for Team Notorious in this round 11, they are leaving FDOT on the lurk, and the same for Rafi on 2 different sides. So it's a 2v inside the site to the unknown, as Wiz is just watching the cross inside of blue.
First blood could make or break the difference here. And it's almost a bit of a B-look to see what you could potentially do, but waiting patiently inside the 18-wheeler is going to be Gunzy. Could look to pounce. Shot's going to come through. Crew's going to get some good tags, and there's the peek. Beautifully played, but it's quickly traded.
Yeah, it sure is. 3v3. Eric still has the bomb. They have so much space. They could just pivot back towards A, but they're trying to brute force it. 1v2 now for Eric.
1v2. Eric.
I saw him.
A chance to come up big for his squad, but there's a little bit of time, just about 30 seconds or so to try to make this happen. Wiz and Cruz, long time duo, looking to try to get the deal closer. Chow comes out, the trade is good, and they get hyped again. They're feeling great. The Spartans take a 2-0 lead.
Oh, how long can you do your last dance, Cruzy Cod? What a turn of events through losing the opening 2, rebounding Foley, and then seeing everything that they have thrown in those last 2 offenses, dissecting it fully. Throw utility as you might over towards that B lane. They don't have anybody defending it. Wiz 10-5 through a whole search and destroy. A lot of those times with the retakes, finding some decent first bloods, went 3 for 1 in that department. 3-0 first bloods for Dak as well. You can't ask for a better map 2 and a best start for this best of 5 series for Royal Spartans to take a 2-0 lead over our Miami champions of Team Notorious.
One of EU's best maybe facing elimination here on Friday in group play after a lot of people had predicted they'd be making it out 2-0. Oh, that may not be the case as we kind of take a look at some of the replays here throughout that map. There was a lot of insane moments that took place, and again, a situation where Team Notorious have been icy in these moments leading up to this event. You know, the boot camp we've talked about, you know, the AMD overclocked win from last weekend. Despite being online, there was a lot of great looks, and there was just a lot of icy maps that came through. 3 round 11 wins in that grand finals, but it just has lacked today, and you are seeing it right now play deep into the day as it very well could plague them.
I'm glad you brought up the boot camp, because out of every single team that's even been out here for about a week now because of the AMD 10K, Team Notorious has been here for about a month. They've been out here grinding, hustling. I've been seeing the late night posts coming through from Eric, looking for all these different 2v2s, looking for certain S&D chows, whether it's with Rafi, Afro, Afdot, sometimes the full 4-fledged team of Team Notorious. They've been grinding hard, man. But something is just not right in the Yellow Sea. I'm telling you, man, this is just, I wouldn't say uncharacteristic, because there was a point in time where we always talked about Cruz and Gunzy as a duo back in MW2 Vanguard as the top 6 Reapers. This is technically a game to guarantee top 8 at the very least, past top 12.
Big facts.
Cruz doesn't want his last dance, I'm sure, to end in such a cataclysmic way, but Team Notorious, they really got to lock it in before map 3, man. This is not looking good.
Have to. And it's been a long day. And Cruz had said it, listen, he's like, whoever we play here in this next matchup, they had to go through a Game 5 grueler.
Correct.
They had to go through a long series.
Stamina is certainly a question.
It is. They had to go through the delay, obviously, that ended up happening here, jumping out, jumping back in. So a lot of emotions being thrown around for a Friday late night. And you have to tee up going into a map 3. Not only just win the map 3, but have to win the next 3 in a row just to stay alive. I mean, there's been some crazy, crazy things happening at Champs, CDL, and Challengers. I don't know if it's something in the air. I don't know what is going on, but I'm here for it, Andy.
Dude.
And I don't know what's going to happen here, bro.
Team Notorious out of top 12 is not on anybody's bingo card. I promise you that much, but only one of them can go forward. Same for here. OMIT Brooklyn on a 2-0 lead over P7 Red. Lampy, Twisted, Nile, and Kez, one of 3 P7 teams. They lost Hacienda map 1, 250 to 154, and the dealership search and destroy 6-2.
Well, here on the attack for P7 Red, might very well be evened up. Just about 15 seconds. If they could make their way to A, they just need a single segment. So you could still look for the extra minute. And with the kills coming through, maybe there's a chance. You do lose one on the cross, and Brack, well, maybe he just denies the entire thing. You now only have a couple members, and they are loosened up with nades. Chal's coming through. 5 seconds remaining. A small amount of finesse, but certainly not enough. And you do get a response around here for OMIT.
Yeah. I'm going to be able to get that round response. Last desperate attempt over by B. Nice shots out of Eli, but not going to be done quite yet. That clock stalled out at 0.0, by the way. But hey, it's finally going to be a defensive round win. I'll tell you what, after that loss to the other P7 team, P7 White, which we will see in that top 8 tournament bracket starting tomorrow, for this OMIT Brooklyn squad, I've never seen Eli and Brack, Standy and Brack, be more locked into the conversation of what the hell just happened in that 1-3 loss. And Standy's definitely playing like right here. It's our first time taking a look at this series, sure, but like, I mean, he's playing with a certain amount of grit. He's leading his team right now at 15-10, 11-9 for Yuli. They know that the loss to P7 White in a 1-3 fashion is not up to code.
No, absolutely not. So you want to end the night on a hot 3-0, I think, going into tomorrow. P7 Red, though, looking to pull off an incredible upset as they come out swinging here with a couple of kills and start gunning it here to the back. But you are going to lose that battle, and that means that Brack is set up with the trophy system on A, starting to work for some early progress, and now is a good chance here to see if they can get the first tick.
Now, the rest of the team is still kind of gambling around bottom trips, and I think that they might be toying with an idea over towards B, and because of that, Niall's going to take a free trip top zip. He was right underneath somebody as well, but still only good enough for a 2v2 trade in the kill feed. That A zone's still ringing on up for its second segment.
Second segment just about locked in. Brack is still not died as well, so he is still on that 5 spree. Prelude watching over. And that's a good pick up there onto Niall, who was just trying to contest and buy a little bit of time. Good read in the back, though, from Byron, who has started a bit slow, but has been able to find some pretty key kills to keep this one close. Final segment now on its way, and you got Standy, who could be lurking into the back of the defensive spawn.
Yeah, Prelude's got an entire story to try to uphold to when it comes down to Champs is trying to supersede his placings in years to come. We'll break that down more in the future, I'm sure. But there's a good luck coming through from OMIT Brooklyn. Just sub 2 minutes on transition. A whole set of respawns over P7's head. This might be the offensive round push.
Standy pretty far forward, but won't get the best of Niall. Or rather, yeah, it was Niall. Shows up as Kez in the feed. Lampy here now, trying to also get something done through the middle. Would love to get himself positioned inside of blue, but doesn't want to jump the gun. There's a lot of time, and giving over any kills through mid could give you the exact avenue you need to start getting to B, but some key kills come through for P7 Red. They slow down the offensive push for now.
Yeah, just for now. 1 minute 30 on the board. 14 plays up against 16 right now, and P7 Red, they got themselves at least the life advantage, but do they have enough space to try to enact a spawn trap? That's going to be the guarantee on how you win at least the round. Big trade coming down low. Good damage from Standing out to 20 and 16.
Touch going to come through, though, for Prelude, and, well, pretty much all alone outside of Brack, kind of watching over the staircase. He doesn't know whether to look in front of him or behind him. And now the gunfight does come up close from Kez. Yuli doesn't want to push down low, wants to try to take away space through the middle. And, well, luckily he does make the right call. Finds a great pickup. Dead Nate going to be thrown, and that's a bit of a stack now taking place on B.
Yeah, it sure is. 2 players strong. Got to try to unearth this if you are P7 Red. You don't have the luxury of waiting for your full-on respawns, and they do it in an isolated format. Not going to be good enough. It's going to be a multi-feed now for Prelude, up to 6 in a row. Get the bodies on the zone. This is going to be a good old stacking.
Oh, baby, is it ever. Prelude seals it, and nobody from P7 Red can come up off of spawn to get a touch. B-zone captured. OMIT Brooklyn 2-1 up.
A big old stacking coming through. This could potentially be the final round in the final few moments for P7 Red. They might just join their sister team of P7 Black, who had to face 5 fears in that elimination qualification top 12 matchup, with which they lost 3-0. Played them close in the hard point, lost it by 7, but the other 2, well, let's just say it wasn't as pretty. So P7 Red got to try to do something of the unthinkable versus OMIT Brooklyn, one of NA's best. I believe actually the #1 seed by points from North America. If I'm remembering that correctly. I don't know. I'm kind of senile in my old age and how late we've been awake now, but I digress. This is a big moment for P7 Red. Anytime you lose an offensive round like that with Prelude up on a 6-free, getting close towards that cruise missile, not a good feeling.
No, it is not. You'd love to shut it down, give yourself some kind of hope here, but, well, no hope. Standy just runs through just about every single member. Blue control happens just about instantaneously. So Prelude still looking for just about 1 more kill. Feels like that could get him over the threshold. And everyone from P7 Red slowing down, knowing that they have no control of blue, but good team shots come through as they're going to find one up top. Secondary chow is there. Byron finds the streak.
He's up towards 7. Give him 8. Hellstorm missile. Now Byron's in your spawn, Prelude. How about #9 in a row? He has assistance to stay alive and has so many teammates around him to bait. Almost a good look at #10, but 9 spree is all he'll find. 26 and 20, or 25 plays 20, by the way, and Prelude has a Hellstorm to play with.
Yeah, and they're still fighting out of their spawn. A couple players finally starting to get through, but Standy making sure that all of the reinforcements will find that 8 point. That's surely being eyed up from P7 Red. Standy now 27 and 19, 3 in a row. 1 player down low in blue, dead. Brack finds him off the spawn, another one. And, well, you do get yourself a 1v1 win, but it feels like you just can't make up any ground. 10 seconds left on the clock. OMIT Brooklyn surely lining up another big W to get themselves revenge. And Brack lines up a few more to end off on a beautiful note here. OMIT Brooklyn take the hot 3-0.
The prime time Carson BO4 with a Maddox in his hand. What was that? That was some insane scenes. Looking pretty darn good. Again, triple SMG setup, sometimes quad picking things up off the ground, but it's that opening break off for OMIT Brooklyn that makes them so deadly in a game like Control, on a map like Protocol. They're so methodical. Their comms, I got to listen to it as well. Very, very precise. And in that spawn trap, they absolutely whoop P7 Red in a 3-0 fashion, a 3-1 win here, and they send the second P7 team home.
We say goodbye to P7 Red. Congratulate OMIT Brooklyn for advancing home, or advancing to bracket play, excuse me. And we tune right back in to Royal Spartans and Team Notorious. And, well, How about it? 1-0 start for the Spartans. Team Notorious still looking for that fire, trying to catch it. And, well, they've come out in round number 2 a little bit hot. That's going to be a clean 3 down here for the Spartans.
That means we only have 2 matches that are happening right now. It is Alpha and Bravo. Decimate, they took the rewind, search, and destroy off of Team War, 6-4 after being a 100-point club. That's still roaring on as well, so keep your tabs open. We got some professional Call of Duty to get through. 3 in the feed there for at least 1 member of Royal Spartans, but still with a 1-0 lead on defense, meaning obviously they won the offensive round, Austin. They're sitting very pretty off of the past 2 maps.
Yes, they absolutely are. Dak up top, trying to just throw them for a bit of a loop on where he repositioned. And, well, Eric not ready for that one whatsoever. Double up going to come through. Dak up to 3 in a row. And this is going to hurt Team Notorious, no question about it. They're forced to start to play through the other side of the map. Rafi did hop on A for a moment, and, well, Dak goes for the re-challenge. He is now up to another killing spree. That is going to be 4 straight.
12-7 now for Dak, looking for a little bit more. Like you said, the 4 spree. Can you get towards that Hellstorm missile? Segment progression would be able to help out. Kills, assists, whatever it may be. We're talking about score streaks at the end of the day. B-zone progress being looked at now for Afro. Times good damage, gets the second as well there. The couple along with Eric Boom, but that's all they're going to find now. Sub 22 seconds.
Time is low. And Team Notorious running out of options, forced to turn to A. They got multiple members here, and this just feels like a desperation call. Let's just stack it. Let's just try to get some ticks of progress here. Stall the clock as much as we can, but there's so many angles to watch. And, well, Dak is also still playing for his streaks. 10 seconds to work with. You got Rafi who's playing forward. He has a chance to come behind the play if Team Notorious can do anything up front. And, well, those are decent kills. Gunzy, though, trying to play his life, and he finally drops as well. Could they get the final tick?
This is it. This is the moment. Rafi's top of the open area, but has to drop down just for the body stack. There's no trophy. Eric has one, but he can't throw it down. The A-zone's going to get captured. 60 seconds added. Team Notorious only trailed by 3 lives.
Desperation or not, it works out beautifully. 13 lives playing up against 10 in favor of the Spartans, but entry kills looking pretty solid here for Team Notorious. At least they were. Gunzy can come behind the play, but he's got his teammate with him to watch over Dark. Good team shots happen here through the fence line, and that will again keep Team Notorious off here for now.
I got shades of that final few moments in the hard point. Just a lot of people watching the same exact thing from Team Notorious. Somebody needs to hit a route, get a little bit of space further forward, but nobody found the opportunity to do so. So Royal Spartans, they worked their way back in. Eric Boom, Afro, able to find themselves a couple, but still not enough to be able to move further forward. Only 1 more respawn for Team Notorious in their bank of lives.
Rafi leading the charge. 4 lives here on the point, contested. Who makes the first move? And, well, it's actually going to be a team kill. That's going to hurt Team Notorious because they are down a man here in the final push to try to make something happen in round number 2. Forced to take this chow. Afro throwing a nade, but not going to find the connection. His duo up front trying to make something happen on the point, but it is denied. Royal Spartans good for 2 straight.
Yeah, they sure are, and look at that. Cruz already talking about the upcoming round, talking about the conclusion. They're just trying to get themselves as locked as possible, so that way they can get themselves rightfully in the driver's seat to close out this map, to close out this series in a 3-0 fashion versus Team Notorious. We're talking about a team of Royal Spartans, by the way, historically out of the majority of them, never beat a top team at the end of the season. Always came up short to the champions of lands. This is the moment. The last dance beckons.
What do you have left in the tank, Team Notorious? It comes down to these moments here where you're going to have to dig as deep as you can, or you might be saying goodbye to the year. Man, oh man, everything coming down to the opening engagements, just trying to catch some fire once again for this squad. And, well, it is decent up until this point where Wiz gets forward. Oh, the snap was there, but the trade is good. They're already on B.
And look at the space. Someone might get bumped forward. Gunzy's finding kills over towards the top side of office. Nobody needs to move a little bit further forward, but nobody was expecting the top office repeat. 2 players over towards the B zone. Second segment's going to get locked here. Austin and Cruz up on a 4 spree. He's going to get gunned, but 2 segments at B off the opening break. Yeah, we take that.
Oh my goodness, but down low it's Wiz. It feels like it's been Wiz all series who has just completely come alive. And that will be the zone secured. Over 2 minutes to start to play with, and kills are still funneling through.
10-6 for Wiz, the map number 2, a little bit late to arrive, but when you got teammates that are shooting the way that the rest of Royal Spartans are, yeah, you can show up whenever you want to. B zone secured. 1 minute, 50 seconds on the board. Team Notorious, they do find a couple exits that mitigates the life deficit.
Cruz now starting to creep up the hallway. Another massive 1v1. He takes it. Plenty of time to work with. Life lead here on the attack as well. Team Notorious fighting for map control. They have a couple players forward. You're really looking at Eric to stop the reinforcements, but Cruz just can't be stopped. Winning gunfight after gunfight, and now they can start eyeing up A.
Yeah. Could surely try to get a couple bodies on it, but you don't want to give up that top hallway control. Gunzy's getting activated in said area. Eric Boom's going to find the first. That's the kill off of the zone itself. Cruz is just watching the angle, also dies, and that means that Gunzy has to try to maintain presence, also snuffed out. They've already shaved about a whole minute off of the board, and the lives are just about even, Austin.
Eric fighting for his life here, realizing what's on the line. Trying to slow down the momentum of the Royal Spartans here, and Rafi essentially going to take his place and do the exact same thing. Easy pickup onto Wiz. Teammates still finding kills here across the map. Only really looking at one who's taking a route all the way around. Dak trying to come behind the play to give his team some breathing room, and instead he's going to go for the touch and draw some of the players out.
8v9. Like you said, just trying to draw some of the players out, guaranteeing that fourth segment as well. And I should at least guarantee, should any antics happen, that if we get the round 5, Royal Spartans definitely have it, but it's 8v6. Royal Spartans have the life advantage, and Cruz is going to hit a route through the old zone. I love this.
Gunzy, 5 in a row. What a way to start to find a spree.
Yo.
He presses forward. Team Notorious. They have their final 4 lives. One of EU's best. Feeling the pressure in the final moments late at night here in group stage. And now they're going to have to try to play defense. Eric doing whatever he possibly can. Can he find the double up? No, he cannot. All down to Rafi and F-Dot. And F-Dot keeps it alive.
20 seconds remain. 3v2 with the knife out. He gets gunned. Rafi tries to keep his team alive. 1v3 gives away the red dot. They're going to touch the zone to draw him out.
Oh, you have to touch. Rafi has to do something absolutely incredible, but it will not happen. The Spartans send one of EU's best home packing as they fall short at the final tournament.
Former teammates now on the opposite side of the stage. Miami Major 3 Open champions. Team Notorious, one of the favored from the European region to make it not only to Championship Saturday, the playoff bracket, Championship Sunday up on the main stage of Grand Finals. They come up short yet again. An unfortunate turn of events. Eric Boom wanted the taste of the main stage again. He talks about it, and he came up short against what was it, that OMIT team way back when on MW2. He got booped out of the Miami Heretics last season, and you can see it on his face. It is just an unfortunate circumstance. Commiserations to Team Notorious. They do everything so wonderfully for their teams. Nobody supports quite like this Sea of Yellow and the family that comes along with it. But a heartbreaking, crushing loss for this Team Notorious roster. But the last dance, it moves on. We're past the waltz now. It's a full-on salsa.
It's here, man. It's here. Cruz and Co., the Spartans, getting through group play, something that has, again, plagued him through so many years of competing. But here at Champs, the big one, having to win the elimination match, gets the job done. And it's almost always come by way of Cruz and Co. winning their first match, losing the qualification match, dropping down, and then losing the second qualification match. So to finally have it work out a little bit differently, lose your first one, win the next one, follow up with a second win. I mean, it's pure cinema. You love to see it here for the boys, but you certainly got a feel for Team Notorious. I mean, you know the work these guys have put in, but it's been a long day of Call of Duty. It gets the best of them, and they fall short.
Yeah, obviously, shout out B-Sport Josh, the coach for Team Notorious, putting in the extra work for that team. All of Team Notorious, again, that roster, the family putting them up down in PA for as long as they did to give them that boot camp. Fantastic stuff coming out from the Sea of Yellow, but they come up short. Top 12 there for Team Notorious, but Cruzy Cod, man, they're going to continue on all the way through in towards the double elimination playoff bracket. Who they play up against, I have no idea, because I want to say that there's still technically one match that is happening at this moment in time, would be Decimate versus Team War, but candidly speaking, I don't know, man. This tournament, both from challengers and the CDL perspective, has been absolutely nuts. Whatever you may have thought is true about a month ago at DreamHack is utter lies right now. Notes be darned. This is just a tournament on a day-to-day basis, a match-to-match basis.
Insane stuff. Something in the air. Here for it. Who knows what that means for our run going into bracket play. And as you said, still one more match to see who's actually going to make it to bracket play here. So might be jumping into that one here very, very soon. But, man, it has been an incredible day of Call of Duty. It's what we love here down in the pit, here in Challengers. Again, pretty late night as we get deeper and deeper into the end of Friday. It's just wild that you still take in. It's just Friday. We still got 2 more days left of some crazy Call of Duty action, Andy.
And we got to get all the way down to top 2 because Challengers Finals is going to be up on that main stage right before CDL Finals. So we got a long day ahead of us tomorrow as well. And if the competition wasn't already fierce today from a lot of these different group matches continuing on, again, Map 5 versus FC Stallions for Team Notorious and going up against the Royal Spartans, who, again, had a very easy round 2 matchup after losing to the FC Stallions, the competition's only going to get that much tougher when it comes down to tomorrow.
It's going to be spicy, man. Make sure you guys are here for it. We're going to have continued action coming your way. And now it looks like we do, in fact, have our match ready to go. So Team War, Decimate, going up against one another. It looks like Team War were able to get the best of them in the last map after losing the S&D, I do believe. So all comes down to now Decimate also fighting for the tournament lives heading into the hardpoint.
Yeah, we're going into a red card hardpoint here, and the map 1 was a venue of Hacienda. It was not pretty if you're a fan of the French Decimate squad, 250 to 84. So we'll have to see. Is Linz feeling sentimental towards his fellow countrymen, or is he just feeling absolutely malevolent and wants to send him packing and get himself in towards that double elimination bracket?
Yeah, I'm sure he's feeling pretty selfish.
Yeah, probably the latter.
Good shot's going to come through on the point from Linz himself, who gets involved with the AR quite early on. Assault now coming from the hedge side, also battling out through some of the members of Decimate. Good tags onto Mighty, and the follow-up is going to be good. Eyeing up what would be an early P2 rotation, but so far seems to be pretty solidified here for Decimate, as they also have the high ground.
Yeah, Sykes, again, was the breakout star for this team of Decimate throughout the entirety of their LCQ. Is not having a great start here on red card, though, is the life of the SMG on red card. A lot of crosses to be worried about. So going in towards this hardpoint P2, you got the back spawns if you're Decimate, but do you even want to be here right now?
Diamond making it look easy. Nice little couple kills. Sykes looking for the entry. Does manage to find it here, and you still have a chance to actually swarm around the point. But Spawn's going to come through in the back. Is this going to be red? Yes, it will, but not going to have the gun up ready to go. And now a chance for Team War to try to respond with about 25 seconds remaining. Yeah.
Again, back spawns could be a really, really sticky thing. Decimate were able to at least battle their way out from such a deficit, but as Team War, I mean, they know that they can just try to win these gunfights and flip the spawns, and that's exactly what they do. And now you got to try to break out from this situation. It's going to be Sykes to try to lead it all the way through Ticket, going over towards P3. Just about a slight lead for Team War, not exactly anything to write home about.
Sykes opening the door, surprise, good entry. Lynn's going to be taken down, and a chance to actually threaten the hill. That's going to force Team War off of the time, but Assault's just going to wait for the chow to come to him. And that's going to be an easy pickup. 5-3 start. Teammates starting to swarm now, as Mighty was also playing on a bit of a pinch, but he will be dealt with, and now they can turn their attention right back to the time.
Yeah, they sure can. You got those back sticky spawns. Someone has to try to get back there if you are Team War, or you could realistically hold this from the front. Split spawns going over by the stage. And yeah, Lynn's going to be a little confused as far as where that red dot just came from. That's Sykes, by the way. Now swarmed around Nadox. Lynn's is able to win the initial one. That causes Discourse for Decimate's break attempt. And that means they can't commit to it fully.
Up close and personal. Uko looking for the double. Nice little slide chow. Also able to finesse his life a little bit longer. Regen going to come through, and a chance to play for what would just be 10 seconds, but more importantly, try to keep Team War spawning at the back and delay this rotation. Melko puts up a couple of great kills here, and that will give them a lot of time heading over to the stage hardpoint.
And that's, again, could be another wave of gunfights with the setup for Decimate that they could desperately use to try to convert this into a lot of time. But Too Real finds an angle of opportunity, gets all the way through Ticket, now in towards the top side of window. Nadox is able to at least find a couple inside of the hill for now. It's going to get bumped out. Team War trying to break this from the P2 side.
Too Real with the AR, looking for a nade over the top, looking for the connection, won't find it. And we'll be able to get some good shots, but the team shot's just slightly better. Inside the hard point, Diamond actually whips out the sub and is able to get involved up close and personal. Good nade tag follows up, but will be wall-banged and taken out bottom stage. So far, so good for the most part. Decimate come away with a lot of the time, but Team War fighting for the back 15.
And they got really good space to be able to do it as well here, Austin. But the problem is that you just don't have as many easy entrants. And there's a lot of these isolated heroic moments that continuously get Team War caught in a really bad position and leaves their ARs to try to fight for their life and find multi-kills. You can see what it means for both Assault and Diamondcon. Not a good look of things. Too real. Lins fighting around the map, just finding a lot of isolated kills, but they need to try to convert that into time. That's a big 3 dead. Now they can set up around P5 unless Melko has anything to say about it.
Yeah, he's been great in some of these moments here, and, well, he is finessing, just catching every single Team War player off guard. Looking for number 6, and, well, he continues to go on a streak. Melko up to 7, trying to give Decimate a bit of life here heading into this final hill.
He almost had the transfer there. A little bit more HP and a little bit of a higher stick sensitivity might be able to do it. Lins is able to bounce back with 3 of his own. So 15 and 10 now for the young Frenchman. So he's looking to rally behind this and maybe try to convert it into a bigger lead. Just about 20 for Team War over Decimate now. He's still got these split spawns to be worried about from Decimate, but Mighty finds himself a big one. There's only 8 seconds left on this hill time, so any exits would be good setting yourself up for new.
Nadox, oh, he got a good lineup there. Felt like he might have come away with 3 exits, but you already got a great position right now up close and personal. Another big double up going to come through. Sync's looking pretty solid around the ticket booth, and wow, Decimate starting to turn a new leaf pretty late into the hard point, but better late than never as they are still fired up, ready to try to send this to one more map. Lins through the outskirts of the hedges, trying to get involved in the play, but he's also shut down, and now the hill goes neutral here for a second.
Neutral time, you still like that if you are Team War. Maybe not so much of the cases you don't have the favorite spawns quite yet, but still, you know that you were able to do it in the first go of things, so might as well be able to do it again. Lins, Diamondcon able to find themselves 2, at least within the feed. And I like this out for Mighty. He's getting activated towards the back. Albeit being red, the pinch does come through. Now the players inside a ticket are just fish in a barrel. Spawn out may occur towards the south side of the map, and an opportunity for Team War to rotate over towards new.
Man, Decimate are winning some tough gun battles.
Yes, they are.
Some of these key rotations here. Team War got to make sure not to get too comfortable, especially after dropping that first S&D. Do not want to risk it all going to a second. So, required hold here. Required kills here for Team War need to come through. Diamondcon from the high ground gets caught on some bad timing. Assault now through the outer parts of the map, trying to play an angle to get a look at the hard point. Will be good to take him off the time. Can he find a double up? That's the big question as he starts to take away space.
Oh, Assault gets the read late and is able to slide forward. Finds himself now up to 3 in a row. Lidden's there for the 4 on dead. Melko, Nadox, they spawn in towards the back. Now Team War are late to realize this, but this again is a good hard point to hold from the front. And when Assault's shooting like that, he opens up things for his teammates to try to follow up on, but trades galore. Decimator still fighting.
Mighty, such a hard kill. Diamondcon does get the assist there with the help of the stun. So 16 and 19, it was a slow start for DC. A little finesse though, able to come around the outside of the cart and does do a good job of making sure Team War do maintain the lead. Spawn's going to come through in the back, read by Connor as well. Shots over the top won't connect, but they do a good job of making sure the scrap time does not go over for free.
Yeah, and every single scrap time needs to be fought for. And it needs to be difficult going forward for Decimate. Melko's now up to 21 and 14, Mighty up to 20 and 18, and this team is starting to find themselves some foot in Austin. 135 plays up against 106. Back spawn's not secured quite yet. Contesting around the staircase, Sykes will die. And you still got spawns in towards the back. Melko spawns in, and all of Team War should be aware of this from the spawn out that's occurring.
Yes, absolutely. Assault, yep, gets a little shoulder peek in, knows exactly where to look next. His teammate's doing a good job of finding kills down low, and well, there it is. Assault finds himself on a couple kills in a row. Chal's out with great information, good comms, and Team War starting to grab a hold of this game once again.
Yeah. This could get really, really sticky, though, if you are Decimate. Got to try to fight your way out from these spawns, Austin, and Team War know that if they continue to contest the time from the front, all Decimate are going to spawn in towards the back. This is a big gunfight win coming through. Diamondcon now up to 5 in a row. Getting himself closer towards that Hellstorm missile would be massive for Team War to really put the series to rest.
Hard point differential at the moment. Back to stage. This is where we did see Decimate do a pretty good job of getting a decent amount of the time. But Team War in this position with Diamondcon just playing Overwatch here was in a pretty good spot himself. he is dealt with. Now a chance to start to finally collapse around the point, coming from almost every single angle. Nadox looking for some kind of an entry here, and he does manage to find it onto Assault, giving his team a chance to find kills, and Decimate do exactly that.
Yeah, Sykes is the route man here off of this break attempt. He was able to find himself one inside a ticket, and then everybody effectively was spawning to the backside of the soccer goal for Team War. Now the spawn is on the other side, 4p4. Team War trying to wrap their way back around the top side of the hedges to try to break back inside a stage. So difficult to do.
Looking for the entry from Linz. Not going to happen. Mighty immediately turns around and has the trophy system next to him. So Assault says, listen, I'm just going to contest this time and make sure you do not get it. And he's drawn essentially 3, almost all 4 members looking his way just to accumulate another 4 or 5 seconds. So we go to new. Team War, they're set up, but they're already ready for some of these gunfights coming their way. And that's going to be a big pickup from Linz.
That sure is. Again, when it comes down to crucial ones, Linz has been the tip of the spear for this roster of Team War throughout the entirety of it. Is one, if not all players are actually even. Assault's the only one that's actually positive right now, but Decimate, they're still trailed by that 60 points. Here comes the call for the Hellstorm missile to try to break inside of P5.
What can the missile find?
Gotta curve it.
And the angle won't find anything, and you also lose 2 of your members, so despite the information coming through overhead, it doesn't get you any further forward. Assault's also got a great line of sight on this cross at the moment, but he has lost a lot of his teammates out front. There's a moment to try to get through, as there was a triple kill that ended up following up there from Linz for a second, and Assault now just trying to get a read on where they are. Where are they? I'm looking for the spawns.
It's just such bad timing with the reload upstairs, and then he drops back down to try to bump out after Linz found himself yet another multi-feed, and then he ends up losing the timing on the cross. So Assault will die, or a 2-real will die. Assault still up on that 3 spree, 24-19 for the former MVP and world champion. 199-140 for Team War. They are leading in strides going back towards center again.
199-140. Back into the resets. Decimate going to have to really turn it on right here, right now. We've seen it. It's been consistent up to this point, but they've never really been able to grab the lead here. And now Team War looking to almost put this out of reach around the P1 point. Melko doing a good job of getting a read on where this hit's about to come from, but he is shrugged off the angle. Good shot's going to come through for 2-real, but he cannot make his way further forward anymore.
Nadox last alive. He's still at the time. He actually gets Sykes to spawn right behind him over by the top side of the plateau, just underneath over by the parking garage. So good spot to be in if you are Decimate. Everybody spawns back up together and maybe try to contest P1. You got to try to break your way forward, but trades are not going to be beneficial. 30 kills now from Linz. Assault's going to get the last elimination to try to get back in towards the time, but the spawns are all over the place before the rotation.
Yeah, they definitely are. New hill about to pop. It's going to be some massive battles to take place, and Mighty now is the only one really pushed forward, but he's also on the high ground, so he's got to watch over the hedge lane. He's able to come up with one, but they know exactly where he is. Tough position to be sure. Linz has to back all the way up, so it could be a chance for a 1v1 on the point, but he gets caught off guard, and Team War looking like they might have enough to potentially stabilize, but Decimate's still knocking on the door.
You saw, you called it. You had Mighty. He was the position to try to press forward, but Decimate, they were too late to read the spawn out to occur. Team War now spawning in. This is a big moment for Decimate. You got to win this gunfight.
Need to win it, need to have it. Team War looking to close it out potentially, but there's a good entry. We'll see one, followed by a second. Keeping it a little bit mixy here. Game clock, huge factor, as you pointed out, Andy. Very well could come down to it. So now it's important for Decimate to actually play on the time. So there's multiple win conditions here for Team War.
There's actually enough time to maybe try to close it out a little bit closer rather than let it go to game clock. Team War doing the quick maths inside their head. Just get inside the time. Win the rotation over towards new. They're already cutting through the middle of the map. Decimate, they have to get inside the time. Not to mention that they might actually lead them and just try to go wrap over towards new. That's the smarter of the two plays, but they're hesitant on it. One spawns in to at least touch the time immediately. The game clock down to sub 20.
The Spawn going to be fortunate to get close and, well, again, stop the clock through the middle. Melko doing everything he can to find almost all 4 members through the back. DC is the one who got the close spawn, but he goes for the reach out, and he will not win the battle. Decimate still trying to hold on with everything they got left.
He got all the back spawns for Team War. They can re-supplement this hit coming forward. It's 30 seconds left inside the time, and Decimate need all of it.
Assaults taking his time on the entry. He's lost 2 of his teammates.
Wow.
That's 3 down for Team War. Last one up is 2-real. He's got to play his life.
They're spawning all the way out. You should do the quick math if you are Team War. Stop trying to contest the time. Just rotate over towards new. Set up for the exits, darn it. You might just scam the game, or you could do it the hard way. Spawns in towards the back. Assault, last alive. Linz finds the last few, and Team War finally will put it to rest. But that was a scary situation to find yourself in. 250 to 199 was not the scoreline I thought it was going to be.
Oh, brother, it gets a little bit shaky there at the end, 250, 199. It felt like, yes, there was a chance to close that one out a little bit earlier. Again, the game clock also becoming a factor, but able to bully their way in, keep them spawning at the back, and basically hit the spawn trap for quite a bit. Gets a little bit mixy, but in the end, you get the dub. You find 3 respawn wins to close out the series, and we say goodbye to our French team here. Decimate, who do not have enough in the tank, but to certainly keep it close.
Yeah, so that's going to be top 12 coming through for Decimate. You see right here the finalization of the groups. Win 2 before you lose 2. And again, not the 2 that I had coming out from Group A.
Yeah.
But darn it ever did that FC Stallions team come to play on this Friday. Royal Spartans setting Team Notorious packing home again. Our Boca Raton champions, our Miami major winners are not in attendance for a Saturday playoff bracket, which means that we only have one left from an open champion, and that would end up being the OMIT GG team. So big praises out for everybody involved throughout the entirety of this tournament. It was a grueler, but we have no LATAM representation, no APAC representation in the playoff championship bracket, and one of our top teams of Team Notorious, a major champion at Miami, are sent packing home on a Friday.
On a Friday, brother.
Dude.
This Friday's been insane for
Everyone.
teams going home. Yeah, for CDL challengers, the squads that you thought very well could make it to a Sunday and be in the final, well, did not make it to that point. So Team Notorious, biggest upset by far. Stallions making it out 2-0. They looked really good today, and I think showing some ice in that game number 5 was just a huge pivotal point for them going forward now into bracket play for tomorrow as well.
I gotta let the dust settle, but I mean, playing the teams that they did FC Stallions, and I'm pretty sure that Niam is closer to 1.3 KD than he is further away. Again, going up against Royal Spartans, that's a team that dropped him to find themselves here. They might get the rematch of a rematch yet again, and then beating Team Notorious in a map 5, a map mode combination that has historically been good for Team Notorious. That Team Stallions team is absolutely on top of the world right now, at least for their groups at the very least. But you got 5 Fears, you got Orchid, you got one of 3 P7 teams, both OMIT rosters, and then Kev could at least go to sleep happy tonight now that Team War have comfortably made it into the playoff bracket.
Yeah, I'm sure. Nice little reprieve. Big deep breath let out after that one. Feeling good. But yeah, man, crazy day of action here through our group play. And exactly what we expected, but maybe just a few surprises along the way, but we'll certainly take it. And now we get to look forward to bracket play for tomorrow, bro.
Yeah, the bracket should be absolutely insane, which we do have available for you guys. Here are the opening few matches. Stallions versus 5 Fears. How many NA showdowns can we have? The winner of that goes up against the OMIT team, and you got a TK and set them down to the lower bracket. I heard that a little birdie named Rafi wasn't in attendance today to watch his teams play, but he said, I do the Saturday dance. He's got to sit there and watch his 2 teams face off against each other. But Orchid, Royal Spartans, banger. P7 White versus Team War, banger. Every single one of these series going forward until we get down to top 2 tomorrow evening in Champs Final on Sunday, banger.
Banger, brother. Here for it the entire way. Hopefully you guys will be too. There's a lot of great matchups that we have going into tomorrow. A lot of great storylines building throughout this entire year. And most importantly to note, it is top 3 that move on for EWC qualification. So you got to break the heat tomorrow, brother. You want to at least get top 3, but you also want to make sure you qualify for Sunday, have a chance to play on CDL mains.
Yeah, that's absolutely the rightful case. Right? You bring in the IEMs for one exact moment in time. You want to make it towards that championship, that grand final up on the main stage. We saw Craze there last time. We've seen ProLoot there a handful of times as well. And 3 of 4 that won last year are actually on the Boston Breach, and they just guaranteed themselves top 3 for the CDL bracket as well. Anything's possible so long as you qualify for EWC. Apparently, history.
That's what the teams are going to be eyeing up heading into tomorrow. It's been a great day number 1, without question. We've had upsets, we've had some disappointments, some teams going home early, but as well as some teams looking to build the legacy and extend it just a little bit further going into bracket play. Our final 8 teams will face off tomorrow. It's been a great day number 1. We want to thank you guys so much for tuning in with us, and make sure you guys go and follow AMD as well. They've been a huge part of this entire event, giving us PCs, giving us monitors. Go follow them on socials, guys. If you're still here, we love you. Thanks for watching Challengers, but that is going to do it here for day number 1. We'll be back with bracket play for tomorrow. See you then.
Bye.